Testing, testing, testing. السلام الملكي. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، برعاية معالي وزير البلديات والإسكان رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العامة للعقار الأستاذ ماجد بن عبد الله الحقيل، ينطلق اليوم منتدى مستقبل العقار بنسخته الخامسة، وتحت شعار الآفاق.
Its future forum kicks off under the motto of the horizon, opening horizon for the real estate, bringing together experts from different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Real Estate Future Forum 2026, where the future is shaping and is made.
Beautiful is this moment when the goal is achieved. And more beautiful is that you decided to live around it. Here, near the world. Here, doors open for you. A door that supports you. A door that inspires you. You are here to live all the seasons in your story. You are here, not as a guest, you are here to add to live, to invest. You are here to realize that the most beautiful thing about achieving the goal is that you live around it, that you live in Saudi Arabia.
Before markets shift, they are understood. Now in its 5th edition, the Real Estate Future Forum has evolved into a platform with continuity, where dialogue matures into reference. Each edition advanced a single theme, from regulation to technology to resilience to the role real estate plays in shaping human futures. Across its journey, the forum has documented outcomes, more than 450 million in global reach, over 1,000 speakers, representation from 140 countries, and $50 billion in agreements. Now, as Saudi Arabia opens real estate ownership to non-Saudis, the Real Estate Future Forum becomes the first platform to define what this reform means for access, governance, and long-term market confidence. This year also marks the launch of the Real Estate Excellence Award, alongside the announcement of its first finalists, recognizing projects that set benchmarks, not just milestones. Global voices gather not to comment, but to engage. This is where horizons expand, and where the next phase takes shape.
One of the most interesting things I did last year in 2025 by far was spend a week in Saudi Arabia, which is an amazing country. I'd never been there before. It's moving and evolving at a speed that is shocking, really can't be described, it has to be seen. And I got to Saudi Arabia because I went to the Real Estate Future Forum, and I was amazed by it. I did not know what to expect. I just wanted to visit the country, but I had the best time, really, that I could imagine at that forum. The Real Estate Future Forum is an amazing experience. And by the way, Saudi law has changed. There's a new law on non-Saudi real estate ownership, so the sector is bigger than ever.
I was delighted to take part in the Real Estate Forum 2025. It was an impeccably organised and superbly staged event that delivered real value. That's exactly why I've decided to return for a second year. RFF 2026 will be the first major gathering since the important new law which allows non-Saudis to own real estate in the kingdom.
I'm excited that I'll be speaking at the Real Estate Future Forum in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The theme of this edition is expanding horizons, a topic that's close to my heart, as I've always tried to push the boundaries of what's possible and expand my horizons both personally and in business.
عندما نتحدث عن مستقبل العقار فإننا نتحدث عن مستقبل الإنسان. السكن ليس مجرد جدران وأسقف، بل هو حق من حقوق الإنسان.
And it's a development goal, and the focus and the primary beneficiary, Real Estate Future Forum 2026, is an annual a platform brings together those interested in the real estate and focus on the from Riyadh, where ambitious and investment.
ينطلق منتدى مستقبل العقار 2026 في نسخته الخامسة.
2025 kicks with the 5th edition, expanding horizon and real estate thriving. It's our honor to participate in this global event, which brings together leading experts and decision makers from 125 countries to shape ambitious future. When horizons opens, everything changes. The shape of cities and the opportunity which are made for the citizen and the residents. So we are here with the experts from different parts of the world to drive the sector toward this thriving through strategic partnership. When we speak about the future of the real estate, we are not referring the distant vision, but a reality shaping today. And with the launch of non-Saudi property ownership law, a new horizons expanding, and from the Red Sea coast, and at strategic location, we open our doors for the entire world, not for passing, but to stay. We are not talking about virtual worlds, but a city which takes strides, wide strides.
الأجانب للعقارات، وهذا إن شاء الله بيكون فيه خير كثير للمستثمرين وللمواطنين.
لطالما كان للتسويق العقاري أثر بارز على السوق، فهو ليس مجرد وسيلة للترويج، بل قوة تساهم في تنظيم القطاع وتحسين جودته وتعزيز ثقة المستهلكين. وفي هذا السياق أتشرف بالمشاركة معكم اليوم في هذا المنتدى ممثلا عن أدير العقارية، إحدى أهم الشركات الرائدة في قطاع التسويق العقاري. مشاركتنا اليوم في هذا المنتدى تنطلق من حرصنا على تبادل الخبرات ومناقشة أفضل الممارسات في تسويق المشاريع العقارية والاستفادة من التقنيات الحديثة بما يخدم الاستدامة ويرفع كفاءة القطاع.
من قلب التحول الذي تشهده المملكة، تفخر البواني القابضة بمسيرة ريادية رسخت مكانتها كقوة دافعة في قطاعي الإنشاءات والبنية التحتية. منتدى مستقبل العقار هو منصتنا لتجديد العهد وبناء شراكات المستقبل. ندعوكم لتشاركونا هذه الرحلة الطموحة لنرسم معا ملامح مستقبل عقاري وتنموي مزدهر ومستدام لمملكتنا الغالية.
وكما تابعتم قبل قليل بمشاركة أكثر من
participation of more than 125 countries and featuring 100 speakers and the attendance of key figures and leaders of the sector at the international and the national levels. The forum will discuss and explore the emerging trends in this sector, contributing the development of the sector and supporting the growth. And it's my pleasure to invite the CEO of Raga, Engineer Abdullah bin Saud Al Hamad, to deliver the opening remarks. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, Your Excellency, Minister of Municipalities and Housing, the Chairman of Riga, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests from different parts of the world, honorable guests, good morning to you all. It's my pleasure and the privilege to welcome you to the 5th edition of Real Estate Future Forum. This gathering is not merely annual gathering, but a space for ideation and shaping the next era locally, regionally, and internationally. This forum is held under the title Horizon Expanding and Real Estate Thriving, reflecting a reality taking shape where horizons are expanding with a clear vision and real estate thriving when it's based on sustainability and the confidence. And this forum reflects the commitment of the Saudi government, led by the custodian of the two holy mosques and the crown prince, and their due attention to the real estate and its unique transformation. This kind of support drove the market to adapt with the economic changes, and which reflected to the international attention to the growing market of real estate in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This gathering brings together more than 300 speakers and experts and decision makers, and attracting hundreds of investors from then 140 countries, more than 50 panel discussions which discuss the future of regulation, investments, and urban development in a landscape which underscore that real estate has become, Saudi real estate has become part and parcel of the global economic momentum, with the non-Saudi ownership law taking place and taking effect. This can show how depth our culture is. Since the inception of the forum, we have a clear course, starting from the policies and the regulations being the key pace for confidence and stability, moving into technology being the lever of efficiency, and to sustainability as a framework governing long-term growth and human capital, the essence and the assets of development, coming to maturity and expanding the horizon, which is accumulated experience reflected in the scale and the impact and the outcomes of this forum over these subsequent editions. We have reached out of 150 million views to be one of the most effective platform at the regional and international level, and the different editions concluded with the partnership and agreement reached more than 50 billion US dollar as indication what is discussed here translated into actions and agreements at the level of institutional outcomes. The forum witnessed launching the Real Estate Excellence Awards and launching an office of the International Union for Real Estate and launching expert for the future of real estate and creation of an innovation platform. In addition to the launch of the first real estate experience, the virtual one in the Middle East, and launching the first media center global one, and the outcomes confirm the transition from being a dialogue platform into knowledge generation platform and building long-term partnerships. As such, reflected in such kind of outcomes in direct manner on the markets and international dialogues related to the market, contributing to agreements to accelerate unique investment and fostering partnership between local and international organizations, and moving some projects from discussions to the execution parts, and the programs initiatives contributed launched through this forum to transfer knowledge and capacity building and expanding the knowledge and experience in the regulating and innovation and real estate innovation, which reflected in the improvements of the policy and the practices in the markets and the level of the international attendance, and the forum positioned the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a hub for real estate dialogue, which link markets with the products launched, and increase the digital momentum, the scope of the impact, and link it decision makers and international organization with the constant dialogue which is taken into consideration in the subsequent decisions. Distinguished guests, the value created by the forum embodies in its ability to link the local market to the world and bringing together decision makers intellectual in one dialogue and translate the vision into initiatives and initiatives to tangible parts. In conclusion, the strong markets weren't built by a single organization, but with the collective efforts combining the visions and insights, local and international invites, and the innovation and the regulations and the capital. So we firmly believe that strategic partnerships is the fast growing and the fast track for expanding the opportunities and creating a deep and more sustainable economic impact. I invite you over the days of this forum to transform the discussions into partnerships and initiatives and insights into initiatives and the projects which can create societal impact. On this edition, it's not a destination for dialogue, but a space for creating the future and shaping the future of real estate globally. And the Kingdom opens its doors for the entire world. So it's my pleasure on this occasion to express my deep thanks and appreciation for being with us and for your effective engagement. Hopefully that such kind of partnership create actual projects and initiatives which can meet the aspiration of the market and achieve the needs of our citizens, praying for the prosperity of the entire world and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And thank you all.
شكرا سعادة المهندس الحماد. يتزامن انعقاد المنتدى مع بدء نفاذ النظام المحدث لتملك غير سعودي للعقار الذي يفتح مسارات منظمة للاستثمار الأجنبي بهدف تعزيز منظومة العقار ودعم
enhance
النمو
and to drive the real estate ecosystem and drive the market and attracting capital, foreign capital in different areas of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Right now, we give the floor to His Excellency, the Minister of Municipalities and Housing, the Chairman of Riga, His Excellency Engineer Majid bin Abdullah Al-Haqil, to deliver the opening remarks. In the name of Allah, Mr. Merciful, Mr. Compassionate, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and honored and valued guests from different parts of the world, good morning to you all. Welcome to a nation grows confidently and progresses with a clear vision. A nation opens its door to the entire world with the warm heart, with the unlimited support, with the unlimited support of the custodian of the two holy mosques and the crown prince. Support which makes ambition a reality and a vision seed and fast course and track. Welcome to the 5th edition, which doesn't stand to the marketing products and projects exceeding to raise the question to the where we going and how can we shape the next trend with the responsibility, and how can we benefit and leverage the international experience with featuring international speakers who came to share their experience. So those who can ask about the importance and significance of this forum in the light of multiple similar events. We have Cityscape, PropTech Summit, which can foresee the impact of technology in shaping this sector, while this forum, as Mr. Abdullah Al-Hamad mentioned, represent the space in which the global and the grand trends are discussed, policies are made, and the future is shaping. So it comes as part of this economic landscape that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is witnessing today. So today we are convening at a milestone and decisive milestone under direct support and direction of a crown prince. We have chosen the real estate balance, which raises the efficiency and equity in this sector. The real estate balance as a clear decision which was implemented through regulatory tools, accurate and conscious reading of the market, with the aim of constant growth which can maintain the vitality of this sector. Over less than a year since the launch of this program in 2025, the impact can be seen through the price correction regulated one, which enhance the market and its continuity. One of key effective tools, the white land and the vacant land fees, and to avoid the scarcity and of land, and more than 6,000 voices were launched for the vacant land and white land, and we are going in this regard with the engagement of the different stakeholders in this ecosystem. Today, Riyadh City as a grand opportunity for real estate development, the ready made for development with the infrastructure more than 100 million meters square, and it's expected such to inject more than 1 million housing units, and we have this kind of integration of the smart real estate ecosystem, which is considered the first of its kind. The Minister of Municipalities and the Real Estate Registry in terms of regulations and the laws, and the Real Estate Fund, SRC, the local banks, and in terms of financing the National Housing Company, and real estate developers, and on the other hand, in full alignment to translate Vision 2030 toward this innovative real estate and sustainable real estate sector. So the second program is part of this comprehensive program. We have more than 1 million beneficiaries of such programs, and the program targets supporting more than 370,000 beneficiaries in the first stage to reach the ownership percentage 70% for the Saudi household by 2030. And such kind of programs and unlimited support contributed significantly to raise the level of ownership from 47 in 2017 to more than 66% in 2025, thanks to God.
طبعا مهم دائما تحفيز هذا
القطاع. Important to incentivize this growth for the constant growth. So the refinance system and the scheme has witnessed a huge move. It has witnessed this is equivalent to 25% of the total Saudi bank's portfolio, and this is reflected the maturity and the confidence, and real estate financing has become a key driver of the national economy. And for the financing part, the SRC has played a pivotal and an instrumental role enhancing the liquidity for this sector by signing agreement with the 15 key entities, and refinancing portfolios exceeded 45 billion Saudi riyal, and Sukuk issued with the $4.5 billion, and attracting more than 1,000 investors from different parts of the world. The nature of the Saudi society, the young population and demographic with the huge ambition, is the key driver behind innovative solutions for ownership with the leasehold, partial lease, tokenization. This can ease and streamline the journey of ownership. In this framework, the NHC continues one of the largest real estate developer investing in more than 1,000 housing units. Yesterday, Mr. Mohammed Al-Bati said that 20% of the Saudi household will have housing units developed by the NHC. And for the real estate development is significant. The innovation and the digital experience is equally important. NHC innovation tries to change this sector to be the fast growing in digital through the automation of more than the 13 platforms serving more than 35 users and producing 80% of the real estate transactions. And I have heard that this kind of platform might be a government platform. It's a platform that supports and fosters innovation in real estate private sector, and we rely on our young people in innovation and digital transformation. They are the key driver for this innovation. And who people ask asking when the market is open for non-Saudi ownership. Wouldn't open this market until it's mature and able to handle and manage. And thanks to God, under the leadership of the Crown Prince, we have integrated ecosystem in which all entities are engaged, government and for the other stakeholders. Right now we have non-Saudi real estate ownership is taking force. This is opening new horizons for the Saudi developers and the foreign developers and the national economy, with maintaining the priority, giving the priority of the citizen and the stability of the urban environment, and building regulated and transparent markets. Today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has achieved a decisive progress in real estate registry, and we have issued more than 300,000 registry. This has maintained the titles and enhance the consistency and the confidence in the markets. Why the real estate registry and the maturity of the market, we need to come to a fresh points, as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be a pioneering and leading country in this regard. So we started to work, if you remember, in Cityscape through the milestone transformation with the real estate tokenization real estate. When we started and embarked on this journey, first of all, with the entry of the assets to the digital market, through we have approved Saudi real estate eligible based clear criteria and parameters, and we started with the joining of investors to this ecosystem through digital eligibility and identification through a confident and a regulated system. 3, the ownership has become digital through the digital ownership, and to be linked with the national registry, with the regulatory framework, and activating investment through opening the ownership, partial ownership, and streamlined digital journey and seamless and consistent journey. The ownership is officially registered to be fully aligned and harmonized in a full manner. The professional asset management to ensure sustainability and investors' confidence, trading digital assets through the ownership transfer and exits through the channels, which can support consistency, sustainability, and liquidity. To ensure that such 6 steps on the right track, I would like to remind you that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be the first of its kind to do standardization for the tokenization, not only through the private sector, but through the REGA as government agency, reliable one, which will ensure the rights of the traders. The 3 phases that we have designed, first of all, we implemented the first trading for the tokenization, and today this is the sandbox for the private sector with the engagement of 9 companies. The next stage, which will the development of the secondary school, enabling international and foreign investment, setting standards of real estate tokenization. The 4th stage, enable new and fresh cases and expanding the accessibility and publishing regulatory framework, and by June we will complete this kind of stage.
نطلق اليوم
we will launch, and we launch today, expand confidently, and will be the benchmark in this regards. And we are so keen to engage the private sector as a key partner. So we will have entrepreneur in real estate to discuss and explore such kind of details. On each occasion, I'm so surprised that the private sector start with the tokenization, and this is the endeavor of the private sector, and we have the infrastructure. And the next Wednesday we will see the outcomes, and we invite you all, if you are interested, and we'll start and usher a new stage, a new era in tokenization, real estate tokenization. In conclusion, I express my deep thanks and gratitude for the organizer of this forum, teamwork, partners and sponsors, those who work tirelessly and with one team spirit to create a platform that perfectly fits the ambition. And I would like to welcome the international speakers to their second home in a land believes in partnership and shaping the future, aspiring for valuable dialogues and extended partnership, which create a more sustainable and effective real estate landscape. And we hope that you enjoy the Riyadh winter. And this vision comes into action. And thank you all.
شكرا معالي
Your Excellency, we're holistically looking into the future while aspiring. It all started the real estate journey for sustainable infrastructure to further help building integrated units. Still the company making more differences, more launches of high quality. Please welcome on stage His Excellency the Executive Officer, Mr. Mohammed Al-Bati, the Executive Officer of NHC. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Mohammed. Your Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, peace, blessing, mercy be upon you all. In 2017, our real estate journey started. Clear-cut, spirited team, continued efforts for more residential housing and urban aspirations, ambitions to achieve Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Each and every year, we are expanding all the way up to, we have been able to develop 26 destinations hosting more than 2 million people, reflecting on human beings in economy as well. And still we are making great impact every day. It is such a great impact reflecting on the quality of life for school, for more and more for schools, ladies, for jailers and gentlemen, where of course our neighbors, our facilities, sports and other services are provided for the entire population to ensure the continuity, sustainability and the engagement of the community, and to make the quality of a life sustainable. We are announcing today the establishment of NFC to be the organizational and the organizing arm, to be the organizing arm for our businesses and community engagement, where the governance of initiatives and organization of the civil society work and the quality of our life are further enhanced in order to be developed by the company, by the community engagement of the facility operation, enhancing the quality in such a way to ensure sustainability and the growth of the impact and also for the upcoming generations. The establishment is working to enable community and for volunteerism, supporting more initiatives and projects, the small ones all the way up to making such housing and residential targets and destinations become such a great impact making by the population themselves. In addition, and through the innovation of the NHC, our technical arm creating more solutions, coping up with the sector, supporting the future of the cities and communities by the great think tanks and decision makers, policy makers coming from the world countries. We are announcing now that we are coming to a more impacting stage. We are launching Khuzam Digital Valley as a strategic project. As a strategic project reflecting the trends of NHC and the innovative arm and the innovation in its own digital work at about more than 200,000 square meters. And we are working, of course, to develop real estate digital solutions and AI technologies across the whole holistic real estate development, whether designs, research studies or feasibility study, all the way up to implementation, marketing, sales, all the way up to the management and operation of the cities. Attracting big companies in technologies, creating economic impact that is sustainable, enhancing the position of the kingdom as a global destination for innovation and investment. This year, we are getting into a different stage, a stage where we are expanding and we are moving from development into impact making. We focused previously, of course, on community building and construction and the project development, and now we are getting into a stage where impact is the criteria and sustainability is the basis, is the foundation. The impact started from human beings going through the different communities, impacting positively the economy all the way up to the upcoming generations. Your Excellency, Minister of Municipalities and Housing, Mr. Majid, kindly requested to launch the Digital Valley and the Khuzam Digital Valley. Please, the floor is yours, Your Excellency.
إذن المزيد من الإنجازات.
Ladies and gentlemen, more development, more achievement across the real estate forum. Your Excellency, thank you ever so much. And now, kindly requested to come on the stage to honor and host the ceremony of the agreements and memorandum understanding. His Excellency, the Executive Officer of Riga, Engineer Abdullah bin Saud Al Hamad, kindly requested to come and join us at the ceremony and the honoring. Your Excellency, welcome again on the stage. The first agreement between the Real Estate Institute and ADIR to enable the people of special needs to work across the Saudi real estate market. Another agreement of cooperation which aims for the service of the national address. The agreement goes between the RER and Subul. This agreement of cooperation goes between the Real Estate Register and Subul. an agreement between the real estate development at 2 billion Saudi riyals between Saudi Tharwa and Wathiq Capital. Agreement of cooperation at about 1,400,000,000 between Ajdan and Wathiq Capital. An agreement of cooperation is signed between the Saudi Real Estate Institute and the Institute of Public Administration to benefit from the joint services to develop the high diploma services to support the capacities and capabilities of the people working across the Saudi real estate market. An agreement of investment of the land in Abha at 5 billion riyals between Al Saidan Real Estate Company and Qimam As-Sarat. Agreement of cooperation between the Raya Development Gate and the Saudi Code program to further enhance the joint cooperation and efforts for the traditional mud clay building system and save the natural resources and efficiency. And now, honoring the host of the Real Estate Future Forum 2026, the financial partner, the Real Estate Development Fund, as a financial partner. Strategic partners kindly requested to come on the stage to be honored. NHC.
مجموعة روشن.
Roshan Group.
شركة أدير العقارية.
Adir Real Estate Company.
شركة آل سعيدان.
Al Saidan Real Estate Company.
شركة أم القرى للتنمية والإعمار.
أم القرى
مسار.
Company. Masar.
واضح بأن هناك ازدحام بشكل كبير في المشاركة.
We have a lot of engagement, a lot of attendees, a lot of participants, and the ceremony of honoring the host is still going on. King Abdullah King Abdullah Economic City.
شركة البواني المحدودة.
Al Bawani Limited Company.
شركة وسط جدة للتطوير.
Jeddah Central for real estate development.
شريك المستقبل العقاري السجل العقاري.
The real estate register.
الرعاة الماليون شركة سعودية
Financial
لخدمات الضمان الإسكاني.
hosts
ضمانات.
Damanat. The Saudi Mortgage Guarantee Services Company.
مجموعة SMB.
SMB Group. SNM. SNB.
الرعاة الرئيسيون.
The
وجهة ألما.
key sponsors Alma.
شركة ليوان للتطوير العقاري.
Liwan for Real Estate Development Company.
شركة تأمين التعاونية للتأمين.
التعاونية Insurance Company.
الرعاة البلاتينيون الجادة الأولى
Platinum
للتطوير العقاري.
sponsors First Avenue for Real Estate Development.
العاصمة الإدارية للتنمية العمرانية.
The administrative capital for real estate development.
شركة وثيق المالية.
وثيق Financial Company.
وسريعا أيضا مركز الملك عبد الله المالي.
King Abdullah Financial Center, the Four Directions Company, Rimat Development, and Shamul Holding Company.
نواصل التكريم مع راعي الحلول.
Still more sponsors to be honored. Dium.
وأيضا من المكرمين
Other sponsors of the political level,
وشركة
Arib Financial Company and the real estate development partner Gina and Shumul. Andalus Property.
كما يسرنا الإعلان عن
Also would like to announce and honor the golden
شركة
sponsors Faisal bin Abdullah bin Saidan,
شركة مكيون العقارية.
Makun Real Estate Company,
كادا
CADA,
JFA
JFA International,
شركة أبعاد
Abad for Real Estate Assessment, and Hiyaza Real Estate Development Company.
Other sponsors
have also were calling the head of the International Union of the Real Estate to honor the head of the Riga, and Mr. Abdullah Al-Harbi for the great efforts made in 2025. Thank you ever so much, and we still, Your Excellency, Minister, please kindly remain on stage for the material panel discussion. We will have His Royal Highness Prince Saud bin Talal, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Al Khatib, and His Excellency Mr. Majid Al Hagil, and His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al Falih, to be moderated by Mr. Michael Flynn. Please welcome on the stage the panelists for the panel discussion.
Good morning.
صباح الخير. أعتقد يمكن أن نبدأ الجلسة الآن. اسمي مايكل فيني، مسؤول الاستثمار في ديلويت. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم هذا الصباح، ويسعدني أيضا أدير الجلسة الحكومية.
We're also very pleased to be the premier sponsor at Deloitte, and we have our booth outside, and I think some very relevant things on it that based on today's conversation. I think in terms of looking at what we're talking about today, the joys of technology when it stops working. Real estate, infrastructure, the economy, and quality of life. If you put all of this together, they are totally interdependent. You know, we've seen all around the world where cities and economies have really thrived when they've got this balance right. International investment is part of delivering that. And that's soon to be introduced with the new law here and certainly that combination of global and local brings this to well together. And so it's putting that together in terms of, but what we'll also discover from today is that it's not just about building the real estate. It's about the other things. It's about how do you get the economy going together? How do you improve quality of life? How do you include digital in terms of what you're looking at? How do you embed the enabling infrastructure to make it all work in harmony? I like to say that it's not about building the box. It's about filling the box and making it work as a city and a region that works together and gets all of your people in terms of a great place to live, work, and invest. So we're really lucky today to have an outstanding panel in terms of the group here. And I'll just introduce them quickly in terms of, firstly, we have His Royal Highness, Prince Saud bin Talal bin Badr, the Governor of Al Asha. We have His Excellency Al Faleh, the Minister for Investment. We have His Excellency Al Hogal, the Minister for Municipalities and Housing. And His Excellency Al Khatib, the Minister for Tourism. An outstanding panel, you'll agree, in terms of looking at that holistic view of how we need to deliver in order to deliver a great regions and a great kingdom. And so, Your Highness, I'll go to you first. Infrastructure is not only a means of transport, but a tool to stimulate the local economy. Based on the development projects you have in Al Asha, how will you improve the corridors and the access effect on the city's investment appeal and opportunities for the private sector and SMEs, small and medium enterprises? How will you improve that? And then how does this legislation help you in terms of what your objectives are and what you're trying to do?
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome. First of all, we look at the infrastructure as an enabler for the investments and the quality of life we work upon with the central government. We have a main strategy that comes. We execute depending on the program we have. For an example, today His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib is head of the project for the quality of life. We show him the path we're going on. We execute depending on the strategy. Plus, we add upon it the strategy of the housing that the minister is working on to enable the whole real estate development that they have. So we look at three things: social impact, economical impact, and the third thing that we look at in a whole different way, the increase of the quality of the whole projects we have. Infrastructure is an enabler for us in the beginning, but in the end, we look at it, it becomes a very important pillar that works with all the sectors at the same time.
Excellent. And in terms of sourcing investment and that this law is important to you in terms of?
Yes, of course. The investments we have in Al Hassa from Ministry of Investment for the last 2 years has increased to 50 billion, which looks at different sectors. For example, the sector of tourism, we have around 4.4 million visitors last year. The impact was 8.5 billion riyals, which shows the strength of the economy plus the strength of the foundation of tourism plus infrastructure in the cities we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Might move to the Ministry of Investment and Your Excellency. So a bit of an understatement. In a world of increasing geopolitical and market volatility, how does real estate serve as that global economic anchor? And how is the Kingdom leveraging that asset class to drive that national transformation?
Thank you, Michael. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله أصحاب السمو والمعالي والضيوف الكرام. Let me switch to English and welcome our guests from around the world and our dear brothers from the region who are here to see the fantastic development in our economy broadly, but certainly in real estate. Congratulate my colleague, His Excellency Majid Al Hagail, for what he's doing in really transforming the sector in a very positively disruptive way. And this conference has truly become a global event to be proud of for all participants. Just came from Davos, Michael, and certainly geo-economic uncertainty, economic volatility, Concerns about the economy, whether it's the fiscal, excessive debt globally, potential depreciation of real value of different asset classes, potential bubbles, inequities here and there, where the talk of the global investors in Davos. And in such an environment, people tend to reallocate capital prudently, and real assets in general, and real estate in particular, is always a safe haven to go to. And these are significant asset classes in size. Real assets in general are about 5 times the global GDP, over $600 trillion of value, the majority of which is real estate. But also real assets include infrastructure, which you referred to in your question to His Royal Highness, Prince Saud. And so real assets is attractive in such a global environment for multiple reasons. Volatility is much lower than equities, which is also a very large and natural investment asset class for most people. Volatility in real estate is 3 to 7%, equity is 15 to 20%, so it's a fraction. Yields are healthy. Most asset managers would give on average globally about 10% yield on the value of real estate, which is very healthy. And then it appreciates higher than global inflation, 4 to 5% global average for the base value of real estate. This is by investors. If you look at households and individuals in all cultures and all societies, and going back to history, we've always looked at real estate as the safest store of value. People talk about gold. His Excellency talked about tokenization and digitalization. Crypto is popular amongst younger generation, but let me tell you, there is nothing as safe as real estate as a store of value. And certainly in Saudi Arabia, when I see the great achievements by the housing program under the leadership of His Excellency Majid, going from 47% to 66%, we're not only providing security for our population and our households in terms of having a house that they can live in for themselves and their children, we're also giving them a saving and a store of value for themselves. Of course, real estate is expanding to include new sub-classes. I was mentioning the discussions in Davos. Artificial intelligence is a new asset class within real estate. All of the data centers that will be housing the huge compute capacity that the world needs is being developed by real estate developers, including here in Saudi Arabia, where we have seen great companies, many of them with us in the room, expand their business from residential, commercial, to also include data centers for cloud, for AI. So, and there are linkages between real estate and other sectors in the economy. You talked about tourism. His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib will talk about that, how real estate is fundamental, not just in the hospitality, in the hotels, but other part of the value chain of the tourism. So we're, of course, in the kingdom have recognized this. If you look at our GDP today, 13% of our GDP is real estate and construction. It is growing in terms not only of its GDP contribution at double digit, not only in terms of gross capital formation, and we saw the great number of companies that are being recognized for the project they're launching, We have launched, the PIF mostly have launched over $400 billion since the vision was launched in project. If you look at our gross capital formation, which has exceeded targets by 20-30%, a quarter of our gross capital formation, 23% to be precise, is in real estate. So it is literally the bedrock of our economic growth. It presents the foundation for our other sectors. It provides very healthy returns for investors. And with the reforms and the maturity of the sector that His Excellency talked about in his remarks, it is already starting to attract global capital. We're seeing FDI flows into the Saudi economy growing year on year at 12%, I believe, is the CAGR for FDI. It's been a traditional sector for most Saudi business families, but it is now being diversified with sophisticated developers, investors of different kind, including family offices, development companies. Some of them have launched projects of significant size, the latest of which, not the only one, was DAR with the Trump organization announcing $10 billion of project in Diriyah and in Jeddah, and there are many more, too long to mention. So the kingdom is thriving, but I believe real estate at a period of global turbulence and uncertainty is also the sector that is going to be steadily growing.
Thank you, thank you. And coming from Ireland, where foreign direct investment is our lifeblood, I can understand it. You know, putting all the right things in place in order to allow that foreign investment to come in. Real estate, obviously, a massive piece, and you can see with everything happening here in the kingdom, you can see why the foreign, those foreign investors are keen to get in and get involved in a lot of the real estate projects that you're doing, because you've got that economy piece linked into it as well.
You're right, but let me just say that many investors who are coming also would like an asset-light investment model. So if they're in warehousing or logistics, they would love to have local investors do the same. Same thing with AI. You know, many of the AI companies would love a build-to-suit or co-locator with a real estate company to build the real estate for them.
You might just look at the law at the moment and talk to His Excellency Minister of Municipalities and Housing. Maybe just looking at this non-Saudi real estate ownership law, how that aligns with the objectives of Vision 2030, particularly in that economic diversification, attracting foreign direct investment, a bit like we've talked there, but how does that link in? And then some of the governance frameworks that you've put in place, intergovernmental coordination, all those mechanisms that need to give comfort to those investors that it's there, but also that you're managing it appropriately as you're going through this. And then lastly, just how you expect to use that going forward in terms of the ministry and delivering your objectives.
Thank you. All Saudi Vision 2030 aims to build a diversified, open, globally competitive market. We just heard His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih to show you the magnitude of the vision of 2030. We have His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, when he talked about more than 100 million visitors come to Saudi, and what we do to diversify, to attract not only investment, also the talent to this country. And this require to have a very safe real estate transaction. And we, just a minute, we were mentioning how we are building this in terms of regulation, in terms of automation, digitization, and attraction to do that. We believe with the destination that is opening, the beauty of Saudi Arabia is not one city, and is not two cities, is many cities, and it has a environmental, topographic, is quite rarely you find it globally, And that will continue to attract more of international to come to these countries. Having said that means building, opening, and we have ministers from regional as well globally are joining us that to speak about their experience about opening the market, how you also have this flexibility. We need in Saudi to make sure that this, as it is attractive, as it is safe, it's the region there where you want to be invest, taking all the advantage of Vision 23 has been built now and it's coming to make sure that this region as an indices of real estate asset allocation to be part of the global attractive index.
Thanks so much for that, and really helpful. And you talked about tourism, and all of you mentioned tourism as being a key part in terms of attracting, and apart from it being stunning in terms of across the country here, any of my visits here, but it's the targets of 100 million visitors, you know, huge targets that are being there. But Minister, attracting visitors to the kingdom, you know, is a key part of the investor journey to get investors comfortable and see that there's, you know, people coming to the country. So how is the tourism strategy focused on attracting these potential investors? Is there a linkage with that? You know, what are you doing to create greater interest or demand and help, you know, in terms of the wider pieces happening in the economy? And then again, you know, how you link this new legislation into that tourism strategy. How is it useful for you going forward?
Yeah, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Abdullah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. I think having this conference is very important in a time where the country is changing a lot. With the Vision 2030, the world is changing and the cities are changing due to the change in technology, materials, building materials, demography, and many other factors. We're blessed in Saudi Arabia to co-op with this change. Actually, in many cases, we lead the change in building large-scale cities and destinations like Neom, Red Sea, Diriyah, Qiddiya, and so on and so forth, where we plan the future city from scratch. And this is an advantage. You can't have the privilege of having a plain region like Tabuk region or Red Sea, 50 islands, to put a plan. Even if you put the plan, you need massive capital and know-how and knowledge, especially if you are doing something from scratch and you are trying to use the latest technologies and to come up with a model that the rest of the world can follow. I thank you. I remember, Your Excellency Al-Higel, the cities in the 50s and 40s were built only for residents, and today most of the cities receive visitors for any reason, for business, like this conference, or to visit their friends or to spend good time, their holidays, more than the residents of the city. For example, the total population of Greece is 12 million. They received last year 36 million tourists, 3 times of their population. But we cannot continue designing the cities like the 40s and the 50s just to cater for the need of the residents, rather to cater for the needs of the visitors. And this is very important, and we're blessed to do this when we develop the Diriyah. For example, in Diriyah, we're building like 35 hotels and 11 museums and retail and food and beverage. And this mix will not only serve the residents of Diriyah, but also the expected 10 million plus visitors every year to this destination. In Davos last week, we launched the Global Quality of Life Index, and we are the first country to launch an index of this kind with the UN Habitat. The question came into our mind like 5 years ago, a very simple question: what is the best city to live in? And we tried to find an index. We could not find an index that can help you and tell you what is the best city in the world that you can live in. And then we started to work with UN to develop an index. There is a happiness index, there is an index for education, there is another index for healthcare, but there is no an index that can look at the whole services any residents and any visitors wants to enjoy. Example, an index that covers the infrastructure like the water, electricity, telecommunications, sewage, road, airports, and so on and so forth. And the software or the livability, like the retail, food and beverage, entertainment, culture, and so on and so forth. And then we started putting the criteria and launched the index, and so far more than 1,200 cities globally applied, 120 registered, and 21 cities already visited. And therefore, in the near future, you will be able to access the index and say, I want to retire in X city. I want to live in another city where I will have better education for my kids, or I want a city that can offer everything plus better healthcare. And when we talk about anything, healthcare or education, we talk about accessibility, affordability, and quality. I think, nevertheless, I don't want to forget the sustainability of the economy, the work opportunities, and the environment sustainability, which is emerging, and I think it became very, very important. And therefore, for us, quality of life is a mandate, is a vision, and a mission, and His Excellency, my friend, Majd Al-Hgail, is embedding this in the new destinations, whether owned by the NHS or by the private sector. That's why we started to see a very modern destinations led by the direction of the ministry, and more to come. We will be setting an example for the world in how to build destinations or cities using the latest technologies, the latest materials, and that can offer you everything in one place. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's great to have that index. I think what's measured gets done, which is always a good start. So, just coming back, and we'll look at the Saudi real estate sector, and coming to you, Your Excellency Al Falih. So how does the Saudi real estate sector evolve into a mature institutional grade market? And how does this new legislation signal to global investors that the kingdom is ready for this large scale deployment of their capital and getting it involved? So how do you tell the market we're ready?
Well, I think this is a whole of country, whole of government, including the private sector, maturity that gives us and gives all investors, domestic and international, and of course our regional brothers who are here with us today, that that assurance. So you have multiple entities contributing, including having institution like الهيئة العامة للعقار, the Commission for Real Estate, and they are leading this conference chaired by His Excellency Majid Al-Hagail, and we have heard the opening from Abdullah Al-Hammad. So you have a custodian and an overseer, and they do lead a number of real estate specific regulations that give security to investor and assurance. We heard about the big step we have taken of liberalizing our ownership right for non-Saudis. And I don't like the word foreigner. Non-Saudis are residents, and we want them to live here generationally, raise their family, and feel secure visiting the kingdom, having second home, but even having their first home here in Saudi Arabia as they live and prosper. You have our capital markets, and capital markets has done a lot of liberalizing our capital market in terms of the flows of capital into the sector. So we have REITs have been going on in Saudi Arabia, but increasingly we are registering more and more funds to crowd in financing from domestic and international to undertake major developments. From our side as a Ministry of Investment, we have introduced a very progressive investment law. It used to be the foreign investment law. We've made it the investment law, period. So it addresses all investors, and it assures everybody that all investors are treated equally with a level playing field, with the same rights and responsibilities towards their counterparties and toward the government. You have the digitalization, fintech, tokenization that His Excellency talked about, and then the changing tastes and demographics and demand, and His Excellency talked about what the tourism sector requires. I can tell you, as somebody who is looking after the interest of investors in general, but certainly international investors, and we have today 62,000 international investor registrations in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 700 plus actually, are regional headquarter companies. These are people who are bringing very high-end, sophisticated international leaders who will live in Kingdom. They will demand significant amount of grade A office space. They will demand residential quality, branded residences, recreation and entertainment, connectivity through the different ways to transport them within the kingdom, in and out of the kingdom. And that's going to require investors in real estate that can provide the quantity, the quality, the financial support, and the connectivity domestically and globally under a regulatory system that is fair, equitable, protective, transparent, and steady. And there is no one entity doing this. Certainly in real estate, His Excellency Majid Al-Hagail and Abdullah Al-Hammad and their team are doing the lead. Certainly the PIF, with the hundreds of billions of dollars already initiated and the hundreds of billions still to be initiated, provide core investments that other investors can come and invest with. And if you allow me just 30 seconds to elaborate, the PIF has done a fantastic job over the last 7-8 years since they started their investment program. You look at Red Sea Global, you look at Dir'iyah, where His Excellency plays a leading role as Vice Chairman of Dir'iyah Gate. You look at Qiddiya, which just opened their first large asset, Six Flags. They all, and then you have assets in downtown Jeddah, for example, Ru'a al-Madina, Ru'a al-Haram in Mecca. And I can just mention on behalf of the PIF that most of these assets, most of these huge assets, many of them in the 100 billion plus in terms of investment size, are open for co-investments in different forms. JV, lease the land and allow the investors to invest in prime real estate where the infrastructure has already been provided by the government or the PIF, and it's a plug and play where risk is mitigated by the PIF front leading in these giga projects. And this is the time, the next 5 years really, as I mentioned in my remarks during the FIIs, this is the time for us to scale through the private sector, building on the foundation that our great sovereign wealth fund, the PIF, has started over the last few years.
Totally agree. I think this is the time. And maybe I'll come back to you, Your Excellency, in relation to tourism. And looking at that attractiveness of the kingdom, and we called out a number of projects, Diriyah Gate, which you're involved in, Qadiyah, and various other. These are significant, entertainment assets, and that are helping in the marketplace. But there's also that attracting, the economic investment, and having. You talked about livability earlier. Having that there is a significant part of that decision-making process for any of these investors, particularly coming for residency and so on. What are you doing in tourism to help with that comfort? That seeing as a destination to come visit, but maybe stay, and how that links in with some of these projects that are being done from a real estate point of view.
Tourism is a major contribution to the world economy. It represents 10% of the global economy, and to the global jobs. It employs 357 million people as per of the United Nations Tourism latest report. And those represent about 10% of the global jobs. It is good for women. 45% of the jobs are occupied by women, and it is good for youth. 80% of the jobs are, equipped by youth, and therefore tourism is good for any economy. And then when we started constructing and putting together the Vision 2030, led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we thought about what do we have other than oil and gas that His Excellency Al-Falih and his group created, and the petrochemicals, and the financial services, and many other things, including mining and natural resources. I think tourism was one of the opportunities that the country needs to unlock. It used to represent about 3% of the Saudi economy back in 2019. Today we stand at about 5%, and our goal is to reach to 8 to 10% by 2030 of both economy and jobs. And this is the vision, this is the direction. How can we do that? This is the big question that we need to answer. And then we said, can we create another very successful destination, and to be added to the world destinations? And we found that Saudi Arabia is a very big country, well diverse. We have 13 regions. Every region has its own competitive advantages. If you go for example, Al-Ahsa, you will find the Al-Ahsa kitchen, Al-Ahsa music, Al-Ahsa architecture, and Al-Ahsa, and therefore when somebody visits Saudi Arabia, they will enjoy the diversity in the culture, food, music, nature, the mountains in the south, the beautiful islands in the Red Sea. So we said, oh, okay, we have what do we need to become an attractive and successful country in tourism, or a successful destination. And then, you know, we started to talk about we need to develop these destinations. Yes, God gave us the Red Sea, but if we don't activate the Red Sea, if we don't develop the Red Sea, we cannot use the Red Sea. And then the investments and the development of our huge destinations like the Red Sea, you know, Qiddiya, Dir'iyya, and so on and so forth, King Salman Park, etc., started. And then we start to talk about, do we have enough airports? Do we have enough airlines? Do we have enough hotels? And so on and so forth. And then we said, do we have enough entertainment? You know, and do we have enough culture? We found that we have more than 11,000 historical sites. Many of them are registered in the UNESCO, but many of them have not been activated. And therefore we said, we need to activate the entertainment. And I think today, with the seasons, Saudi cities and the flagship Riyadh season became among the most active and vibrant seasons and cities in the world. Culture, the Ministry of Culture is unlocking and developing not only the cultural side, but our food, our music, and our fashion, etc., to share this beauty with the world, and so on and so forth. PIF is developing these new destinations, and then the private sector followed, and the private sector learned from the PIF projects. For example, the Avenue in Riyadh is a project that worth billions of dollars to develop, and they are almost half the way to launch the projects. Avenue in Khobar is costing about $2 billion, and then this is what they call content. What we are building is the content that will be shared with our visitors and covered by the Saudi hospitality. We are very proud of the Saudi hospitality that you will not find anywhere else. And therefore, we make sure that our young Saudis are well trained to welcome their guests and to serve our guests, and we, you know, aiming to develop the Saudi experience that is authentic and different and exceptional. That's why many international visitors liked Saudi Arabia when they come to Saudi Arabia for any reasons, for business, for leisure, for sport, for conferences, and so on and so forth. And they started to come again and again. In 2019, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia received only 10 million international visitors. Last year, we reached to 30 million. This is about 300% growth in 5 years.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Turn to Your Excellency Al Hagel. On one of the things that you mentioned earlier was around tokenization, and it's obviously something that's in terms of that digital, applying digital currency into the real estate market. So how are you looking at real estate tokenization and building that regulated digital real estate market within Saudi? And you know, how do you see that that's going to contribute towards, you know, the market and efficiency in that market and all the investments that we've been talking about?
You know, as demand globally has been changed, and the offering to own the assets has been also diversified. The speed of the transaction, the access to the transaction becomes a way of neutral that. real estate as an asset quite is limiting access to these opportunities if it becomes in the traditional way where you own a deed that has a minimum size. So a lot of segment cannot access to these opportunities in a way or others. Let me see how many millions Muslims would love to own piece of asset in Mecca. I think billions. Same things as Medina. Okay, same things in many cities that they think it's going to be an opportunity for them. And as we explained earlier about regulating the market to ensure, because it's a very important that investors knows what he invests, what he owns, how he can trade it, how he can exit. So what we have done here in Saudi first, to make sure that we are standardize this before it goes to the public, and with the leader of REGA, Real Estate General Authority, with the RER, Registration Authority, and how we digitize in cooperation with our other governments. We want to make sure that the asset itself can be registered, can be attained, even if there is any conflict or any how we can make sure that the investors can get the property to do that. Now this market is growing. It's growing very fast globally. And as Saudi always want to be anything that's in the globe, we are a part of it. And there where we see the opportunities. We mentioned about the DMO, how we're going to go to the market, the steps going. I'm glad today with the sandbox that we have 9 companies, they will start in a certain amount. With developer, we are testing that in a closed, controlled pilot. I think by June we will be ready to open this market globally. And that will open the other things. First we started with our field, which is the underlying tokenized asset, real estate asset. I think that will open the stable coin later on, will open about digital real, mortgage or backed asset, RMBS. So the future of growth is unlimited, untapped yet, but it's quite aggressive that we're going to be sure. So just imagine if you have this, then it goes to the securitization market under the leadership of CMA, if the stable coin under the regulation of SAMA. But we want to make sure, as everything we do it in Saudi, is it first is regulated well, it is accessible, and it is being protected for both stakeholders.
And I come back to you in a moment, but His Highness has a comment.
As His Excellency was saying, we have a strong real estate market that has been working for the last 50 years. The added value we're having today is we have 3 main products that we used to work on. Today, with the open market, we'll have different designs from the private sector. This is a healthy competition that's coming in the market. The growth will be very high. The only challenge people will have is choosing the product, depending on the developer. All the locations where REGA has been working on is very well often. Plus, today His Excellency was showing us the full value chain and the full ecosystem for them, for investing in the companies or living as an individual in Saudi. This is the main goal we have in the real estate. The future of the Saudi real estate has always been strong. It went through a lot. We'll have challenges, we'll make mistakes, but we will go after that. We will fix it and continue. And this is the best thing about the market, when you have a strong market. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go back to you again, Your Excellency, on municipalities and housing. We talked before about livability, but that positioning quality of life for residents in your developments and in how you're setting the standards. how do you see that that is going to be embedded into those real estate and urban development strategies, and how are you pushing that from the ministry?
As we are working in a vision, and this vision put the human and the people in the heart of this vision. That's the basic. So we revisit the all urban planning to make sure that our city inspired and makes livability. Our country now is not anymore only local. It's been, we have a talent from international coming to here. We want to make our city international, keeping our identity is a very strong. One of them is we just announced, 2 years under His Royal Highness Crown Prince, the 19 architecture design guideline to make sure that our cities have its identity. So when you go to Mecca, you are in Mecca. You are not in a modern city that you see a beautiful building, but it's not. Because as His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, we have a culture. We have a different lay that we are providing people. People, when they come, they don't, I think, coming to see the modern high-rise towers or a nice building. They want to see the people. The way we are revisiting or rechanging the cities to make people close to each other. And I bet you 10 years ago, before the vision, it's difficult for Saudi families to go to restaurants. Not because they are bad, but the engagement, the connectivities, the mobilities, the quality that makes people interact. And now today, Her Excellency just mentioned to me, she arrived from Bahrain. She said the plane is full of young Bahraini coming to work in Riyadh. I am sure I haven't heard it from His Excellency Minister of in Egypt. I think his plane full of inspired young people, they come here. When they live here in Riyadh, they don't feel they are away from their countries because they have a heritage, they have the lifestyle, they have the livability, quality to do. I'll conclude what His Excellency Ahmed, in top of his Minister of Tourism, he has a lot of files that he managed. One of them is the Quality Life Program. And he just mentioned that they have their own, which is a mix of different. We want to make that livability and lifestyle in Saudi are going together. So we are not focusing on livability alone. We are not focusing on lifestyle alone. We are mixing this to make Saudi attractive. And that will help international. When they come here, they don't feel they see experience. They want to come back again and again.
Your Highness, I'm coming back to you, and there's lots we've heard in terms of all the things that are being done and all the platforms that are being put in place. But you're in a region that you're developing, and Al-Hassa is an oasis of worldwide historical and environmental value, and simultaneously, a city that's looking to modernize and grow. You have to balance those, that implementation of the modern development and preserving the identity that we've talked about, and that culture piece of the oasis and the natural environment, so that development doesn't come at that expense of the heritage that's there and built. So, based on your experience to this point, is your what approach are they making in the region? And how are you making it attractive for those investors?
Thank you very much. In the beginning, the urban design in the kingdom, each city has its own path. As His Excellency said, today it's different. The urban planning we're looking for, we want to take the quality of life, the environment, plus a whole ecosystem of the neighborhoods. For instance, Al-Hassa, it's the biggest oasis in the world. How can we provide and add value to it, not take away? And we're working, me and Rega, the leaders of Rega, how to preserve the right real estates in the area, plus how to increase the value of that. And number 3, how to continue building without hurting the environment. So it all comes back to the design. the design and the urban planning of the cities will either increase or decrease, continuing with the infrastructures. And that's the most difficult part we go through in the next 5 to 10 years. We'll have a lot of construction, we'll have a lot of plans, we'll work upon it to get the best results in the next 2 to 3 years.
Excellent, excellent. Lots ahead. And conscious of the time, so I'm going to start at the end and then come back, but I would like just really, really quickly, you know, with the new law coming in and everything, all that the plans that you've talked about, you know, what is success or what excites you about the next year or two that you can deliver in the marketplace?
I think the more diversify, the more attractive we do, the more we see international and local developer are providing the best offering that's suitable for the demand itself. The more we have a regulated market, which is we've seen right now been offering, that we've seen that, as you know, municipality is the foundation of all activities that for the city. The more we see our city becomes top rank, where His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib is monitoring. That's all will be the focus of next.
Excellent, Your Excellency.
Well, I think first of all we have set all of the components on the right trajectory. The Kingdom has put the foundational pieces together in terms of demand, regulation, financing, anchoring projects through different entities, including the real estate company, the housing company, and PIF, and the capital markets, providing liquidity. The S-curve, I think if you think of it, we're certainly on the vertical part of the S-curve and climbing very rapidly. I think what excites me is I know our vision and North Star doesn't change. His Royal Highness has made it clear that we're fixed on that destination. The demand is very compelling, and the investors are voting with their money. We're seeing it certainly as a ministry that attracts investors, domestic, regional, international. We're seeing the attractiveness of the broad sector of real estate with all of its components: residential, commercial, office, as I mentioned, data centers, infrastructure, tourism related. And what excites me is, as of all of these pieces come together, the offering is diversified, the technology is being developed, and we heard a lot today from His Excellency Al Hagail about the advent of technology in real estate. But I think the development of the financial market rapidly to bring in all of that capital that will feed the supply to meet that tremendous demand that the Kingdom represents today is, for somebody who's in the Ministry of Investment, that is exciting.
Excellent. Your Excellency.
Yeah, I think success is to develop a city that takes care of the need of all the players in the ecosystem, whether the developers or the government or the investors or the operators, residents, visitors, and everybody has a need. We need to know their needs. For example, the visitors, tourists, they want to live nice, they want to play and enjoy, they want to shop, they want to dine. You know, the Chinese, they want their languages on the airports, they want the Chinese cuisine available in any city, etc. You just want to tick the box and make sure that you deliver a destination or a city that, you know, addresses all the players' needs.
Your Highness.
I think, and this is my view, that we'll have a healthy competition between the developers and we'll have new products in the market, will increase growth, and the impact of the economy we can see it in the next year, I think. That will change the way the investor will think in the real estate market.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I think, look, a great discussion and really appreciate your input. I think it is very clear this is far more than just construction, building the box. It takes the village. It takes maintaining that livability, maintaining culture and heritage, making sure that it's inclusive and attractive, and pulling it together in order to fill that box. Really appreciate it. If you could just show appreciation to the panel, and thank you.
Thank you.
شكرا صاحب السمو، شكرا أصحاب المعالي سيد فلين على هذه الجلسة الثرية بالنقاش وبالمعلومات، وشكرا أيضا لحضورنا الكريم. نشير إلى أن المعرض العقاري المصاحب للمنتدى حيث تعقد الشراكات ويصنع
is now on, where partnerships are being made and the future is being accessible for the participants to further look into the state-of-the-art technologies. After a few while, we will continue the panel discussions of the real estate forum, future forum.
أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد في النسخة الخامسة من منتدى مستقبل العقار. قبل أن نستكمل جدول أعمال المنتدى يسرنا أن نشارك معكم تبادل عدد من الاتفاقيات. الاتفاقية الأولى هي لتطوير مشاريع متنوعة بين أريب كابيتال وشركة أعالي الأرسان العقارية.
أرسان This is for the development of different development projects.
الاتفاقية الثانية هي لتسويق مشروع سمو مكة بين أريب كابيتال وشركة أدير العقارية.
The next agreement is signing marketing agreement for Simo Mecca project with the Adir Capital.
والآن إلى جلستنا التالية ومحورها حول التقدم والابتكار القيادة في العقارات. يشارك فيها المهندس أحمد العاضي الرئيس التنفيذي لتجربة العميل في شركة وسط جدة للتطوير. مدير الجلسة الأستاذ محمد الطميحي. أستاذ محمد إليك الآن.
Mr. Muhammad al-Tumihi will moderate this session. Innovate leadership in the real estate. Hosted Engineer Ahmed El-Aradi, Chief Customer Experience Officer, Jeddah Central Development Company. This is fire chat. Thank you, Abdullah bin Noor, for this brief introduction. And it's our pleasure to host Engineer Ahmed Al-Ardi, the Chief Customer Experience Officer, Jeddah Central Development Company, and they will try to explore and shed light on the company business and the flagship program project, which is the Jeddah Central Development. Welcome, Mr. Ahmed Al-Ardi. We are so happy and privileged to be part of this forum and being in this session. We have a lot of questions about the project. However, the project in this stage, we have a lot of questions around. Have you changed the strategy plans in it regarding the Jeddah Central destination, especially for the individuals who don't have this kind of background information? Jeddah Central Development is one of the PIF companies concerned about the development of Jeddah tourism, which link the people with the Red Sea. So we are working in an accelerated manner, which is it's not the development of 5,000 square meter, but creating a full integrated journey. This is constitute a lot of challenges. The surrounding environment this kind of project requires a robust and strong infrastructure
كثير من التطوير ما يشوف ناطحات سحاب ما يشوف مشاريع كثيرة وأخذت وقت طويل
and it has taken so much time for the infrastructure. So the question is, where is to what extent, what kind of achievement, or what have you achieved this project? As you said, that infrastructure is the key element, an instrumental element in this destination. We cannot, we might, it's not a tangible asset, but it's the bedrock of this project. So today we will share some the video prepared for this purpose to shed light more and more on the progress rate, especially for the infrastructure projects. And thanks to God, we have completed by 100% creating the destination with the different activities and businesses. We can see some photos for the construction works. This is the actual and live pictures from the project. It's very recent, which shed light on the key highlights of this destination and a milestone of the project, and can give us a glimpse and a clear background for the progress that we have made in this destination. We have achieved these staggering figures. We have more than 10,000 workers contributing to the execution of all the packages and the projects in the destination in a very synergy and integration manner. And right now we have achieved and realized 39,000 man-hour work and the plans right now in action in a fully aligned and balanced manner to achieve the targets and the objectives of the destination. So I'd like to talk about a little bit about the infrastructure. And if such kind of infrastructure, as you mentioned, people can see things over the surface. So what is the importance of the infrastructure for Jeddah Central? Jeddah Central is a modern, sophisticated global destination which has adopted the best techniques of building and construction. So it requires integrated infrastructure. For instance, we have integrated concrete structures which include the necessary infrastructure such as water, telecommunication, and other services to provide an uninterrupted source of water and electricity, supply of water and electricity. And we have qualified the destination in doing some improvements for the soil to ensure the consistency and the next civil works and to make it livable. This is regarding the construction of the structures and the infrastructure, but Jeddah population are so interested in their environment and wouldn't talk about Jeddah without mentioning the Red Sea. You have mentioned 9 kilometers as sea front. Such kind of giga projects. Have you tried to avoid any kind of environmental impact on the marine environment of Jeddah? What we have achieved and done in full integration with the recent methods and techniques to maintain and to preserve the marine environment. Jeddah, the destination is environmentally friendly, and overlooking the Red Sea is one of the key features. The environmental compliance started since the design, since we ensued the design, and we did some environmental studies and actual environmental simulation, and we have a harmony and a compliance with the competent authority, the National Center for the Environmental Compliance Rules and Regulations, and we have also a center for studying the coral reefs, and we have done a great job with the coast in this regard. Being at the Red Sea coast, we face the challenge of the groundwater, and we have a special treatment to bump into the Red Sea. For instance, as well, we have recycled more than 75% of the construction materials, and this enabled destination to get the award of Environmental Excellence Award, and we have the solar power to generate clean energy, and the destination, thanks to God, we have concrete labs to reduce CO2 for producing concrete, and the construction workers focus on the environment because it's the key component having in this kind of location. This is a breathtaking location in the middle of in the center of Jeddah. To verify and check a piece of information, you said 75% of construction materials are recycled. Yes, that's correct. Such kind of material recycled at the location after providing the required technologies for recycling, even the building techniques and technologies, they are environmental friendly, and the material used in general, the friendly for the stadiums, sports stadiums at the destination. We have created a movable ceiling and solar panel to generate clean energy for the entire, to maximize the environmental impact, which is our main focus in the destination. Such kind of construction works and improvement require partnership, a unique partnership, government partnership or private partnership. You are one of the key companies that develop a large space of land. Is it a single and sole project, or you have other partners? We execute the destination in partnership with the private sector, as we have seen in the previous discussion. His Excellency the Minister of Investment focused and highlighted this part. What enabled us to attract the key partnerships, which is the investment, the massive investment in design and infrastructure that we have addressed. Engineer Ahmed, please get closer to the mic. This is helped to attract highly qualified and highly reliable partners. In Turais, we have signed agreement with one only, and Nimr and Jarid, which is a local product, and for the infrastructure marina, which includes more than 470 boats, and right now we are in the process of the qualification of a marina, and this requires partnerships with the private sector with the percentage exceeding 1 million meters square, and this can help the destination to be a fully fledged destination. And we have other facilities and amenities such as the opera house overlooking or Equestrium, which is part of the destination. Logically speaking, you sign agreements with the construction companies, but when you sign agreements with the local brands such as the resorts that you have mentioned, this means that this is signifies the confidence of investment in Jeddah Central destination. In general concepts, it's a partnership with the developer and our company. The company started to implement the destination based on the latest and the best designs and having a robust infrastructure, which is include smart cities and the like. This is give this kind of partnership the priority to have its position in Jeddah Central, and we are proud of this kind of partnership. The additional part of this dimension, Jeddah Central has gone beyond the project in full coordination with the real estate developers in Saudi Arabia. We have a limited cooperation with the real estate registry and real estate general authority, and we have prepared guidelines for the real estate developers to have inboarding on the mechanism of how to handle the jobs assigned to them to handle any kind of construction projects. Such kind things together motivate and incentivize the developers to sign high quality partnership, and we look forward to more and more to come regarding the partnership. Engineer Ahmed, I think right now that the footage that we can see right now on the screen in the central Jeddah Central destination when completed. Will you? This is imaginary. Imaginary product, or this will be the final product of Central Jeddah. For this Jeddah Central, we mainly focus on the quality of performance or delivery assurance. All the landmarks under construction, we have done a mock-up for such landmarks by using and applying the final touches using stones and facades to reflect what you can see in CGIs, and the selected designers to implement such kind of landmarks working on the site, and what will be constructed and developed will reflect the engineering images that we can see right now. This is the promise. But if we can visualize Jeddah Central once completed, once the entire project completed, Jeddah Central, in nutshell, we wouldn't develop 5.6 million meters square, but we lay the foundation for a new life and integrated experience, including how residential, hospitality, cultural represented in Opera House, and the sports in the sports stadium, and the other facilities and tourism facilities which will be part of the destination by using modern building rules and the living systems and other the components of modern life which are prerequisites to embody our vision for this destination, because it's a marine destination which has an unprecedented marine destination. Thank you.
الأستاذ محمد الطميحي، شكرا جزيلا لك على إدارة هذه الجلسة الحوارية.
Thank you so much for this fund discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Real Estate Development Fund was established in 1974. Ever since that time, more than 1,800,000 people benefited from the support of housing. While the Kingdom are getting into a new stage of growth, the Real Estate Development Fund is being prepared to meet the demands and needs of the generations. We will show a video about the Real Estate Development Fund. What does it mean to own a house? Security, safety. It is comfort, a support. It is such a great pride. It is stability. It is a pride.
التملك السكني لأجيال
Real Estate Development Fund supported for the more and more generations.
امتلاك المنزل الأجيال القادمة هو عنوان
Home
كلمة
ownership for future generations is the keynote speech to be delivered by the engineer Loai and Nahid, the CEO of the Real Estate Development Fund. Please, the floor is with Your Excellency. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent, peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad, House of the Company, Your Excellency, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. Big thanks go for your great hospitality and warm welcome. I am honored to be with you here on board at the Real Estate Future Forum, this thriving platform bringing together the policymakers, investors, the sector leaders to shape up the future and the future of the real estate market. The video you've seen is the core message of the Real Estate Development Fund to enable Saudi citizens across all the community segments to be able to have home ownership in such a increasingly growing and changing community ever since the fund was established in 1974. The fund supported about 1,800,000 people, changing the dream of ownership into something reality. And this forum reminds us that ownership is not just related to building, but it is related also to human being impact making.
ويعد التملك السكني
Home
من أقوى
ownership
المحركات
is one of
الاقتصادية
the
والاجتماعية.
greatest economic drivers based on Oxford Economics research study, including more than one entity and government entities, including real estate funds. About more than 70% of the fund beneficiaries were yet to remain home rentals. 70% shows the impact. In speak of economics, home ownership is the bedrock of the family making for most of the Saudi families. Homes are the greatest asset they ever own, and it is such a bedrock for long-term economic growth and prosperity against any kind of changes. Ever since 2017, the fund has supported more than thousands of beneficiaries, enabling 7 out of 10 supported, of course, by subsidies for the people. With this in mind, home ownership is not just like supporting buildings, it is a social, economic, and political policy. And this is what we are more interested in at the fund. It does not work, of course, away from other entities. It is part and parcel of the whole ecosystem that is fully integrated agri-sector, which is all taken together represent the biggest success stories across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The new generations of Saudis are not looking for homes or houses. They're looking for quality of life, integration, sustainability, and integrated or fully integrated communities. We fully understand that we're living in youth generation, and youth community has different dreams and aspirations. That is why we are working constantly to revisit our programs, our solutions, to find most appropriate solutions for them in terms of the home ownership, whether through new products such as, for example, ownership-based rental, or by the fractionalization and tokenization in such a way so that such kind of options to make the journey of home ownership to be easy and seamless across the sector. To conclude, home ownership is not just like housing indicator, it is a bedrock, one of Vision 2030 bedrocks. It enhances the economic transformation, the social stability, and the urban development, and the positive impact. At the Real Estate Development Fund, we are proud enough in our roles and responsibility, looking forward to cope up with the needs of the new generations, not just for the home ownership, but also to build a better future through which. Thank you so much for your attention. Is highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Engineer Luai. From home ownership from the future generations to the future of the real estate market, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al-Sulaiman, the CEO of the Real Estate Register. Please, the floor is yours, Your Excellency. Dr. Mohammed Al-Sulaiman will join us, of course, in a few minutes. Dr. Mohammed, welcome on board. That's great. Peace be upon you all. Apologies for being a bit late. First, I would like to welcome you to the Real Estate Future Forum, where we bring together the experts and consultants of this sector to support it regionally, locally, and globally. If we'd like to speak about the real estate market and sector, of course, it really represents such a great value for mining, such as gold, for instance, and also for the stock market and investment market. That is why it is one of the most important bedrock pieces and components for each and every country across the world. If I'd like to speak about real estate, we have 150 industries that depend on this sector. The economic power for the Saudi real estate started to grow while attracting more foreign investment opportunities, and also has really attracted the GDP at about 24%. If we'd like to speak about the non-oil GDP, it means that we're speaking about quarter of the non-oil GDP, which represent, of course, a big part of the national economy across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. With this in mind, we would like to welcome all the attendees, all our strategic partners who really support, enable this sector, this great sector. The real estate sector, of course, receives great support from our wise leadership. We have heard the balance projects and the programs. We have heard also about the growth and development project in terms of increasing funding and financing. I would like to share you some figures and numbers. The real estate sector, as everyone is aware of the fact, in 2024 has gone beyond, in terms of the funds and loans has gone beyond the expectations. If we look also into the activity in the real estate sector, of course, we may come up to $1 trillion in 1 trillion reals in 2026. It is such a big jump in terms of tokenization and the real estate products. Real estate register is within such a complex ecosystem that is based on transparency, trust and reliability, moving from the previous stages, all the way from manual work into fully digitized and automated work. The big jump that we have seen in terms of the assets, digital transformation, and accelerating the ownership registration, and also using the geospatial data in order to update the real estate and assets in order to be more transparent. Moving ahead today to a stage where it could be like real estate is not just like is residential or housing. It has become economic driver, which is like 24% of the GDP. So we have a stronger, robust real estate sector supported by reform, digital transformation, as highlighted by the excellencies. Of course, the real estate market has been recognized as one of the biggest or fastest growing, and based on the International Transparency Index. Most of the discussions between our partners and non-Saudi partners and investors coming from abroad, how they look into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that is a trustworthy, reliable, transparent market to make our investors comfortable in terms of how they put their money in a country where it is growing economically. The opportunities are ample and huge, but again, the real estate sector is among the best sectors growing fastest. If we'd like to speak about the real estate register, it is the good place for investors. For example, Saudis say that a real estate piece or property is something like a obedient son or daughter. So in addition to the other values that have been created by the real estate register, today we are not working on documenting these transactions or behaviors as natural as such as before, but also their real estate transactions and activities are behaviors based on standardized ecosystems based on geospatial data, either taken from drones, planes, or surveyors or satellite. The accuracy of the real estate resolution is down to 10 centimeters. So what we're saying today, any real estate that you own or registered in kind is highly documented based on standards based on data. It's not like fully descriptive. With this in mind, of course, this pushes us away from any kind of conflict or discrepancy, so that all the real estate assets should be within the real estate market and sector. With these regulations, laws and systems have come in line with all the changes coming into play across the real estate sector. With this in mind, the real estate register is one unified, transparent, reliable destination, making it possible for investors to have access to real estate and real estate property and assets. Let's imagine, let's talk. The banking system or financing system every year assess the investment portfolios, and developers also do the same. It is hard work where, of course, a lot of assessors are needed. Just imagine that this can be done in a click of a button, and the whole real estate register in the near future, everything will be under one umbrella, one source of data, and will enhance reliability of the assessment of your investment portfolios, which enhances your transparency and reliability. This is something that we have already talked about. So the availability of the data will help to make it not just like a dream, but will make it a reality, making it very much easier for investors and developers to further study the sector in terms of the reliable method and transparency method and way to provide the data and also all the geographical facts relating to this piece of asset or real estate property. What we have at the real estate register, it doesn't mean that it is a piece of land. Is it like, does it have a kind of real estate sheet or document where all the data of and the information need to be provided? Even any conflicts or any problems, disparities will be referred to. Tomorrow, today and tomorrow, the real estate register seeks to work to link the relationship between all the entities, and we will see the survey-based decisions to be produced by the real estate register. Licenses, permits, everything related to this will be under the real estate sheet or document. Even any small or bigger problem or any kind of previous or disputes will be referred to and will be mentioned across the real estate document. What is being said today about the bad and the ill-intentioned sale will no longer be there. Anyone wishing to buy a real estate or asset, everything will be clear. The vision will be clear based on high reliability. So the real estate register will be a bridge where you go into the home ownership and investment. Today we have heard His Excellency Minister of Housing, His Excellency Mr. Majid, how the non-Saudis will be able to own real estate and assets, but it will be, of course, such a great door for all investors from abroad to get into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where it is highly promising to own here in the safe and secure and stable country. We have so many steps to take. We are not just talking about like the reality and transparency of the real estate register. What is it that we provide? It is the story of achievements, digital transformation for all the states and assets in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It really implements bird's view taken from satellite, the non-urban areas. So the real estate register is not just like an entity, it is a geospatial entity taking different images, different photos for all the assets and real estate properties. Each and every asset shall have an asset register document linked to all these transactions, activities, and performance. So we are starting now connecting all the real estate register, linking it with the email, the post office, the zip code, with the electricity meters and other services. With this in mind, with this strong and robust connection across the platform, so that all the real estate register will be such a great achievement for each and every beneficiary to make it like seamless and faultless for the user journey. So it is a great enabler for the real estate sector, for any economy, to reduce risk financing. Financiers are looking always for trust, for confidentiality, for confidence when we give them the strategic priority, giving them able or the permit to get engaged into what is a real estate register to be financed, so that they can better understand how to make it easier for them, I mean to make the journey easier. The service provided by real estate register is not just documentation, it is to link it with the different entities. We have different products documented and linked with the different entities. We have different things that we will unveil and unlock in the near future, such as, for example, RAR, which is like a network for the developers, financiers, where everything is connected directly so that they can supervise their own investment portfolios and what is it that they need to get engaged into the real estate sector. With these examples coming to play will enhance the rapid activity in the sector, where every day is working hard, is working very fast, and we have seen different lows in 2017, not more than 150 billion, 150 Saudi riyals. Now we have such a great leap. It has gone beyond this number in the real estate sector. A question that comes to mind, as always, for all the beneficiaries, the real estate register for about 3 years, what is it that you have done? What have you done so far, your achievements? Thankfully, today we can say that not less than 1,350,000 real estate or properties all registered under the real estate register, which are considered really more than 350,000 documents have now full deeds or instruments, so that they can enhance their transparency, reliability, and also based on real estate or in-kind real estate, and also the geospatial data and information are all registered, so that they can look into their absolute ownership, which of course enhances the role of reliability and transparency. But the 1,350,000 beneficiaries are part of a pool for real estate assets, and more yet to be registered. As hope, we are targeting, of course, by 2030, 100,000 kilometers cubic in terms of the urban. If we are now announcing, or we are announcing now, as we announced in November, in terms of the partial sale, we always hear the fractional, the tokenization, and the blockchain. This kind of a trend will help the real estate sector to facilitate the private financing for the developers and owners. We have developers and owners of real estate properties. They need money. They need so banking financing, that interest rate could be higher. So what is it that we do? I mean, the real estate developer or the owners will help 30 up to 40% of their real estate assets and properties, so that it can be best facilitated and can be best, of course, leveraged and benefited, so that all these benefits will be shared for the people working. Now we can tokenize the real estate, as referred to in the cityscape, as His Excellency referred to, and we will continue tokenization this year, so that we can build secondary markets for fractional ownership and tokenization, so that it will be accessible for all the individuals or individual beneficiaries, and not just for the institutions. With this in mind, we are announcing officially for the national infrastructure in terms of the tokenization, and I believe that there will be more announcements by the regulators and decision makers and policy makers. But the National Housing Company is the supporter entity, and its readiness and preparedness to support the infrastructure that is based on blockchain technology. Today, when we're talking about our announcements or advertisements, when we put these technical solutions at the hand of the developers, whether Saudis or non-Saudis, is really a quantum leap to support us as a neutral entity, so that we can facilitate your investments and enhance their return on investment. If we speak about the real estate companies and how they are enabled, the real estate register is not a company. acquiring work. It is an enabler for the sector. So we're not working to be the only driver, the only player in the market or across the market. We always have what is known as sandbox, welcoming the tech companies so that they can experience our platforms and see what is it that they can provide in terms of products and services at the end of the day. If this goes well and comes into play, we will see big jump into the sector, linking all these entities in terms of what is known APIs or the technical connection or back-to-back with our ecosystem, which is allowed, of course, where we facilitate this kind of connection, hoping that we will see our strategic partners, our first strategy, which is that we don't want to work B2C with customers directly. Our real estate register would like to work with the B2B, to be partners with companies and also with businesses and the legislative and regulator entities. Of course, the environment that we have created gives future opportunities to benefit from tokenization, all the way up to the transnational engagement, where these tokens or fractional ownership properties can be sold abroad for investors that who have like such a great aspiration and wish to get engaged in this Saudi market to enhance the national economy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. With these infrastructure there will help increase transparency. We're talking about regulatory environment supported by the RIGA to enhance the quality of such products by the smart contracts. Just imagine, for example, the smart contracts work genuinely with the real estate register, which is the reliable entity and the reliable data center that will be, of course, the conduit. This is relating to the fractional ownership known as fractional ownership. What is off-plan? Did we work on the off-plan? Of course, there is kind of a trend to adopt the licenses produced by the National Housing Company to be the entity to produce off-plan licenses or certificate licenses to be adopted by the banks when it comes to recognition or acknowledgement. Each and every recognition or acknowledgement will show what is it that you have to do, or what is it that you will own or you will have. All the data information should be made available, all the guarantees should be available, all the limitations, all the deeds, all the instruments should be made available, where, of course, the certificate has become very much like to the real estate register, which of course which shows how the asset is sold from one person to another. So this will enhance the financial activity across the sector. We always know that when the cash flow circulation is reduced and work quickly enough, seamlessly, it will support the sector to cover the operational cost and enhance it all the way to come to the final product for any real estate to be ready for use, whether it is like housing, residential or commercial or whatever it be. With this in mind, the real estate register is a document to show, and it's a point of confidence and trust. We are calling banks and the real estate companies to build on this. Of course, we work hard in full reliability and trust and confidence. Today, we are launching our platform, the real estate platform. It was launched as a pilot stage, but it's now made available across all the commercial sectors, financing sectors, and real estate developers to subscribe so that you can include all your assets registered in kind under one umbrella to be managed, controlled, whether off-plan or by any other ways, digital or whatever it be, where, of course, the company provides a service for the tri-party actions or transactions. So for the real estate mortgages, we don't need like to clear it and then to connect it again to digitize with the approvals of all the parties in such a seamless way. We provide across the portal such a seamless journey. Is this something that we will able to achieve? So we are not just there on the surface. We are thinking about an ecosystem that will be developed by, supported by the WAS leadership, and supported also by the Minister of Housing and people working across the Riga based on their own regulations, policies, decision-making processes. So these portals will create a holistic management to control and regulate your investment portfolio. So we are working on portfolios. We are working also to reduce and do away with any manual transactions or financial manual. It will be through different accounts. It will be under under the real estate register. Of course, we will do more and more in terms of 5.5 billion riyals, of course, will be special for companies, and these big figures, of course, gives us like a great level of transparency and integrity and honesty. And this is all built on our experiences and expertise. Every year we will have something new, something that will help us to enhance our services and products, services that are based on, of course, on expertise. The real estate register has made great workshops in line with our partners. So we are not working in silos. We are working with our partners, hoping to provide and support our partners as well by enhancing the ecosystem. No other party is better than you, and we are always seeking our experience and expertise from your side. And I hope that I have not outstayed my time. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman. Strongly believing in the role of the real estate register for integration and the digital services, innovative digital services, and having better strategy, the real estate register is launching now the portal of the real estate to enable the business sector in terms of the real estate ownership through the design services to facilitate the journey, the financial journey, the real estate journey to implement all the real estate transactions. And now we're announcing the launch of the real estate portal A'mal.
مرجعية موحدة للعقارات.
It is one
بنية تحتية
standardized
رقمية
reference for real estate, powered efficiency, built on transparency and reliability, property registration, production, protection and accuracy, clear-cut ownership, digital portal that is reliable and trustworthy, enabling customers, users, developers. We work with developers to facilitate their projects and enhance their transparency and reliability. We provide for developers full access to the real estate market, integration, speed. The portal of the real estate is there to help the future across all the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Real estate register is the trustworthy partner for the real estate sector. Big thanks go to the people working across the real estate register for the great achievements, continued enablement for the sector. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the global community, Mr. Abdurrahman bin Aid Al Qahtani, the head of the board of directors of Adir.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon and peace be upon you all. I'm honored to stand before you today in this forum, this flagship forum, to share the success story started from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, aiming to be international and global. I'm gonna talk about Adir Real Estate. This national company established and incorporated in 2011 and specialized in real estate marketing and auction and brokerage. And we are so proud being listed company. It was listed last year as the first specialized company in real estate marketing and brokerage. Over the last 5 years, Adir, thanks to God's and thanks to the confidence that you have afforded us to run and to sell real estate, exceeded 50 billion Saudi Riyal as a value through the execution of 230 projects and auction. And we were so keen to make each project to be a unique project and a fresh angle that we displayed and demonstrated for the clients. So Adir was crowned to be the best real estate marketer. So we adopted this kind of principle. We see things from a fresh aspect and angle, and we have a very strategic goal to have a presence over 30 countries by 2030. We started this actual journey 2 years ago, and right now we have a presence in 5 countries around the world. And the expansion started with the Adir in UK. We were able at the first year to manage real estate with the value of 500 million pounds. And the expansion continued and extended to Egypt. We managed to create Saudi-Egyptian alliances, and we launched projects exceeded 700 million Egyptian pounds. The expansion is not just merely an object, but to export the Saudi brands to the world. So we believe that the next opportunity is great with the new policies and the regulations which will open the door for non-Saudi property ownership. So we leverage our global network to serve the largest developer and to market our brand and our icons, especially the holiest places, Mecca and Medina. And as we believe in globalization, we equally believe in digitalization, and digitalization comes as a top priority. We have launched 5 platforms, and the most important one, Sadil, which was able within 6 months to achieve sales close to 500 million Saudi Riyal, and we target 500 million Saudi Riyal. We leverage our global presence to take the Saudi market to the capital, to the world capitals in a professional manner. In conclusion, I extend my thanks and gratitude to the Ministry of Municipalities and Housing and REGA and the organizers of this forum for their organization and their unlimited support for the private sector to be a genuine and real partner in development. And thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahman. Right now, we will share with you acquisition agreement between Adir Real Estate Company. Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Qahtani, please join us on the stage. Right now, agreement of acquisition and merging of Adir Real Estate Development to be merged with Adir Global Company. This is acquisition and merging agreement. Move to public-private partnerships in urban development, collaborating for success. The panelists Abdurrahman Dahim, Faisal Al-Nasser, Sultan Al-Khmashi, and Mr. George Abour, and Dr. Hassan Al-Hazmi, and this session moderated by Ahmed Al-Alkami. So I invite the panelists in this panel discussion to join us on the stage to start this panel discussion under the title Public-Private Partnerships in Urban Development, Collaborating for Success. In the name of Allah, Mr. Merciful, good afternoon to you all and welcome to this panel discussion. As Abdullah introduced, we're going to talk about public-private partnerships in urban development and how can we transform this kind of partnership into a real and be translated into a real urban development which can enhance and improve quality of life. We have a unique line up of panelists, Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Dahim, CEO of Iwan Real Estate Development, and Engineer Sultan Al-Khamshi, or Engineer Sultan Al-Nasser, CEO of Al-Andalus, and Sultan Al-Khamshi, the head of public department in Tawni, and Mr. John and Dr. Hassan Al-Hazmi, CEO of Lidin. And I would like to thank you. And Mr. John Japour, I will start with the one question to initiate this session regarding what is the biggest challenge that face the private and public partnerships in less than 30 seconds. I'm really privileged and honored to be in this panel discussion. As a matter of fact, the challenge right now, the balance with the fast growing public sector, which is pacing rapidly. So how to cope with this kind of the biggest challenge in this kind of partnership. Good afternoon, and I'm really honored and privileged to be with an elite of speakers and the panelists. with extensive experience in real estate industry. Right now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the level that we have achieved in regulations and services we have reached, we are excel globally and benchmarking in the individuals and the private sector. I can say the optimal use of the new laws and regulations and tools and services provided and rendered to individuals and entities. I think this is our plan for the next for the time to come, because the application enforcement and the governance is high, and leveraging the optimal leverage is our optimal goal. So striking balance is the challenge. So from your perspective, the biggest challenge for this kind of partnership, from the insurance perspective, enhancing the confidence and raising the quality, and I'm trying to find a solution. And I think this is the challenge that we are ready to overcome, and we're gonna deep dive in insurance and head in difficult, Mr. Joe, the biggest challenge in terms of international investors and foreign investors, the key challenges that you can see. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. And thank you once again. Thank you for hosting me, having me in this real estate forum. Balance, equilibrium in a number of areas. We have challenges, but the scale regarding and the investment packages and incentives in the markets, the good news is it was a problem, but right now the situation is improving going forward. The Giga project, the Giga projects, moving from Giga project to manufacture, then to be translated into packages that the market can accommodate. In the light of your private market experience and other sectors and industry, what are the key challenges that face the public and the private partnership? Thank you for having me. I think the risk sharing and mutual confidence. We'll start this regarding the environment and the regulations. We're going to talk about the impact of the new regulations and to enhance and to drive this kind of partnership with the private sector, and to be a genuine and real partner in this process. In the name of Allah, His Excellency the Minister outlined beautifully the journey in forums. We look into the past and predict the future, but we look back to 10 years. We have achieved a lot, and I think this is kind of the indication which can prove the maturity of real estate industry and sector. In the light of the vision, this sector was massive, but I'm talking about the jump of a plan sale was there in 2011, but after the vision, I think it's a totally different situation. Right now, last year we had 60,000 contracts of a plan. And right now we have a system and a committee, long-standing committee. And right now for the Saudi Code building, it was a committee in 2019. Right now it has been transformed into a center. And the contractor right now fully aware of the code, the engineering firms and the owner have been reaching out regarding the Saudi building code and of plan sales. And I think right now we have a systematic approach for such kind of mega projects. And we had in the past fragmented brokerage, real estate brokerage, and for the funds as well. Right now, they have been operationalized in a professional manner, a systematic manner, and for the real estate finance company, we have seen a massive amounts injected in real estate markets, and the newest product is the non-Saudi property ownership law. You can imagine that the Red Sea global iconic projects across the world, which can be introduced through off-plan sales. And this is you can construct 20 villas in Ha'il. This is the maturity of legislation, as mentioned His Excellency the Minister of Municipalities. It's a journey. We focused on the real assets centralization, so we have achieved a lot. And I think this is the maturity of legislation reflected into the maturity in execution. And right now we have a fully matured developers invest massive capital in through a public and the private, global and the local partnerships with the stability and the prosperity. And right now the situation is improving from regarding the point, which is the foreign ownership of properties, and the point triggered by Mr. Abdurrahman, the impact of such kind of ownership regarding the quality of such kind of real estate projects. How can this new law raise the quality of the real estate projects? We focused on three tracks, including non-Saudi ownership. Each one of them needs a dedicated session and research. Right now, we have a very coordinated vision and we have a well-coordinated system and a vision with the clear objectives to achieve economic prosperity and economic growth and the stability of our citizens. So the impact of this law is huge, and for non-Saudi ownership will drive the quality of the projects and increase the target audience, attracting the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is really required to improve and enhance the quality of services. And the second part regarding to the competitiveness globally, healthy competitiveness, to provide high quality projects. We can attract attract global players with their technologies and experience. This is raise the bar, and the growing demand will drive the quality of the products, and non-Saudi ownership will add to about from 3 to 5% to GDP. One of the goals of the Saudi vision is that the real estate contribute to 10% of GDP. And therefore, this kind of dynamism of the sector will add and create more than 2 million jobs, which will attract global talent and raise the quality of projects. And I conclude that the key advantage, timing. The timing is perfect. Right now we have gigantic projects and delivery of the initial stages and achieving the goals and the goals of the vision. I think it will have a long run and holistic impact on the entire sector and the market. For the multi-use projects, it has an instrumental rule for the real estate sector. What is the role of multiple use projects to enhance the quality of life in urban environment? Real estate life is different right now. If we go back, we are talking about the situation during 40s and 50s. Right now we have different expectations of our customers and the clients. Right now we have a demanding customers. So we have high expectations, and right now the added value is well considered. The mixed use, the ultimate goal of life is the quality of life. It's not just a residential project, but I'm searching for the quality of life, good education, healthcare, and healthcare facilities, or a mosque in the vicinity, shopping close by. So this requires to have mixed use. Right now, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is leading in this domain. Right now, we have projects in Riyadh or across the kingdom has a lot of features and the benefits of mixed use. So we should look into the expectation and demands of your clients to build on. This is one of the key points. The government right now and the other leading companies right now have become leaders. You can see as such through the PIF projects, which are mixed use but at a larger scale. So you can see in front of you amazing examples, and I think the private sector follow suit to provide a unique product for the citizen and the residents, and in the future for the foreign investors. This is the target. Any project which cannot meet the expectations of people, I think it will become obsolete. Regarding the insurance, the real estate insurance, and the Ta'awuniya is fully experienced, especially for the hidden defects. So how you leverage this aspect to enhance the quality in the markets? The insurance, it's not insurance coverage, but a comprehensive solutions and the holistic solutions with the purpose of raising quality and bolstering confidence. And we engage our clients from the very beginning of the journey, and to have this kind of regular visits to the building sites, and then given the safety certificates and the document policy cover about 10 years. This new process helps a lot in filling the gaps. And the figures speak for themselves. By 2025, we avoid 290 million of the hidden defects without having this kind of insurance coverage. We have a lot of beneficiaries of the owners or the prospective owners and developers and financing agencies and engineering firms. They have their own insurance options, such as the engineering firms. They start with the concept and the planning to raise the quality, and for the financing organization, they pay arms and leg cost, and for the owners if they have high quality products and within 10 years, they might incur a huge costs, but right now they are insured and under insurance coverage for about 10 years. What is the role of insurance to raise the quality of such assets, real estate assets? In 2023, when we revisited the process, 30% of the process errors for the buildings, including the master plan, reduced to 6% of the buildings, and this can give you a good indication how the insurance raise the quality. Mr. Joan talk about the environment and the regulations. As a foreign investors, how can you see or consider the current ecosystem attracting the international investment, and what made this kind of attractiveness from your point of view? First of all, it's clear that especially for the future projects.
For the future projects, and we highly appreciate that the great projects yet to come into play and the infrastructure has really developed, and packages, of course, across the market also have been realized so that the investors, local investors and the global investors will also work. This was really such a great development, positive development. What we've seen already across the market is that it has been growing, and the role of the private investors across the different mega and giga projects, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is specifically, of course, and it goes such as, for example, King Salman Park. The different deals, of course, realized last year, and even the Sports Avenue. Speaking of the opportunities for each sector developers, the opportunities are clear-cut and ample, and they will be across the 4 years, particularly across the 3 pathways. The first one is like investments for the sector investors in the infrastructure, parking, utilities, facilities, and cooling systems. Of course, we have local companies and investment local companies. Of course, they will be the first people to get engaged. Of course, other investors, of course, will follow. I mean, the global investors, and we see the great interaction across the market. What helps to unlock these opportunities is that the government will give a sustainable ecosystem for the big projects and to be like redeveloped. The other type of investment is the mixed-use development as well, truly said by Mr. Bashar, inside the real estate projects. So the mixed-use projects will be across the market between 2 to 4 billion in terms of the size of the development. And what helps also is that the investment opportunities or packages will be profitable by all standards across the globe. The investment opportunities will be also in the operations, community and facility management, and the industry sector as well. It could be a bit early, of course, but there are so many opportunities to be looking forward, The major contracts, the agreements, the opening up of mega projects, of course, will open more and more, and will look onto hand in hand with the local investors will also help further. Great, truly said. Mr. Abdullah, speaking of the off-plan sales and the implementation and the development, and also you have made great jobs in terms of the off-plan sales. Based on your expertise and experience, how is it possible for off-plan sales in help the transparency and the trust and confidence in terms of the different residential and housing units delivery? To be honest, before it was like there was a system, there was a lack of guarantees, like late delivery, change of specification, features and characteristics, also delay time in terms of holding the developer accountable. So it was like in the past, and this is very important for to express our appreciation for the Riga, for the great development. We have now a mandatory account to be used for any payments based on any kind of achievements, the quality of achievements, the reimbursement or the payment, also the regular auditing the reports developed by engineering houses or offices, which of course helps to enhance the quality and the speed of the achievement of the project. Speaking of the motivations, incentives in terms of the payment speed, all of course these services really help to help developers to work hard, of course, in addition to the penalties or so that everyone's right can be well maintained. Figures are self-evident. Before, of course, they were talking about 50% of the projects were underperforming or the characteristics are changed. Now we heard about 600 projects or licensed. 90% are delivered on time. And I believe this is very important, the biggest support. So the system in detail helped to develop more and more. Yes, of course, definitely. Engineer Nasir. Again, speaking of the multi-use projects in terms of the real estate sector, how do you redefine or revisit or recraft these projects so that you can meet the needs of the people given the different inclusive growing changes and our lives? Today, we are in a community that is open up to the world with different sectors. It is leading the world for better. This world is seeing the changes, the needs. So if you remain unchanged, then you will miss the train. You will really miss the train. And we see the exhibition there, and we see the new projects. Everyone is telling you a new idea. I have something new. I have that is new. So this shows that the real estate was not like silent. Today, the real sector is always changing, is always growing, developing, which means that developers should always look into the needs of the development. In addition to the fact that it requires partnerships. Today, no one can be a smart aleck. No one can be polymath. Everyone should have partnerships, subject matter experts, subject matter partners. Someone specialized, for example, in medical care, healthcare, in fintech, and so on. Because no matter how much experience you are, you have to have partners. So one of the great answers and solutions to this is partnerships. The second thing is that it is critically important to look into the future, where the future is heading for, and look into the needs of the people. One more thing which is very important as well is, and it has been mentioned different times, is the PropTech. PropTech has a lot of uses, applications across the real estate sector, and all the applications at the end of the day will be for the final product to be the best for users. It will be better, faster, and based on the technologies. And we have today a lot of trends going. All should be for the benefit of the journey. It will not have an end or destination. Changing, developing, renovation is always there, and also looking into partnership is very important. Engineer Sultan, relating to the 10-year guarantee provided by you, how can it be possible to protect real estate against any kind of constructional risk, or how can you help? But there is another vision relating to this insurance. How does it help to protect these facilities or investment institutions? As we've said earlier, the constructional risk, as we've said, that the insurance solution starts from the beginning, even before building. It helps to enhance quality. Of course, in insurance, we have more than 250 billion riyals for the 10-year. So when you apply, which is as peace of mind, you know that problems are always hidden. So when you have a problem, bigger problem, which impacts everything, for example, so the role of insurance comes to help provide solutions, and which of course helps to settle so many disputes between real estate developers, offices, engineers. At the end of the day, they all protect your investments for 10 years. Did you have any kind of observations, and did you feel that there is kind of development in the quality through, of course, given or big plans go to the insurance, as we've said, across the plans, building the plans? Of course, hidden defects are now down to 6%. Most of the problems that happened were related to soil and materials. Sometimes you dig more, sometimes you dig less. It really impacts building a lot. Some where you receive water, underground water, and some others are not. So insurance would help a lot in this. Again, the quality of materials and how they are stored or on stock, these are the two factors that really help to enhance the quality. Dr. Hassan, speaking of the partnerships between the two sectors, speaking of like a mix, an ideal mix of these partnerships, when you talked about the most difficult challenges is sharing risk and documenting such risk. Let's reflect a little on NHC. NHC, when it started in 2017, the partnership with the developers on the Ministry of Land. A big part of the risk came from the National Housing Company by providing a free land with the free infrastructure, supporting these projects all the way up to in 2021, 2022, and the CEO saying of the NHC saying it is low profit, low risk, low equity. 3 L's I have shared you with the risk. I created the sector, and now you want to get engaged. These are the conditions and terms of the engagement. So everything is clear, and the life cycle of the work is now mature, has become very mature. Those who did not have any kind of like services, everything is now clear after the life cycle is completed. Today, honestly, for us, platform has brought all the components together. But again, if you want to go there, you will see different or differences. I will refer to two entities, one that is positive, the other one is negative, is lending a land with all the risk on you. And also it is like a kind of contract or service contract where you have to do such and such. Also, like the country, for example, the government has a piece of land given to an entity saying what is the best product or service to be, of course, created. This is a kind of partnership with this kind of big volume. It could be up to 2 billion. So developers may apply with different models and alliances to benefit. The Mecca Royal Commission has different also different plans, different visions to be developed. Their request for information, it has risk. The Royal Commission, of course, can show the risk, and the developers can also assess the risk and also can build alliances. The idea that we always wish coming from the public entities that there should be a real engagement that come from offer. And the Royal Commission in Mecca also put a land for the public transportation. Of course, they hear from the developers, they build their request for offers, of course, based on the insights, on the opinions of the developers. So it sometimes need like 4 months 6 months, because there will be like investment with designers, with financial companies, so that they can study the best financial model with the financing banks, so that they can provide a good model based on partnerships, risk and profits as well. We want to move from renting lands into revenue. We see like big hotels working across the world because it has variables and fixed cost. I think in the future we will see the expansion across the Ministry of Health to support health or the health sector, across hospitals with the medical insurance, schools, social care centers and entities are all opportunities to develop the real estate sector, because I believe sharing the risk and the journey life cycle will help to reduce the cost, and this is something that we have seen in the National Housing Company. For example, those who bought pieces of land in 2021 or 2023, of course, were much off or better off than the company itself, because we can provide better offers. So the maturity across the two parties would be much better. And also, the private sector will play such a good role in enhancing the partnerships. Speaking of the private sector, today banks, not just like financing a project, they will want a financial research study for a project to be financed, because everyone will benefit. A real research study for a project where all the partners should share the risk. Dr. Hassan, this great maturity. Speaking of the development of the work across the two sectors, speaking of good points where we'd like to know more, we don't have time enough anyway. Let's speak about one thing which is very important for foreign investors and for the public sector: the opportunities to engage the private sectors in the big public sector projects. How do you see this, and how do you assess this to attract capitals of foreign investors? One thing I fully agree, the best thing is, of course, for the offer to be well examined, well studied, the feasibility study. Each and everything can, of course, support this. Before we put it into the market, of course, we need to support. We need to solve all the problems or potential problems or risk. Not just like to say that investors will come and say, or the investors will solve the problems. No, we need to help in solving the problems. And we need to be very clear about our objectives, and we need to always share the private sector for everything, and the private sector will see the opportunities. I work with a partner and not with anyone else. No, this is very important. And if we look into the market, and we need to see the archetype, the archetype that is very successful, that takes successful projects. It is a model which brings different components. The first one is the consortium starts from a local company, either investors local or local developer or local investors. So their consortium will give a trust to the foreign investor and will be engaged to help them be engaged. So local developer or local investor, in addition to international investors or international developers in certain areas, destinations, or sites or locations, so that they can create added value. The second point, they come with designs, international designs. They use design offices, and they have clear-cut vision about the development, specifically about the mixed use, because it helps to solve a lot of problems, such as in Riyadh, for example, traffic, crowd. The second point, which is that they come with a fully integrated offer, very much like the government entities prepare themselves. Also, investors come prepared with fully integrated offer where they can cover the needs of the projects, and so that trust can be mutual. And you can get into this, of course, either with a fund or the SPD to activate these projects. So we see a lot of these deals coming into play, more than 1.5 years. And I believe this will be much better and with the development. Does the local sector play a good role in reflecting the investment environment? The private sector is the key driver to attract global investment and global capital. If the private sector does not see any kind of profitability on good experiences performed by the public sector, of course, global investors will fear and will not come at all. So also the foreign investors or global investors need local partners. They don't know what is it that needed. Local partners understand and create the value. We are running out of time. We have less than 1 minute. One question. What is the only decision that will help to speed the development of our cities? Quick, one decision that you feel that it will help to speed the development of the cities and also creating the new neighborhoods or units. It's difficult. All decisions are impacting, and each and every decision can make a big difference in terms of the quality of life or balance or whatever it be. Engineer Sultan, I believe they play such a great role in terms of the economic decisions. It will be rational, big opportunities for different sectors, also including the foreign investments. Also, the economic decision announced by His Royal Highness Crown Prince will be the key impact-making factor on the market. I believe insurance should continue and will help to meet the future needs. I believe it's not one decision, it's different decisions. The most important thing is stability. Stability is very important. All the decisions should be aligned, consistent, to create a sustainability, so that we understand investors what is it that are working, and this is something really getting better and better. Dr. Hassan. Stop making more decisions so that we see how mature the regulations are and how mature the regulation. Thank you so much. I know that Dr. Abdurrahman At-Taim, thank you so much. And Engineer Faisal Al-Nasir, CEO of Al-Andalus Property Company, Engineer Sultan Al-Khamshi, the CEO of General and Mr. Joe Jabour, the Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group, and Dr. Hassan Al-Hazmi, CEO of Ladon Investment Company, and Dr. Ahmed Al-Kami. Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much all. Wishing you to enjoy the upcoming panel discussions across the Real Estate Forum, Future Forum. Thank you. Ahmed Al-Alkami, thank you so much, and big thanks go to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, redefining real estate is the theme of our panel discussion, where we'll have Muhammad Al-Bati, the CEO of National Housing Company. Muhammad Al-Tumayhi is kindly requested to moderate the session, please.
مساكم الله بالخير.
Good afternoon again. Welcome again to this panel discussion. Honored and excited to talk to the CEO of NHC, Mr. Mohammed Al-Bouti. Mr. Mohammed, welcome on board. Thank you. Great launches announced today by the opening ceremony, but we'd like to further speak about the launches. Let's talk about the foundation of NRC. What is the purpose and how it can ensure sustainability across the region? Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Of course, at NHC, we started 2018 developing urban and housing destinations at wide areas. So far, we have injected about we have created 300,000 units and 150 residential units have been implemented in progress, of course, and many people have really started or have received the units. Our purpose is not just like to build residential units, is how people will live in such neighborhoods and interact across the community and engage across the community. The quality for life will be higher and will continue, will be to be more sustainable. Well, this requires integration across the community population and the developers. Well, of course, in the kingdom, mostly the roles of the developers will be over once the residential units are over or are delivered. So this needs to be continued all forever. This requires governance. So NHC was founded in order to regulate governance in terms to be, of course, by volunteers, by the population, and in order to enhance the quality for life for the neighborhood. It is like a joint action. It starts from the community population and the management of the neighborhoods and also volunteers from the community population. The first engagement of the community is commitment of the population to or with the systems, the laws, regulations such as parking lots, for example, also honoring and paying attention to each and everything that may create visual deformation. These are very important as community engagement. The NHC will help also to enhance awareness across the people. Others, of course, include oversight, control across the neighborhoods, also creating events, parties, support them with the religious, national events, whatever it be. The big work across these destinations needs an umbrella of governance. We have a board of trustees. We have selected group of people, whether from education, entertainment, or sports, big names, who have like great interest. They will play good roles in establishing governance and also for donations in order to enhance the quality for life. So many people now started to focus more on donations to build mosques, for example. Others have like long-term purposes such as like educational. Some donors would like to make a kind of endowment for schools or even healthcare centers or even for parks and gardens and other associated activities. The work will be big, and the entity that will rule the governance will own or will acquire some and will have some assets for to be, of course, operated, and anyone wishing to make endowments and the returns or the capital of such endowments to be for the sanctity of the quality, and also will be for the entity organizing this, and also for the staff employees, for the endowments to be for the public interest, for the community population. Mr. Mohammed, normally developers, when they deliver the project, the roles and responsibility will be delivered to the union of owners or municipalities, but you are very much like keen on this. I believe that.
For the municipalities here, the entire coast, this wouldn't produce as a vital community, or in which the life sustainability will be ensured. So it's very important having operational manager and community engagement and the society of owners, and we try to ensure the engagement of owners in running such a kind of suburbs through a number of multiple activities, and it's very important to have a sponsor for the operations which enable owners to run and to manage such kind of districts for the sustainability. This is the prime goal, and the developers has income source to cover some costs. The prime goal is the sustainability of such a kind of neighborhoods and districts. For the Khuzam is a fresh destination for an NHC. What are our mandates in real estate is huge, as you know that the real estate is the second largest real estate, the second largest real estate, the largest second sector contributing to GDP. After oil, today through NHC and innovation, we try to embed innovation in different in the entire ecosystem, including feasibility, design, execution, and marketing and selling, even the operation of the cities and urban environment. This which require massive work and majorly rely on data and our need for the real estate technologies and tech and AI to reach the right customer, the right product, to provide the right services. Right now, we are one of the largest consumers of data. So we have found opportunity for investment and to deliver the services for our communities, and then take it to go beyond our communities. The scale that we are working on is huge and massive, which give us the opportunity to elevate NHC communities, and our ultimate goal is to deliver remarkable products. Well, I talk about NHC Foundation and Khuzam Digital Value, NHC Innovation, and NHC it's not mere a developer. For the communities or real estate development, by our definition, is not building housing units. It's the sustainability, the operations of such kind of neighborhoods, from design to up to execution and completion. So our ultimate goal is not only building housing units, but ensuring sustainable operation and providing affordable and seamless services to our community and smart cities. This is a part of our plans that we are working on. This can ensure a paradigm shift and decisive shifts through the applications and services to make our urban environment livable, and such kind of services can ease life for the beneficiaries. And we see we can see the impact of easy for streamlining the services, which enhances the quality of life, and we follow the index of quality of life to be ranked high at the index. His Excellency, the Minister, announced that 20% of the Saudi families will live in one of NHC destinations. This is a big challenge. Yes, this is a big challenge, and we are able to address. We announced our target, 600,000 units, and we have achieved 300,000 units. And 2025 one of the highest sales, the highest sales. If we reach 400,000 units, the average 5 individual, can accommodate 2 million people, and expected that more than that. If we take it as a percentage, represents 20% of the total number of our population. And by 2025, as sales and housing units in 2025 for NSC sales and developers represent 20% of the market, and this is highlighted by His Excellency the Minister. And this is, we are talking about not the delivery or the percentages and figures. We are talking about sustainability and consistency. This can maintain the quality of the outputs and outcomes, not only the quality, but the creating sustainable quality of life. We are committed to deliver housing units, but to raise the quality of life. So we have a business model, huge business model, starting from the market study and ensuring effective operation and building a business model for the execution for such destination. We are working in 16 cities. So the companies, so we have a business model which ensure timely execution and delivery of such kind of projects, and how to operationalize such kind of projects and the utilities. And we start to run utilities across our destinations with high quality and efficiency. In addition to the foundation, NC Foundation, how can it contribute to running such communities through the engaging the population and community? And we will design a business model which can help us to achieve this job. And for the non-Saudi property ownership law taking effect, and designated areas and zones, how ready are you for the full implementation of this law? So we will work within the designated areas and zones. Our projects for the non-Saudis, they can live in such projects because they can meet and catering for their needs. And I think our projects in Riyadh or Jeddah or Medina, if in the designated geographical zone, will witness growing demand because they catering for a lot of varied needs and goals regarding the quality of life and huge returns on investment. In a short tour and exhibition and looking into the attendance, they fully realize that the competition is huge and fierce. Each one of the stakeholders seek to get a share in this market. So I'd like to confirm that we have rules for the competition. Does this impact the sales because of the competition? And we have this kind of such kind of policies and rules and regulations. incentivize the entire system and the entire sector and create a fair and encouraging competition and 2025 was the highest year in terms of sales. Such kind of policies and the competition hasn't impacted us, but the most important is demand. The demand across the kingdom is growing. I know that His Excellency the Minister of Housing and Cityscape and he highlighted the offering of 1.5 million housing units, and I think this kind of legal framework will push and post the entire sector, and together with the developers, we're still acquiring the largest market share, and will continue our push to maintain and retain our market share, and with the expansion ahead, having a huge percentage regarding the residential housing units for the Saudi population and residents. Do you have any expansion plans across the national borders, across the for us? We have built a company able to work in different jurisdiction and in different countries. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a semi-continent. We have we have a vast area of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and 16 we are operating in 16 cities, a business model able to expand geographically and regionally with the massive number. Our model is able to expand and scale up and to deliver. We have huge targets across the kingdom, and we focus to hit this kind of target, and when time is opportune and it's up to the board to expand regionally, and we are ready to for this regional expansion. This session, this is redefine the real estate excellence in the region. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Al-Bitti. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ محمد الطميحي.
Mr. Mohammed Al-Tumihi. Move to the next session, building vibrant community strategies for enhancing quality of life. We host the chairman of Al Saidan Real Estate, Dr. Badr bin Said. Good evening, and on behalf of you, I would like to welcome Dr. Badr to the 5th edition of RFF. At the outset, the concept of equality of life has been developed since the launch of the quality of life as part of Vision 2030. A quality of life, a huge umbrella under which entertainment and tourism, but precisely we are talking about how the relation and the linkage of housing to quality of life. Dr. Engineer Lu'ay Nahid stated that the new generation has been selective housing units, looking for the quality of life related to housing units. So what is the relation and the correlation between housing and quality of life? First of all, I would like to welcome the huge audience in this forum, and hopefully it will be a beneficial and a valuable session. It's integrated the concept of quality of life and its relation with the residential neighborhoods. The previous concept of residential neighborhood, it's only for residing, but for neighborhood is in Arabic is hayat, which is life. So the life should include the key component and the additional component to raise the quality of life and enhance the quality of life in housing. First of all, we have the family bonds and the community relationship, and to be integrated to provide integrated services for the entertainment and different services. So the quality of life, agriculture, landscaping, greening, and then keeping away from the air pollution, visual pollution. Even the air that we breathe is part of the quality of life to elevate the quality of life. If we address international experience, especially from G20 countries, I worked with the real estate developers in Canada, and in Canada, neighborhood and districts, there is without lacking the quality of life. However, some real developers, they create full-fledged neighborhoods integrated in terms of designing pedestrians and being ready for handicapped and to be accessible for people with the special needs. So the design of the neighborhood is very crucial. How we can achieve accessibility and the flexibility and adaptability for different to cater for varied needs of the population and the communities. I have seen as such evident and clear in advanced countries such as Canada, and I have seen as well in USA in this form, and we try to acquire knowledge from such kind of advanced countries and to bring designs and real estate developers from advanced countries to push and to raise the quality of life. And the cost is very important and instrumental. It should measurate the quality of life. We might have a simple district and a small district and neighborhood, and affordable and at the same time ensuring the quality of life. The quality doesn't mean high cost. And this is a very important concept. Humanization and humanization activities of humanization. How to humanize the neighborhoods through the ideas, innovations of real estate developers. When the topic is housing or neighborhood, it's humanizing and the capital, the human capital and the people is the key asset. We do as such development for the people. So the relation of cities and the urban environment, even at the level of housing, it has a relation to the life people, and which is the culture of the community is crucial in this case for designing neighborhood. A neighborhood in Mecca, Al-Mukarramah, for instance, is totally different from a neighborhood in Riyadh for the topology and Abha as well, a tourism destination different from the coastal cities such as Dammam, such a kind of relationships closely related to the culture of community and the topology and the landscape where the neighborhood is designed. So we should have this kind of linkage to create fully integrated design which could serve people, especially moving from easy movement from work to house to entertainment to a school to hospitals and different facilities and services and mosques, masjid, small. So as such kind of relationship should be part of the life fabric. With your experience, you have experience as a company about 80 years. Would like to ask you about your future projects. We are fully aligned with the Vision 2030. We in terms of the quality of life and the vibrant, creative environment communities and innovation. So it's very important. Our projects, even the project in the past, you should be ahead of the game. For us. If I execute any project, I should be ahead of the game to raise the quality of life, as well as to innovate. We should have the ability to innovate in design and the recent project, a complex residential close the residential compound. Without this is you cannot see vehicles in the streets, but this is a carless or a carless community. It's very important and simple things, and the ideas start with the simple things, but we keep saying that it can better serve the people and the communities and cater for the needs of the community. Right now we have multiple residential projects, commercial and office buildings, but there is a new concept. His Excellency the Minister of Housing highlighted data centers, and Engineer Mohammed Al-Bati highlighted launching Digital Valley. Such projects, new and innovative projects, requires new knowledge. So we had this kind of partnerships with the foreign companies which have this kind of knowledge with the data centers as developers. You need partners and partnering up with the knowledge hubs and innovation partners. We started designs and locations and communication with the center for data centers and to identify the locations and the requirements for establishing and setting up such a kind of centers. This is for the innovation for the new projects, and we have innovations at the level of design. How can make innovative design fully aligned with the requirements and services required by the modern communities. Our communities have been completely changed, and we have a new concepts and the mindsets. So the new generation right now, they have different demands. The large spacious housing is not required, but a small units, services provided in houses. For my generation, we preferred large houses and spacious houses, including a swimming pool Right now, the concept and the mentality is totally different. To have a small house, to have shared experience, shared services. This kind of mentality, and mindset. I think this is mindset. Revive this old nation that we inherited from our ancestors. So we have different techniques, but if we think about the need of people, our old houses were designed for the basic needs, to meet the basic needs of the people. Right now we focus on the need of the people as a priority, so we design the neighborhood and the communities to meet and to cater for the needs of the people before execution should be taken into the consideration, and the pre-planning, and to take into consideration the culture of the community. And it's very important as well to know the cost or the value. The value that the value is it affordable by the community or not. So I think this is, I try to put it in a nutshell. Today I visited your pavilion and your booth, and there is a model for the project in Diriyah. This project, I noticed that the streets in the underground for the residential compound, and I think that there is a point, the quality of life and the humanizing of the community, starting from the infrastructure, not the landscaping. So we'd like to have more details on this project, the number of the beneficiaries. This project built to serve a specific audience or category. We have a concept, a new concept, which is a residential compound, including all surfaces, and a part of this compound have exits. So you have an exit to the street, and at the same time, and you have surfaces all delivered inside the compound, and we cater for a variety needs of the community, including the infrastructure, garages and the facilities and the amenities. Such kind of the movement of the people going into the compound. It's like integrated community, and the relationship of the people is a close relationship. You can it's a community, live community. You can see your neighbors chatting and socializing, and the housewife as well can socialize with their neighbors. So this is the concept of this compound, that the people and the communities of this compound as one act as one family, so close to each other. So this is the new concept that we have applied. Your next strategies and your targets. If you could shade and elaborate a little bit the expansion right now, Riyadh is seeing growing demand at different levels, and for the vacant land, white land fees, which were applied this year to regulate the markets and the weight of markets in terms of prices. The developers has huge opportunity to receive land from the owners for the development, and the other opportunity to work outside Riyadh city. Riyadh has high momentum, but we have other cities and urban environments, coastal cities, mountains cities, which need projects, innovative projects. So having the non-Saudi investors and other foreign companies and the people who have a advanced experience. This is a golden chance to engage such kinds of companies and to venture into, to jointly venture into new projects outside Riyadh, Red Sea, Global, Neom. We have lands open for developments and the required services. We had cities but needs facilities and utilities, logistics, and commercial shopping malls, warehouses, and services. Such kind of services are required for the such new urban environments. Such kind of opportunities combined requires to scale up in the projects across the kingdom with the innovative approach. The final question, in the light of your experience and your belief of quality of life and the humanization, what is the essential component which we cannot work without for a quality of life closely related to housing? The basic component as people or as developers, as people, that you should be provided for the people, for such kind of communities. It's not. It's a concept. It's not a tangible thing. If you are working on quality of life, quality of life is the correlations among different things. So how can I spend my time in the morning? How I go to work and go home and work in a very comfortable manner, and how to for the family members, how to spend their time. If we think such things in holistic approach, you can generate the concept of equality, which it's easy. It's easy and it's hard. It's easier said than done. Dr. Badr Saidan, the CEO and the Chairman Board of Saidan Real Estate Company. Thank you.
Welcome again to the 5th edition of the Real Estate Future Forum. Would like to now run into the ceremony of different agreements. It is investment platform between Al Saidan Real Estate Company, and Lucky Capital Company as well.
شركة هذه الاتفاقية لإطلاق منصة استثمارية بين شركة السعيدة للعقارات وشركة سيربنتاين كابيتال. وشركة SGI Real Estate كندا. هذه اتفاقية ثلاثية شكرا جزيلا لكم. الاتفاقية الثانية هي إطلاق حي الأزياء بين هيئة الأزياء وشركة الجهات الأربعة. ندعوهم إلى المنصة لتبادل الاتفاقية. نبارك هذه الاتفاقية بين هيئة الأزياء وشركة الجهات.
The agreement is between four directions and the Fashion Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, back again to the agenda of the Real Estate Future Forum, a session about sustainable development at a global scale, the best practices and innovations, by His Excellency Khalid Al-Abbas, head of the Board of Directors of the Administrative Capital Company, to be moderated by Mr. Naif Al-Alian. Your Excellency, kindly requested to come on the stage, please. His Excellency Engineer Khalid Abbas, Chairman and Man Director at Administrative Capital for Urban Development.
Through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities,
والفرص التجارية
arenas,
ومساحات
hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more. Roshan Group is a steward for the future. Our communities thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas, hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more. Roshan Group is a steward for the future. Our communities thrive through extraordinary investment, premium retail, commercial opportunities, sporting arenas, hospitality, educational institutions, healthcare clinics, mosques, and so much more.
أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد إلى جلستنا عن التنمية المستدامة على نطاق عالمي، أفضل الممارسات والابتكارات يشارك فيها معالي المهندس خالد عباس رئيس مجلس إدارة شركة العاصمة الإدارية للتنمية العمرانية، ويدير الجلسة الدكتور نايف العلياني. دكتور نايف، الحديث إليك.
شكرا لك وأسعد الله مساكم بالخير، وأهلا ومرحبا بكم في هذه الجلسة وأيضا في منتدى مستقبل العقار، هذه المنصة التي أصبحت قبلة لرائدي العقار عالميا وليس مجرد محليا أو إقليميا، وإنما على مستوى العالم. وأيضا هنالك حضور لشخصيات عالمية بارزة، وأيضا من ضمنها معالي المهندس خالد عباس رئيس مجلس إدارة شركة العاصمة الإدارية للتنمية العمرانية. أهلا ومرحبا.
Thank you so much for your invitation, kind invitation. Honored and excited to be always here on board. And the Real Estate Future Forum has been a beacon for all investors and developers across the real estate market, locally, regionally, and globally. Honored to be on board here and to further speak and get engaged. Honored and excited as always. Would like to welcome Your Excellency. The line or the thought and the theme of this panel discussion is the best practices and the sustainable development. Among the best practices is the new administrative capital. It is the new capital. Welcome again. Let's start. It all started from a motto, a logo, then a dream, then this dream has been realized. If you walk us through how the idea of the capital, the administrative capital, has come into play and why you decided to make something like this. Cairo is such a great capital, but this is a great leap coming from Egypt. The idea of the capital started from the big challenge. We have overpopulation. Every year, more than 2 million population increase. The Cairo cannot accommodate as this increase, of course, and would like to update and develop Cairo. With this in mind, we need to go to a new place, which is an extension of Cairo. It's not far away. At the same time, we would like to go to something new. When it was planned on key pillars: smart city, sustainable city, and green city as well. At the same time, a new idea started to come into play, that these are all, it's a new company that owns almost each and everything about the investment of projects, partnerships. The idea to give it like more resilience, to go along with the success partners, investors and developers, so that it can have the freedom to make decisions. So the idea was put into action in 2016. We started in 2017. 230,000 acres, and it is about 160 kilometers square meters. 70% of the lands have been used, and today the whole Egyptian government is working across the new capital, the new parliament after the election. Also, this is there. So the idea all is to bring Cairo back again, to give it like a breath of a fresh air in terms of tourism, in terms of culture, in terms of art, in terms of architecture. It is an extension of Cairo in terms of business, investment and economy to accommodate the overpopulation. One question to make is, speaking of culture, Cairo is or has such a deep culture and heritage. How is it possible for you to move the culture into this new capital, even the kind of passionate association or motion association from Cairo into the new capital? It is kind of integration. It's not a transfer or transformation. It is kind of an extension. Some iconic projects, for example, Open Eyes. But again, it has the same kind of nature, the same kind of landscape, because we have lost the green landscape in Cairo, the infrastructure. Some areas the infrastructure have been or has been there for about 120 years, and we need to cope up with the new technologies, state of technologies like digitization. It can be very much costly if we would like to make it there in Cairo. So we are not like relocating, we are extending. We are not relocating, we are extending Cairo into a new landscape. Mostly 40 to 50% of the people are youth, and they depend heavily on Wi-Fi, internet, mobile phones, technologies. So we need this. The new capital here, all aware of as a name, are those who follow up. But again, we don't know much about detail of the new capital, the stages, the features, the advantages, the benefits. If you could take us to a deep dive. Of course, it goes through different 4 stages. We are there at the 4th stage, 230,000 acres, and we are making a plan for the 2nd stage because we have a big demand on the lands. As we've said, we completed the first one, which is infrastructure in terms of fiber optics and other services. As a company, we have used about 70% of the land for developers, investors, and some are still under construction. The entire government is working with full swing, of course, under the leadership of his presidency, also the Council of Senators. We have about 30,000 people living there. So by 2026, we'll be having about more than 100,000 people living there. So we'll be having about 1 million people living there. It's a big challenge for us, of course. But again, things are different depending on the buildings. But the bigger challenge for us and for the staff at the company is to manage this big number of people. So we have a big challenge is to provide a different quality of life other than the quality of life across the different cities, because we are a company owning this capital. So it is very important for us to feel the big difference. So we plan this across the 3 things, and we are responsible for this. A green city, minimum 15 square meters for each and every citizen. In Cairo, it is about 50 centimeters. It is a sustainable city. 30% of the electricity power is all solar power. We have our own company for transport, electricity, minibus and autobus, the biggest station for water, desalination water, and cooling water, and also, so we have provided sustainability or sustainable equipment, tools and services and products. Of course, as we've said, we are fully smart. Each and every, of course, corner we have optic fiber. We have a big center, control center for the infrastructure. Infrastructure are all smart. Any problems that may come into play, of course, or any resources we can manage, we can control, we can reuse, of course, based on the best resources. These are all components that are very important for us, where, of course, big companies depend very much on these resources, these components. So big companies, when they take this kind of destinations, locations, sites, will always provide this kind of components. So we've been able to realize this, of course, in the first stages. Egypt, over the recent decades, have built different cities, and we know these cities even by names. The new capital is an extension of Cairo, and it's a new, of course. What is it different across this capital, a new capital, or what is it that makes this capital par excellence? Because it has been built and modernized in the modern and contemporary age. It is the quality of life, the quality of services. People now look into the quality for services. People would like to go cycling or get engaged in sport. We have different parks and gardens, of course, across the region, 1,000 acres across the region. We have this city that is fully integrated for cycling pathways. Any people wishing to get engaged in this, of course. So the big difference is the quality for life. We have our applications. People, there can get engaged through different activities. People can pay off their bills using the application. So people would like to see the differences using the technologies. This is the big thing that makes them really excited. So this is the big challenge for us, how to showcase the quality of life in the new capital, operated by and owned by the company, unlike different cities. Any city, or even any kind of housing and residential development project, should have some partners to accept a new project, new ideas. A real estate development company, or the one overseeing these kind of development. How are you looking into the type and the model of partnerships? Is it like just land sale or deeper? The idea of the company, because we deal with different entities, we get engaged in partnership with share, sales, assets, cash, with investors based on the type of the investment project. So it depends on our capacity and capabilities to get engaged with any developers, and we see the business models. If they have an idea, or do have an idea, so we can marry our ideas so that we can go along or get along. So we can look into different aspects and dimensions, not just like development partnerships, but also we have management and administration partnerships to manage the facilities based on the state-of-the-art technologies in certain services facilities from Germany, a strategic partner from Germany, for example, for the sewage system and the desalination water. We have also for educational services, we have created a special school. We have also universities yet to be established there. We have a partnership with one of the biggest entities in England, for example. We have created a partnership, a multi-use partnership, or different partnerships from the United Arab Emirates in terms of facility management. So our purpose as a company to provide quality of life for all the people living there. Big and mega projects are always linked with governments, and they always supervise these projects. Even though the government idea has changed a lot, of course, across the Arab countries, and the private sector entities have become really leaders for the economic development. What about the private sector in new capital in Egypt? Do you have strong and robust partnerships getting engaged with you? Are real partnerships leading in reality this kind of development across the new capital? Well, of course, we consider ourselves as a private sector company. Speaking of the entity, we pay off our bills and taxes, of course. At the end of the day, the success is based on partnerships. We have different projects with different entities, different developers and investors, big, medium, small, commercial and mixed use, and others. About 500 acres, fully integrated urban development, because the private sector, at the end of the day, is a success partner. The idea is that to make this company fully integrated, easily able to access with different entities, like to get engaged, to conduct like feasibility studies, any kind of offers to developers and investors. So we always need to cope up with the pathways. At the end of the day, the success is everyone's. It's not ours, neither theirs. It is everyone's. As I've said, it is a new experience when you get engaged into the capital. We are all fully responsible for water, electricity, bills, whatever. So we are fully responsible for all the services provided once you get engaged into the capital. So we need to provide the best quality for life services. You have referred already that it is a green city, a smart city, sustainable city. How is it possible for you to have come up with these success stories? Do you have real partnerships or foreign successful partnerships that help you to make it smarter, greener, and sustainable? How you've been able to really realize these values? Ever since the first day we have put this into action or plan, we have set our goals or objectives for these goals, and so the first day everything in the infrastructure should be smart, sustainable, and green, and this has really made it much easier for us to achieve our target objectives. So when you want to update or modernize any networks, because you can see that it may be costly, more costly than you expect, but if you plan it from zero, that would be great. Egypt is widely known in terms of the strongest Arab countries in terms of inviting and attracting investors. What is it that you provide in terms of infrastructure for investors to come to Egypt? How you've been able to attract investors, or you will attract investors, or it is an invitation right now that you push into everyone's now? As I've said, we are an investment company ruled by the investment law and an ecosystem. We have like A, B, C, and different categories, and we take the biggest or the highest prerogatives, of course, in terms of incentives. We reduce taxes so that all these good incentives would help, of course, would help to attract investors and developers, so that it will have like more freedom for investment companies to move around, to operate, to deal with, to use different currencies, not necessarily the Egyptian currency, so that we can attract global companies with their headquarters there in Egypt. We have almost a final discussion with the government to attract also the to have a final discussion with the government to encourage more investors, to exempt certain taxes, and also to help in the capital. Some other assurance benefits, advantages, all are there in the investment law ecosystem we are working to enhance. But again, after, of course, we submitted our investment licenses, A is the best one in terms of the advantages. Some other high-quality investments may have different features. Yes, of course, they are examined and provided as a company. Of course, we can give as advantages to the investors. Yes, we have full powers and authorities to give more incentives, more motivations to attract investors and developers for like long-term, such as, for example, 50 years, and the interest rate is very low, so that it can be highly competitive, support investors, developers. So with this in mind, of course, we provide a set of motivations, package of motivations, so that we can take from the two parties. So it is a kind and direct invitation to all investors, developers. I would like everyone to go there and to see with their eyes the new capital in Egypt. So we consider this as a great development, a great achievement. So we have today we have like Council of Parliament, the headquarters of the presidency. So we have different, it is the city of arts and culture. It is the city that the first time attracting the visual arts, music, cuisine, culture, museums. So all are available now there in the big mosque, the Grand Mosque as well, the great destinations by excellence. So all these combined together will help to provide fully integrated services, some of which are industrial services or industrial areas. What is it that you'll provide in this sector?
The second phase, we should provide businesses and job creation. So we have created industrial zone in a very excellent location in one of highways, which is Sukhna Highway, which is about 40 kilometers from highway. So it's easy and have fast accessible way for the exports, and it has all services such as sewage, water, telecommunication, gas network. So we develop infrastructure and we sold about 80% of such kind of lands and parcels of land, and we are in the process of announcing the second phase or the second stage for selling parcels of lands, and it's affordable. It's the most affordable zone. We have the electric train and cheaper workforce, and we have a fully mated, fully automated train and transport and logistics services accessible. And Egypt as a whole, we have raised the efficiency of the road networks, and it's easy access. You have easy access and movement from east to west of Cairo. So this is because of the new infrastructure of the network of routes, and due to our strategic location as well. So it's about 55 kilometers from the downtown. It's a long distance. The industrial sector is closely related to the environment, and so the industrial investment right now are friendly to the environment. And do you have any specific requirements? All industries are not harmful or has less environmental impact or print. So this is our goal, and this is part of our national strategic plan. So and we have adopted the green building policy. The green building policy, and we have what we call the green building. We have about 17 green building projects in the pipeline or under construction. So I think this would be the largest city in Cairo with the number of certified green building. Have you seen any regional, international experience to have competitive advantages and benchmarking? Because Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has its own projects. GCC countries, Qatar, and other countries have their own high quality projects. Have you taken into consideration to differentiate yourself in the market? As you said, there is a regional cooperation and collaboration, and we are part of this global regional dynamism. And and so we integrate each other, and we wouldn't compete, but we complement each other. So we support the entire region. When we started the capital, we leveraged other countries' experience in building new capitals, such as various experiences which work out across the world, from Brazil, Nigeria, and some endeavor and some enterprises of creating a new capital might be built away from the original capital. So the administrative capital right now is away from Tahrir Square, 55 kilometers. It's the natural growth and the natural extension of the old capital. But other countries built the new capital in the remote areas, so it didn't attract the population or businesses. So the main idea is that how can you create a attractive and affordable ecosystem for the new capital. Right now we have reached 30,000 by the end of the year to target 500,000 for a fresh city. So we have a number of phases for this kind of capital. The first one is about to complete. So what are the specific goals for each phase for this project, national project? And when such kind of services fully delivered, each phase has its specific planning, and for the government agencies, and we have the regional headquarters of 18 banks. So it was called the administrative capital. It's not only for business but for the dreams. Right now we have 40,000 acres, and we have hospitals and 6 universities and 10,000 students and 12 schools. So the life, it's full of life. It's full of life right now, and we have universities in full operation, and we have a high demand for universities. As I said, we have a company for education, and we have our own school, and we have other schools in the pipelines or under constructions, or to put in action, or to be in the move. We have a different lifestyle. When we plan for the next phase, we take into consideration and full consideration the previous stage to cater for the needs of the new generations, to deliver activities and businesses and facilities and services fully tailored for the new generation and the new business. Such kind of ideas translated in our master plans to be fully aligned with the target. This is the first stage. The second stage, it's we look into the deficiencies of the first phase to try to avoid and take into account to fill the gaps and to fix any kind of defects in the previous stages, in partnership with the foreign companies, to establish this kind of entertainment cities in the new capital, which are under study and construction. We're talking about the Egyptian citizen. It's they think it's this new city or the new capital is not affordable and costly. Is it that's a valid point or a misconception? As I said, for the electricity and the life expenses are affordable. As I said, the quality of life. This can differentiate the new capital, the quality of life. So for the Egyptian who before buying, or you should have a look and give us your feedback, because we have different facilities, entertainment facilities and services. Such kind of services are available. No city in the world cannot be created only for a specific category. Otherwise, it wouldn't work out, because it's one fabric. So I cannot say this is a designated area for A or B, C. B needs C to be fully integrated and to work together in synergy. So the success of any city should be built on one fabric of life. Have you taken into consideration the visual identity, the Egyptian visual identity in the administrative capital, such as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? For each region has its visual identity. The Solomani architecture style in Saudi Arabia. Have you applied this concept in Egypt? Is it a single visual identity, or multiple visual identities? You can see this visual identity visible in government agencies, and we have clear conditions and the requirements which give the full freedom for the developers to design, but we have some prerequisites such as easements or zoning. They are fixated just to give this kind of visual identity. But we try to maintain the Egyptian architecture, the ancient Egyptian architecture style in the government buildings. But this is with a modern trend and style. So do you have? How can investors approach you? Do you approach your company directly, or through representing agencies? For our company, approach us directly if they need land or real estate. So we have a lot of laws. But if we talk about strategic projects on the partnership with the company directly, they can visit us at the government headquarters and communicate with our team and me personally. And it's a win-win situation in the story. So we try to support each other to achieve this kind of shared success and mutual success and a win-win situation. And through the facilitation that we have afforded, now we have become one-stop shop. All licenses can be processed in our one-stop shop. We have a full floor dedicated for the customization of services, and we have right now a pilot application for license. So in this case, this is we do this kind of verification and vetting to ease and streamline the licensing process without any middle people. So without any middle people, through the company directly, you can finalize and process the license in one-stop shop. And for other services. Finally, Your Excellency, what is your message that you would like to communicate to investors, the foreign and the national investors, to achieve and to realize this dream, and to realize this dream? I can say, I promise that you will have a unique experience in the conditions and terms and cooperation and procedures, streamlining the procedures. or removing any kind of obstacles, and you have direct communication with the company board or company management. It's very important for the investors to avoid any kind of red tape or any kind of bureaucratic measures. So this is so to get the license within 60 days. So in this case, as I said, the Egypt is a promising and large market. We have growing population, so we have a growing demand. So any developer start business, they can witness demand, and we have shortage of housing products and different services, commercial, residential, healthcare, education. So different activities. We have we are short, so there is a growing demand for such kind of products, and our rule to provide facilitation. Thank you, Engineer Khaled Abbas, the chairman of the board of the new capital company, and would like to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank you for your kind invitation, and thank you. And I would like to thank the audience as well. Thank you.
Am I on? Yes. And see another round of applause, please, as I leave the stage. Such an important topic, speaking about sustainability development practices that really do embed those sustainable ideas and ways of working into the future. We're going to be continuing on now with some more fascinating panel sessions. But first of all, perhaps thank you to some of the previous moderators as well. We've had Abdullah Abu Al-Noor, we had Mr. Tamehi as well, taking us through the first part of today's session and this 5th edition of the RFF. It's great to be back, isn't it? Yes, it's amazing. We've got some international guests. I see a big delegation here as well from Nigeria. We've got some friends from Lagos. Lots of people from all over the world. We've got my Qatari friends over there. Lots of countries from the GCC represented as well. So we're going to be going through some more discussions, a few more panels coming up. So please do stay where you are, because I'd like to invite to the stage right now Mr. Rami Rafi, who is going to introduce his panelists for a session all about the role of government within our building practices and within our urban projects. So Mr. Rami, oh, there you are. Couldn't even see you with the halo behind you. Welcome to the stage, and I'll leave you to introduce your panelists. Thank you. A big round of applause, please.
السلام عليكم. اسمحوا لي بس احكي بالانجليزي لانه البانelists معي اليوم رح يكونوا بالانجليزي. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel at the Real Estate Future Forum in Riyadh. We will now focus on a very practical topic, the role of government in real estate and how to build strong foundations for this important sector for the economy, but not only the economy, also society. I'm very happy to have with me today 3 leaders in housing and urban development ministries. Let me please first introduce His Excellency Architect Ahmad Musa Dangiwa, who is the Minister for Housing and Urban Development in Nigeria. To please introduce Honorary Judith Nabakuba, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in Uganda.
I have a question if you know, but go.
And then last but not least, His Excellency Dr. Chen Shan Sangwar, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Land Management, Urban Planning and Construction in Cambodia. So in this session, we will take a government view of what really moves outcomes, focusing on two chapters. Chapter 1 is effective government policies. How can government use policy to unlock private capital at scale and keep housing outcomes aligned to the citizens' needs? Chapter 2 will be on striking the right balance between open markets and regulations or interventions. How do you divide the responsibility between the government and the private sector for the optimal outcomes for citizens? So if we start with first chapter, and if we start with your honorary Nabakuba, if I may, when you think of a strong housing policy, what are the few pillars that really matter and how do you achieve them?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I take the privilege to speak before this audience, and I want to thank you so much for having invited us as Uganda to participate in this annual event. We are grateful to the gesture, and I'll go straight into the question you have asked about. What can we look at as the most important things when it comes to real estate investment? We would look, first of all, at secure and transparent land tenure system. A real estate market without certainty of land rights is inherently risky for all investors and socially corrosive for communities. In Uganda, we continue to strengthen what we call the land administration and tenure security through comprehensive reforms and policies that have been done. We are digitizing our land records, but also we are registering the land rights to enable people get what we call formal documentation of what belongs to them. And through the ministry program, which is called SLAC, that is Systematic Land Adjudication and Certification, we have been in position to make documents for people who never had legal documents showing ownership. Most of our land in Uganda is customary, and customary land had no documentation. Of course, by giving documents, we are building investors' confidence, but also creating a sense of ownership to the Ugandans who would be in position to use their land to productive means. These measures have helped to reduce land disputes and conflicts, but also eliminate ambiguity over ownership and make land usable as productive collateral for financing. Securing land rights not only protects households and investors alike, but also enhances social stability by reducing conflicts over land, a prerequisite for long-term planning and investment. Then another item that we'd look at is transparent and accountable governance, which helps to build trust. When we talk about transparency and accountability, they are central in elevating Uganda's real estate market from the informal practices to a globally competitive and acceptable practice. Investors need to trust that regulations are clear, fairly applied, but also backed by accountable institutions. Our government has made deliberate efforts to systemize transparency, but also service standards across land, housing, and urban sector. We adopted what we call the service delivery charters that clearly defines citizens' rights, service timelines, but also avenues for feedback and redress, thus reducing corruption, but also bureaucratic delays when it comes to investment. Another issue that would be looked at is robust, predictable, and accountable regulatory frameworks. Globally, a stable real estate market depends fundamentally on clear, predictable regulations that are consistently and fairly enforced. In Uganda, rapid urbanization is reshaping demand, and we are in the process of reviewing our regulatory frameworks to promote orderly urban growth, but also equitable access to housing. We are focusing on the following areas: fiscal planning and zoning regulations that support sustainable climate resilient development and urban sprawl. Then we are also looking at building codes have been aligned with safety, environment, but also structural standards that protect inhabitants and property values. We are also targeting policy frameworks that incentivize public-private partnerships and also affordable housing supply and responsible land use for all citizens. By institutionalizing accountability into these regulations, rather than leaving them subject to arbitrary interpretation, we are anchoring investor expectations, but also protect citizens from exploitation. So we have a shared vision, sustainable and inclusive real estate growth, and these three principles of secure land tenure, transparent governance, but also accountable regulatory systems do not operate in isolation, but they create the fertile institutional ground where investors find predictability, but also confidence, and citizens find equitable access to land and decent housing. Our strategies are also aligned to what we call the national frameworks. We have the Vision 2040 for Uganda, but we have also the National Development Plan, where housing and urbanization are a priority to our country. So at this forum, I once again reaffirm our commitment as a country to these foundations, not only to attract investment, but also to ensure that real estate contributes to inclusive growth, resilient cities, and dignified housing for all citizens of Uganda. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Your Honor. I really like how you focus on the bases which are often forgotten on transparency, predictability, but also stability of regulations. I think this is very important to remove ambiguity, as you mentioned, and also resolve the different conflicts. Thank you. Your Excellency Dangiwa, Nigeria is scaling fast, I would say even very fast. What is the ambition on which you anchor your government intervention and your policies?
Thank you very much, the panelists, and thank you very much for inviting us to this important forum. For us in Nigeria, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the government basically has a program. We have a Renewed Hope housing program. The Renewed Hope housing program is anchored on the fact that housing provision for all cadres of people, for all income groups. We have the Renewed Hope cities, which is basically targeting the high-income earners. We have the Renewed Hope estates that we usually do for the mid-income earners. And we have the Renewed Hope social housing that is catered for the low and even zero-income earners. The most important thing is that if you look at the entire population, we have to ensure that we cater for the lower-income Nigerians who are basically low income. Over 70% of the population have low income earning. So that's why the government is focusing on that, because of the fact that affordability is very key. The houses to be built for the high income, for the Renewed Hope cities, they are not affordable to the Nigerians that are of the low categories. That's why it is that. Affordability, what we mean is that a household should not spend more than 1/3 of its income on housing, either on rent or mortgage. So if your earning cannot afford to do that, then you have to ensure that it's catered for. For the low income, they are the one that has low affordability. That's why we ensure that we take the Renewed Hope estate to them. And for the low and even the no income, who are the vulnerables, we are catering to them through the social housing, the Renewed Hope social housing. The Renewed Hope social housing, government designed it in order to remove any affordability and ensure that even the zero-income Nigerians are catered for at that level of affordable housing that the government is focusing under the Renewed Hope housing program.
I really like how you focus on all segments of society, and specifically the low-income ones, to ensure the right affordability for the low-income citizens. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Sangvar, Cambodia has gone through, the real estate sector in Cambodia has gone through tough times in COVID-19, as I would say many sectors in many countries. You responded in a way that protected both the citizens, the buyer, while making sure that your developer is still developing and investors are still investing in the market. How did you manage to do that as a country?
Thank you for your questions. You know, there is a big transition in Cambodia in 2023 because the elder decided to hand over to the younger generation in leadership. But policy in reality is the same. We keep fighting for the development of the Kingdom of Cambodia. But you know, through the COVID crisis and the recent economy slowdowns, some project has faced the issue. The Cambodian government has always considered itself not just a policy maker and regulator, but especially as partner. We have the annual government private sector forum at the CDC, the Council for the Development of Cambodia. We work very closely with the Association of the Constructor of Cambodia and the Association of the Housing Development of Cambodia as well. During the crisis, many projects, a few projects, not many, but some of the projects has faced the problem. So we have to on the recommendation of the Minister of Lands, the government had decided to set up a special committee to deal with it by avoiding to send everything to the judiciary. So we try the win-win solution. We try to protect the consumer, especially the buyer, and the developer as well. Not trying to go to the liquidation, the very long and time-consuming liquidation procedure. In doing that, we invite different involved stakeholders to join in the negotiation table, and then we try to find a win-win solution. So the idea is that the government has to lose first. So some of the project we have to decide the exemption of the duty, the stamp duty, and some administrative fee for the developers so that they can reduce the cost of the project, and then can continue smoothly. And around nearly now 200 projects of the housing project. We have completed around 100, so that the people can, the buyer can get the land title, and then some project, the construction continue, etc. In such a way, everybody win. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think you mentioned in your own words that the government should not be a regulator and a policy maker only, but also a partner with the private sector. I think this is a great way to close chapter 1 on government policies and move to the second chapter on the role of government with private sector, when to intervene and when to intervene. Your Excellency Dangiwa, if I can come back to you, how do you decide where government should step directly on housing delivery? Specifically, you mentioned the low-income cohort or segments in the population. Who do you prioritize first, and where do you expect the private sector to come in versus the government?
Well, government has to step in where market will not naturally deliver, especially for the low-income Nigerians. That's why, for the renewed hope estate, the government is funding the construction of the estates in all the state capitals of the Federation for the medium income earners to purchase based on their own affordability. And even at that, the government tried to segregate it into three. They designed the houses to be 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. The 1 bedroom can be converted into a 2 bedroom as your family increases or as your income increases. The 2 bedroom can also become 3 bedrooms by adding 2 walls on the walls and then when the family increases. For the other area where the government intervened is the social housing. But where the government has to, this is where the government step in, where the market will not naturally deliver. But where there is a good market for them, that is at the cities, the renewed hope cities, government usually provide an enabling environment for investors to come and build estates, cities, terraces, duplexes, houses, townhouses for Nigerians to buy from. And that's why the government usually allow investors to come and invest. And we have it in many places in the country. We have it in Kano, in Lagos, in Abuja. In fact, in each geopolitical zone of the country, we have cities that are springing up now. That's why the private sector are allowed to come and invest. And government usually create the enabling environment, such that they provide the land. In most cases, they support with the infrastructure, they support with regulations, they support with even planning approvals. And there is already an existing agency, Intersectional Concessionary Regulatory Agency, ICRC, that regulates any PPP project that is going to take place for any government, for any private investor that is coming, either local investors or even foreign investors. They go through the ICRC, through our Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and we create the enabling environment and they come and invest. So that's where the government usually allow a private sector to come and invest. But in as much as you have a population, a chunk of the population of the low and medium income, that's why the government intervenes. But where government doesn't need to intervene is where the market can take place and people can build, and then they can sell their houses, recoup their investment, and repatriate their investment if they wish.
I think that's a good learning to understand where the government should intervene, but probably more importantly, where it should not intervene.
Yes.
And then how to intervene in the value chain. Thank you,
Yes.
Your Excellency.
Yes.
Your Excellency, Dr. Sangwar, if I can come back to you. In an earlier conversation, we talked a lot about quality of life and the importance of quality of life in Cambodia, especially versus history. What is the government doing to increasing livability, and what are the levers you're using to achieve that ambition?
Yes, thank you. The homelessness is not an issue in our country, thanks to the climate and the culture of our countries. It means that anybody can live anywhere they want. This is perhaps the reason why we create the Ministry of Housing quite late, just in 2014. So within the Ministry of Lands, we established the General Department of Housing to do the housing work. And the government issued the national policy on housing in 2014 in a way that we think we try to improve the house rather than to build more house, because many people has the house, and then only in some urban area that people come from the rural area, they try to find the place to live for their works. So the idea is that we are trying to improve the quality of life for the general populations. So the policy of the government is to help to provide a better home for them. So that I told you, we try to convert house to home by providing not only the new design of the house, but to provide the basic infrastructure such as water, sanitation, electricity, and all the needed services to those houses once we build for the people. In doing this, we are creating the housing fund of Cambodia, and the draft is on the negotiation with the Ministry of Economies and will be proposed to the government very soon this year. And from the fund, the private sector can contribute their know-how and to build and implement that policy with the government. And in 2021, Cambodia has adopted the law on the PPP, where the government will appeal to the private sector to join in the infrastructure and social housing project, etc., etc. So from this housing policy, we can work with the private sector to achieve our dreams of building home in Cambodia.
Very interesting. In a very short time that the ministry has been created, you managed to create a PPP law and infrastructure to build the basic infrastructure, to establish a housing fund, to come up with architectural design standards. That's very commendable. Maybe we can close with your honorary Nabakuba. In your view, how to help the private sector gain confidence in investing while still at the same time being able to deliver low affordability or good affordability houses?
Thank you so much. When it comes to private sector, I would give an example of Uganda. In Uganda, when you look at the housing sector, it is private sector driven. His Excellency, the President, has been so passionate on the involvement of private sector into the housing sector. Of course, what they are investing in right now, they are looking at houses within the cities. We have the Kampala Capital City Authority, but we have also what we call the secondary cities, where housing units are on demand, especially that most people around cities live in rented houses, all apartments. So that's where their focus has been. And when we are trying to look at building confidence, what we are trying to do is to see how can we lower the cost of doing business for a private person. Because if somebody comes to invest in a country, at the end of that day, they are looking at making returns on investment. So we are looking at areas where incentives can be given, like tax incentives, but also servicing the pieces of land where those units are going to be made. Servicing, I mean making the roads, providing water, providing power, but also looking at the plan, the physical plan of that area. And we are also now trying to see how can we look at technology that can lower the cost of the building materials. Because we believe that if we can have access to technology that can replace some of the materials which try to hike the cost, then definitely at the end of the day, the cost of a unit will go low. Right now, investment in most cases is for the higher end people, but we are trying to look around and see what strategies can be fit for the investors to also feel secure and put their monies in low-cost houses, but also affordable houses, whereby a low Ugandan person can be in position to access such a unit but on friendly terms, where the investor is not in one way being like pressed, they can make ends meet, but also for the typical Ugandan who wants to access what is called a house is in position to get that house. Because sincerely speaking, looking at the housing deficit we have in Uganda right now, we have 2.4 million housing units, but it's not static. Every year it keeps on going up. What we can now do right now, annually, we have 60,000 units constructed, meaning that we have another 140 deficit, which still remains and is building up. So we want to see how do we put incentives in place to give the investors that confidence, but also to narrow the gap for each and every citizen of Uganda to be in position to get what they call a housing unit. We are also looking at establishing a remortgaging financing company, which can be in position to put in place different platforms, different ways, and also make it available for those who want to invest, but also for Ugandans to be in position to get financing on friendly terms to enable them get what they call houses. We are also looking at infrastructure to reduce the land, and where possible, investors are given land. Our president normally gives land if an investor comes with clear terms. We normally give land, and land can be a contribution which can allow the cost still to go down. But what we are getting right now practically, most people want to invest in Kampala Capital City Authority, which is the major city. They don't want to go to other cities. Yet there are also lots of opportunities in other cities because we are looking at residential, commercial, mixed use, industrial, tourism housing. So there are so many opportunities in other areas, which opportunities can be attractive to the investors, but also give them that confidence to do what they feel they wanted to do. The measures align market incentives with social goals, but also ensuring that developers can achieve what they call sustainable returns while delivering products that are genuinely affordable for the citizen. We are also encouraging planning, but also quality standards to be maintained because we want units that can stand the test of time. Houses that can live for as long as somebody still owns it. So standards are a must, but also the president created what we call the Investors Protection Unit. If they feel aggrieved, they are somehow not satisfied with what agencies are doing in Uganda, they can petition that Investors Protection Unit, and their grievances or issues attended to or addressed. So those are the things we are looking up to, but also we are now studying how can we partner with the investors who are interested in low-cost and affordable housing to ensure that we enter into joint ventures to do projects that can stand test of time, but also that can benefit Ugandans across the board. So those are the few issues we are trying to look at, but I would say that with 5.2 urbanization rate in Uganda, one of the highest in Africa, we believe that the opportunities for housing are still fertile in Uganda, and the country is open to investors who are willing to come and do business with us.
Very interesting, thank you. Dear all, please join me in thanking Your Honorary Judith Nabakuba, Your Excellency Architect Ahmad Musa Dangiwa, and Your Excellency Dr. Chen Shan Sangvar. Thank you very much for this informative session on the role of government, where the government should play, and probably more importantly, where the government should not play, and let the private sector flourish. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
international panelists. A big thank you to them all. How fascinating to get some really international experience and perspective. So yes, a big round of applause as they leave the stage. Thank you. Fabulous, very insightful talking about that role of government. And next we're going to move on to another panel which is going to be moderated by Nadine Hani. So I'd like to ask Nadine to come and join me on stage so we can introduce the panelists for the next session, which is going to be really looking at lots of different investment opportunities and the real estate trends that are driving those opportunities. So Nadine, come onto stage. Big round of applause, please, Ms. Nadine Hani. Thank you, Nadine. Take it away.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Allow me to switch to Arabic for this session since our speakers come from the Arab world. مرحبا وأهلا وسهلا بكم في منتدى مستقبل العقار. أنا نادين هاني مقدمة البرامج الاقتصادية على قناتي العربية والعربية بزنس.
عربية بزنس presenter. I am really honored to be with you on this forum, and I'm really honored to moderate this session titled "Real Estate Investment Opportunities and the Market Trends." In this panel discussion, we will discuss the policies of urban planning and economic policies, and we will shed light on the regional experience and the investment confidence in increasingly closed urban environment. To discuss and to explore, we will host Amna Al-Rumehi, Minister of Housing, and Sharifa Sharbini, Minister of Housing and Urban Communities in Egypt, from Egypt, and Zafar Al-Omar, Deputy Minister of Local Administration and Environment in Syria. You are highly welcome. You are highly welcomed. We are waiting for His Excellency Sharif Al-Sharbini, Minister of Housing, Utilities and Urban Communities. We are waiting a few minutes. Today we have very extensive and intensive sessions focusing on a vital sector, especially in the lights of the fast growing sector and industry in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we are in the process of the implementation regulations of non-Saudi property ownership law. As we know that this industry and this sector is a part of Vision 2030, and it has a spillover effect for job creation and economic diversification. Next panel discussion will not address economic diversification, and other countries have some efforts for economic diversification, including the Kingdom of Bahrain and Syria. So we'll explore and dive deep dive in such kind of policies, and we will address the efforts of the regulatory efforts. For instance, we have seen a number of countries in the Arab region open the golden visas and golden residency, which help to attract foreign investment, because they all focus on foreign investment. So such countries have ambition to attract investment, and this is a very important topic that will be deliberated and discussed in this panel discussion. And Syria is out of Iraq ravaged war. So Syria needs a political will, reconstruction, and prioritization for the reconstruction the war-torn areas. So we are waiting for His Excellency Sharif Sherbini, Minister of Housing, Utilities, and Urban Communities, Egypt. So we'll start. I think we should start. I was discussing the National Vision 2030 and economic diversification. What is the role of real estate to achieve and realize such kind of national targets and objectives? First of all, I would like to thank you for your kind hospitality and kind invitation. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is considered a sisterly country, and we are so proud and so delighted of the progress made in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Kingdom of Bahrain, and thanks to the Vision 2030, the national blueprints for shaping the future of the kingdom and setting the stage for the progress and the prosperity of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The economic vision has taken into consideration citizen. Any economic development is people-centered, economic prosperity. Would like to welcome His Excellency Minister Sherbini. He is joining us now. So the Kingdom of Bahrain, thanks to this national vision spearheaded by the king. It has taken into consideration the diversification of the economy, because our economy is oil dependent economy, and to keep away from oil and to diversify non-oil activities, which represents 85% of GDP. And based on the official statistics, the Q3 of 2025, real estate sector is one of the fast growing sector in Bahrain. So this is not this is because of the programs set for the realization of the vision in full synergy and coordination with different national programs. And we have set a lot of policies to incentivize the real estate sector for real estate ownership, and notably speaking, social housing. And we injected 1.9 billion Bahraini dinar in this sector, and this activity was the driver behind creating dynamic sector, which is the social housing is at the core. Thanks due to the direction of the leadership, we were able to diversify the economy and striking a balance between having social housing options and solutions, in addition to the diversification of economy. For the first round of questions, we will deep dive into details for real estate and housing. Your Excellency Sherbini, Egypt has a vision. We are talking about economic diversification vision. Egypt has the blueprint National Vision 2030. So what is the role of real estate to assist you achieving the targets and the objectives of this vision. Good evening, Nadine, and allow me at the outset to express my deep apology for being late. But I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude and appreciation for the organizers of this forum in this honorable and professional manner. And my special thanks to His Excellency, the Minister of Housing. Your question is a very, very remarkable question, and the real estate sector is not just mere a real estate markets in different forms and shapes. We are talking about urban development, comprehensive and holistic one. In Egypt, urban development started in 2014 under the directives of His Excellency the President, anchors on a number of key pillars through which we achieved a decisive shift. We are talking about the new cities from the fourth generations. We have created more than 24 cities of the fourth generation, and notably speaking, the new capital and the sustainable and the green cities, which provide massive investment opportunities across the country, and they have witnessed as such in different areas in terms of local and national and international investment. The second part, each city, the new cities or existing cities contains industrial zones. By their rule, they create this kind of momentum and industrial sector, with the massive investment injected in infrastructure for this zones through partnerships, foreign or local partnerships. And we push forward the industrial sector, which is the key lever of our national economy. The other dimension, which is the creating jobs through the urban development direct and non-direct job direction. We are talking about the factories and construction factories. This is created a dynamic sector, and Egypt was able to raise the economic growth rates. The real estate sector has witnessed a decisive shift because of the currency devaluation. So could you give us a snapshot of the economic situation in Egypt? The true description: right now we are in a state of stability and maturity during the global economic crisis, which negatively impacted the economic situation. The real estate investment was a safe haven, so the liquidity in banks channeled to real estate sector, with the lower interest rates in Egypt, which reached up to 30% right now, 20%. This has created some sort of booming, and the good selection and the maturity and the diversity in real estate options and offerings and experience, which help them to select the most affordable and the competitive real estate products. And this is push the developers to develop and to diversify their portfolios and their products, while the current situation right now is mature and is stable, without this kind of volatility fluctuation in the prices of real estate. Right now we have this kind of a huge stability in the prices, and the beneficiaries or users right now they have affordable housing units. Due to personal circumstances, His Excellency the Syrian Minister was unable to attend. But I'm asking you a two-part question. What is the current situation of the real estate industry? So first of all, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for giving me this chance, and the RFF for this sound organizations, and my special thanks for the organizers. Syria, as you know, has regained its international and regional position among the Arab countries. For Egypt's reconstruction, it's not only for stone and building, but reconstruction of human. As you know, that we know that the real estate reality has its positive and negative impact on social life. So our vision is building human communities and fill the gap between the Syrian society. This is the general perspective and vision. There is a desperate need and big need, massive need, and we have this hard task, and we will overcome this kind of surmountable obstacles, and for the financing mechanism. Mr. President Ahmed Shara directed in his official speeches that we wouldn't get loans, but the economic openness with the other countries, Arab countries, and international partners through partnership, encouraging the private sector, engaging the private sector, injecting investments. And creating sovereign funds which would relieve the burdens over our people, and affordable housing units. Some private sector are interested in participating in the private sector. A question in some areas is still facing security issues. So do you have any kind of a priority for the areas and cities in terms of reconstructions? The current situation is well known, but we have a limited security, limited areas with the security issues and security conflicts. But the other parts of the country is in a good security condition. So the weakness of security with the or the fearing to invest in Syria taken into account. We know that the capital is cowards, but the delegations came to Syria. They have seen the right situation, and we have the torn, destroyed. The war torn cities that we need to reconstruct, and for the and we are considering all facilities to attract Arab and foreign investment to ensure the safety of such investment and to ensure returns on investment. Ms. Rimeha, you are Minister of Housing and Urban Areas, Urban Planning. we have mentioned the vision. What are the regulatory frameworks to provide more than 50,000 housing units and to promote and to encourage real estate sector under the royal directives to offer 50,000 units. This is the goal of the ministry and the entire government, and the king is the prime minister is keen to implement the royal decree and the royal directives for the urban planning is the key pillars. And we have 3 pillars. The first one, which is will continue to implement the traditional building and constructions which applied and execute, but because of the high demand, the growing demand for this kind of housing, in addition that our population, young population, we have some households and families join the eligible people for social housing. So this is one of the key issues that we should find solutions in a partnership with the private sectors. 2 pillars set in cooperation and the partnership with the private sector to provide the financing offers through our partnership with the commercial and social banking to provide mortgage and loans for the individuals. And because of such kind of financing facilitation, we provided more than 11,000 financing services, and in continuation in this regard for the diversification and increasing the social program offerings, and we cultivated good relationship with the private sector to increase the real estate products through the development of legal framework and regulations to engage the private sector through the auction on such lands and create housing units at fixed price. And this is a big push to the private sector to be a true partner in this kind of partnership, which provided a big number of housing units that we target to reach 4,000 housing units by 2027-2029. And there is another kind of relationship with the private sector through the supporting technical support and marketing for such projects to attract and to attract the Bahraini households. So with the implementation of royal directives, it's not the government's business only, but a true partnership with the private sector, and we have a number of sectors and courses that we have taken. We are talking about attracting foreign investment. Some countries set specific regulations and legislation to attract foreign investment. What about the new updates? We have the free ownership zones published in the official gazettes, the designated areas for foreign ownership, and we have introduced and modified some criteria and the parameters for the premium residency given to the talented or with the long-term residency and other job benefits and advantages. One of the key basic things is property ownership. Right now it has been reduced to 130,000 Bahraini riyals. His Excellency Engineer Sherbini Egypt attracted a major investment for major cities. We know Ras Al Hikma and Sibla, Alam Al Rum, and the North Coast attracted and developers to set up projects on the northern coast. But I'm talking about the sustainability of such kind of pattern. Do you have specific policies for creating sustainable real estate sector in Egypt? Engineer Abbas Engineer Abbas described the new capital, which is amazing area. So what are the policies set to create a sustainable real estate sector? The sustainability of investment in Egypt is our core business and preoccupation. We are preoccupied with such. We're attracting investment for the infrastructure and creating new urban cities such as New Alamein and New Mansoura, and we have about 24 new cities of the new generation, the fourth generation, with the investment injected in infrastructure and the leading project creating urban communities in such new cities. Egypt managed to attract foreign investment. To ensure the sustainability of investment, we are working on the incentives closely related with a number of initiatives and strategies. 5 months ago, we launched the green urbanization and green investments to attract foreign and the national investors. And we offered incentives related to the environmental sustainability and the green building to reduce and to conserve the energy consumption and the water consumption. And we have 3 key pillars, one of the key challenges. So we are so keen to overcome such kind of challenge through this national strategy. Such kind of incentives, we can reduce fees, lower fees, and give more streamlining of building conditions and terms and conditions, and reduce the price of the land in some cases, or the contracts related to the contracting and other services. We have this kind of incentives in a way or another. Such kind of incentives packages. We have 5 packages. With each package, we have a number of incentives and the stimulus. So the investor can select such the appropriate packages. Such strategies starts with the designing, taking into account the green building execution and the building and the facility management and the operation rely on such kind of mechanism. Other incentives granted by the Egyptian governments in different lands. As Minister of Housing, we are talking about the projects of the new urban communities and other locations at the center of Cairo. We are assigned to execute downtown and Giza downtown in vicinity of permits, and we have the lands owned by the Tourist Development Authority. In addition to the Sahel Shamali, such kind of lands, we can give a number of incentives in a partnership system or through the partnership with the developers to attract investment and to ensure its sustainability. Mr. Al-Omar, I try to figure out what are the questions in the minds of any company interested in investing in Syria. You need the infrastructure before any kind of before any kind of investments. You need infrastructure and the removal debris and dispute resolution mechanism, the facilitation of the foreign businesses, such kind of topics. How could you how did you handle and approach this kind of sensitive issues? I'm gonna talk about the reality as it is without any exaggeration. This reality we will elevate together. As you said, we had a huge earth of the previous regime. If this earth is burdensome in terms of the huge destruction and the massive destruction, even the major cities fully neglected, and technological advancement, we have this kind of the huge lack, but we have a fertile ground. We have some risks. We try to mitigate risks as much as we can, but the investment, the return on investment is high. The encouraging thing, the government is working as a hive. We revisit regulations and laws and policies to encourage and to create a single window for investment, for the financial transfer. We, after the removal of the economic penalties, and in terms of services, it's hard, I think, because we need 1 billion for the infrastructure, and we can foster partnership with the private sector to enhance and to develop such kind of services. It's not easy job, but as I said, we have a fertile ground for investment in different areas. So the government is working, ensuring the rights of investors as much as possible, and this is the most important issue. And we study and consider a number of experiences, such as the Saudi experience and Turkish experience, to benefit from the real estate registry. And we're gonna communicate with the Minister of Housing and the real estate general authority to share the best practices and other Arab countries. So the development is accelerating at a high pace, despite that we have inherited a grappling legacy. And within a very span of time, Syria has witnessed massive transformation, and we still have a lot of reforms to be done. But we have this kind of massive development. So we started with the infrastructure for the urban development. So the project within a few years, I'm pretty sure Syria would be a investment destination in real estate, and it would be investment hub for the entire region. Before we conclude and come to the close, I would like to ask about the closed trends. So we are talking about the integrated cities, smarter cities, and this can create investment opportunities. So I would like to ask you, what is your approach in the smart cities, and where are the investment, where are the opportunities for the private sector? You have mentioned five smart cities, and the environmental sustainability and investment opportunities across the kingdom. The kingdom was one of the first countries adopted smart cities and urban planning to create sustainable housing options, and creating integrated environments of facilities and utilities, such as schools, hospitals, and we have created in urban cities since 2013 to be integrated, smart, effective, and increasing the landscaping and the greening and creating public green spaces and well balanced communities and creating the ecosystem which raise the quality of life and reducing and preserving energy and power and reducing CO2 for us in our 5 cities, smart cities. We have learned a lot, and it was a model to be follow at the national level and across borders. And we have in the pipeline another 5 smart cities, and we should validate their effectiveness, and better serve not only our population but the aspirations of the private sector, and remove the obstacles of investment. And as you know that the kingdom is like archipelago, so we have the wildlife is very important, and we creating such a kind of cities, we need some time to conduct environmental studies, and this it's very important, and environmental impact assessment. So we have conducted environmental studies before embarking on creating smart cities and to preserve the wildlife. So actually building the 5 smart cities will increase the urban environment by 5%, and this is cope with our aspiration to cater for the growing demand of our population, and creating a well balanced and diversified economy, and creating a consistent, seamless life, and comfortable life, and increase the attractiveness. Your Excellency Ash-Sharbini, we are amazed with the new capital. What are the plans for the other areas and regions in Egypt, and what are the opportunities to attract foreign investment? As we started our conversation about the smart cities, which is the key pillar of the urban development. If we look at our population, which is 110 million people, we are talking about 120 million with the population increase about 1%. This is constitutes a huge burden how to accommodate this kind of population, growing population, because we suffered over decades from the urbanization sprawling. This is impact the urban planning, and creating shanty towns and safe and planet. And we manage to remove, to eliminate and dismantle such kind of areas. The new cities create promising investment opportunities and diversified opportunities. We are talking about a big number of cities: the first generation, second generation, the third generation cities, and the fourth generation cities started in 2014. Egypt managed since 2014 to 2024 to double to double the developed lands. In the past, it was only 7%. This percentage doubled to be 14%. And this can show the huge urban development and the massive investment opportunities. As I stated, with each city and urban communities, we have our own identity. For the capital, the new capital, the key driver is the government district, and we managed to do as such, and we have moved all ministers to the new capital, and other cities such as New Alamein, a coast city, which is considered and qualified as a tourism destination city, but we have added other additional and supporting services such as healthcare, education, industry, to be a destination for the medical and healthcare and education. With the new cities, we create its unique identity to be the key driver for the urban development and for foreign investment attractiveness. So to change the mindset, you need a lot of Syria has been Syria is a promising market, and right now we have a competition between real estate development, but our market is open for all, so it's easy to access, and it's better. As I said, we are working on different levels to create a safer environment for investments. And the environment is not a luxury as it was in the past, and right now, and we have a team for the environment, and we have a lot of parameters and the conditions in terms of urbanization and waste management, and waste recycling and water treatment, such are thank you. Best of luck. Thank you. Hopefully that this session has been informative and insightful session. Thank you. شكرا جزيلا نادين، وشكرا للمتحدثين، كانت جلسة رائعة مجددا. كانت هذه
because our next two sessions have just been switched in the agenda order because engineer Saad Saleh Shwail is running ever so slightly late, so we're going to give him a little bit of time to get here. So I'm going to be moderating the first of my sessions coming up next. So I'd be delighted, please, if you would join me in welcoming three incredible panelists to the stage. Would you please put your hands together for Mr. Antonio Campagnoli. Antonio, you will be a very familiar face to all of you, and you can take your place at the lectern. He's the world president of FIABC, as most of you will know. That's the International Real Estate Federation, and he works really across markets and sectors. He connects that global expertise to local delivery. And today he's a panelist who's going to be bringing that practical lens on how our international cooperation and real estate can really create social value, not just real assets. So that's Antonio Campagnoli. And then we're also joined by Mr. Philippe Cornet-Saint-Desir. So a big round of applause, please, for Philippe. He's a managing director and a senior partner at BCG. Please take a seat, one of the, not the end one, but that's great, thank you. He advises on large-scale city and real estate developments across the Middle East and North Africa, and he's worked on end-to-end major projects from that early strategy right through to delivery and operations. So he's brilliant at making those big trends feel really practical to decision makers in the room. And then we are also delighted that we have Emiliano Russo. So please join me in welcoming Emiliano. And Emiliano, welcome. Thank you so much. Do take a seat. Emiliano is Deloitte's global real estate leader. He's a real estate lawyer with over 20 years of experience. I'm going to pick his brains on this stage. He leads that real estate practice at Deloitte Legal over in Italy. So again, very international. We have France and we have Italy, or 2 Italians and a Brit. So yeah, lots of different perspectives coming your way. Emiliano brings that cross-border legal and governance frame that's going to help those partnerships to work smoothly across different markets. And he's a big fan of supporting transparency and trust. So we're going to dive into our session, but before we have a conversation with the experts that I've brought to you on stage, Antonio is going to give us a really short presentation all about a project that he and FIABSI have been working on right here in Riyadh. So, over to you, Antonio.
Thank you very much, Miriam. It's a pleasure to be here in Riyadh. When we talk about real estate, today, especially in Riyadh, is a city like, we are no longer talking about buildings and infrastructure. We are talking about how spaces work for people and influence daily behavior. What we'll share now is not a theoretical vision and not a list of trends. I'm presenting one project called the Metro Happiness Hub. Okay? It's a global, this project is based on global participation. Today I'm world president of FIABSI, and they support institutional by FIABSI, which actively involve its global leadership and expert. In the same moment, it is also globally grounded solution, carefully locally, adapted through cooperation with FIABSI Saudi. I thank you very much for their cooperation, and the RFF, which is the principal member of FIABSI Saudi. A so big scale public infrastructure needs prove that lower risk and fast adaptation, and this is not only a size-fits-all import, it's a global expertise with local intelligence. But what we're speaking about today? We speak about from transit to daily experience. Traditionally, metros are designed around one key solution, movement. You enter, you pass through, you leave. But globally, we see a clear shift. The most successful transport systems are today, those function as places. The question is no longer how fast do we move people. What kind of daily urban experience do we create for millions of users? The Riyadh Metro has the scale and ambition to move beyond transportation to become a daily interface between the cities and people. I tell you very fast about the 5 pillars about this project. The first is the social impact. Public spaces today exist not only, they must deliver outcomes. In this project, architecture is not only one layer. Voice of space define the behavior of the space should encourage what social outcomes it should deliver and how success is measured. We align 3 elements: people, space, and institution. The second trend is human. The metro stations are one of the few places where all generations, all social groups, and all professionals still interact daily. By design, stations are human-to-human spaces. We support informal interaction, moments of pause, and sense of belonging. This is not about entertainment. It's about social cohesion, which is a fundamental component of long-term urban resilience. The third pillar is the phygital experience. Basically, the metro becomes a living medium, digital layers, screen, QR code, content, AR, interaction, storytelling. The space can educate, communicate value, and evolve over time. This means the station is never static. Content can reflect national milestones, cultural narratives, and innovation and education. The fourth trend is ecosystem, mixed-use logic. The active metro station increases dwell time, local footfall, and surrounding real estate value. And we see is globally in Hong Kong, London, Seoul. The metro infrastructure stops being a cost and becomes an urban value generator. They benefit public authorities, private investors, and local business. And the fifth trend is the co-creation of social credits. The fifth trend introduces a new finance and governance logic. Here we apply the 5P model: people, place, purpose, participation, and public value. Citizens and organizations are not passive users. They become co-creators, and the key innovation is the social credit. The logical is similar to carbon credit, but instead of compensation environmental impact, they compensate social impact. When people co-finance space, they protect it, use it, and value it. This Metro Park is a Vision 2030 demonstrator. It translates national ambition into everyday experience, quality public service, and human-scale innovation. Leadership today shown not only through iconic projects, but through how people feel in their daily environmental. The future of real estate not only is about making infrastructure meaningful. Riyadh has a real opportunity to lead globally by showing how mobility, real estate, and social value work together. Thank you. I forward to discussion.
Thank you so much, Antonio. Come and join us. Yeah, it's a really exciting project. Come here, come next to me. Don't, Antonio, come here. Otherwise, I'm all by myself down here. It's a long way from you. Yeah, we'll talk a bit more about it in a moment, but I'm just going to bring in my other panelists for a second, because some of the concepts and the trends that you've spoken about that are brought out from the global market and we're seeing really across territories are so useful and insightful for all of us in this room. And Philippe, I know that for you, this idea about quality of life as a real kind of value driver is something that you care deeply about as well. So talk to us about that from your perspective. Does it drive value? Is it just a nice added extra? What do you think?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you so much for having me, and it's great to be a partner of the Real Estate Future Forum. I guess it's better this way. Also just a note on Antonio's presentation, which I really liked. Especially, it's great to see the transformative impact of the metro on Riyadh. I'm actually personally a happy user of the metro. That helps me in beating traffic, and I can see how it's transforming the city and also creating a lot of real estate opportunities around the metro stations. And coming back to the question of quality of life, the very short answer is yes, it does drive value. Okay. Right? It drives value, of course, for cities in attracting talent, but if we talk about real estate development, it does drive significant value for real estate developers. We like, doing analysis. And we did a very simple analysis which correlates the quality of life scoring of neighborhoods and districts and the prices of real estate compared to other neighborhoods. there is a direct correlation.
So it's like a matrix that you have where you map it, is it?
Sort of a matrix. Is more like mapping dots on this map and showing that in neighborhoods where the quality of life is higher, the real estate prices are higher. Right? That sounds intuitive, right? It has enormous impact on the way real estate developers think of their jobs. Right? For a real estate developer that is developing a single building, it's about selecting the right neighborhood, right? And that commands a particular premium, drives value up. For developers that are developing whole districts, like we have a lot of them in Riyadh, actually, it impacts the way they design their products, their overall experience, right? It's not only about having a nice real estate product, nice apartments, nice villas, it's about thinking of the whole quality of life experience. It starts with things as simple as mobility. How far am I from the metro station? How far am I from work? How far am I from school, from groceries, etc. Then it's into all the needs of education, of healthcare, convenience, etc., etc. And if you think in the right way of these parameters and if you integrate them in the way you design your districts, you actually drive value up. You make your product, real estate product, more attractive. Yeah. So you have a better market absorption and you command also higher prices. In a market where a lot of supply is coming, that's really definitely something to consider to build that competitive advantage.
And would you say it is a global expectation? Is it something you're seeing across territories and markets, this idea about those elements and those building blocks that create community and value of life?
100%. Just one parameter, right? If you look in the US, neighborhoods that are walkable command a 23% price premium compared to other neighborhoods. 23% price difference, right? For just a parameter of having a neighborhood that is walkable. So it is a major differentiator. It is an expectation of residents and real estate owners, and it has driven the way cities have thought for the past decades. Yeah. It should more and more drive the way real estate developers think, right? Again, because that drives actually value up in a significant way.
Absolutely. And Emiliano, I know that you have some thoughts about some of these elements as well, linked particularly to Vision 2030, which are areas of real opportunity. And again, going back to this idea about all the elements that comprise community and quality of life. But there are a couple that you have in mind that I think you just wanted to share with us.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Actually, in my personal presentation, you raised a lot the bar of expectation of the audience, but I'm the global real estate leader at Deloitte because I made many global real estate mistakes. So I'm here to share the mistakes we have made in Europe, just to avoid that our Saudi friends can avoid them and fix them. And one thing we have neglected is the demographic data, the demographic studies, actually. Once you are planning a new urban plan, you have to study demographic data. And the data here say that population growth in Saudi has experienced a population growth in the last 4 years from 4 million in 1950 to 35 million in 2020. Prediction says that in 2030, population in Saudi will be 44 million. The urban concentration here will be 80% of Saudi population in 10 cities. And the life expectancy, which is another important data, 43 years old in 1950, up will be in 78 years old in it is in 2024. And this data tells us that one of the most important asset class to study is the construction and management of health facilities.
Absolutely.
We know that there are huge project of Vision 2030 to build and manage health facilities in Saudi. There are 65 billion of investment to build and manage. There are 5 medical cities. I think this is in a very interesting areas of exchange with European companies interested to cooperate, and a company that process. In Italy, what we suggest usually is to have an integrated approach when you come to Saudi or to Middle East in general. Each European company must give multi-services, not one single service. The construction company must be an engineering company, design company, construction company, and once the hospital is completed, they may also give facility services. They may work also with the hospitals managing company. It's easier to move with the construction company together with the health managing companies. In Italy, we have, I mention Italy, sorry, I'm sure, more sure of the data that I'm mentioning, and I know some companies better than in other countries. In Italy, the 10 most important companies in Italy in health sector have 4 billion of euros of turnover every year. One of them has 58 hospitals in Italy, and they're eager to transfer their expertise in Saudi. I think the model that Saudi is adopting, the public and private partnership, is the best one. The public provides the urban planning, the private expertise and the finance, and I think that is one of the best ways to continue like we have done in the last years in Europe, and we would like that other Italian companies or European companies can contribute to Saudi market to that asset class.
Yeah, it's fascinating because there are so many different elements that underpin everyday life, which obviously come back to real estate. Philippe, you're nodding. Is that something that you would say maps against your view of the Saudi market right now?
Absolutely. It does, and I think it's really fascinating to see how the real estate market is developing, has developed, further over the past few years in the kingdom. Very much driven or reignited with the mega project that are, I would say, reshaping the cities, or the next wave of development of cities, like in Riyadh, in Jeddah, and beyond, and that is also pushing the whole real estate ecosystem, to the next step, right? Of thinking of how we develop those, integrated, districts. How we think, as you said, of the whole ecosystem, right? Not only thinking of building, but then how we operate, because this is everything that will eventually define the quality of the experience for the residents, for the visitors, for the talent that we want to attract to these districts. So absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you're talking, both of you, about this sort of global perspective and these trends coming from other places as well. And Antonio, let's bring you back into the conversation at this stage, because there's a reason why this project for the Riyadh Metro system is being brought to life, and some of it does come from, you're the master of international partnerships and looking at international trends, but just talk to us a little bit about how we are learning from those trends in order to put something into place here in the Middle East.
Actually, we see this like in the PPP in Europe. We call 5P, is not an invention, it started to be called like this 5-6 years ago. Basically, we see that the private-public partnership take better if also the society is involved. Simply because you have already people that are clients sometimes, people that sometimes are stakeholders like classic sponsor. And what is super important is see that the society, when is involved, is participating and making the infrastructure be part of their life. And it's not anymore you go a soccer field or a swimming pool or a hub of the metro hub. It's not anymore a soccer field, it's not anymore a swimming pool, it's not anymore everything become as a social place. So the fundamental is the human to human. After it's build everything around, including the finance. So that is the main element. Put the man, the person, the needs of the family in the center of the infrastructure. Everything go around.
We are having a very human conversation here in a conference which is potentially about bricks and mortar, but we all know that it's about so much more than that. And I think a big theme and trend that we're also seeing is this idea about globally competitive cities. And I'm going to come back to you in a second, Emiliano, but just for a second, Philippe, if we zoom out and look at those elements that really enable us to build globally competitive cities here in the Kingdom, in the GCC, what would your thoughts be on that?
So we are in a context where talent attraction is a global game, right? Across the vast majority of the industries. And Saudi is playing, and Riyadh playing very boldly in this game to attract talent that are fueling the next wave of growth and economic development. So in this context, you are compared to other cities. And not only to cities in the GCC, but you are compared to cities globally. Right? And when people have job opportunities, they will compare Riyadh with New York, with Paris, with London. And I cannot count how many people are actually reaching out from other cities in the world, friends and family, asking about Riyadh and what it is and how interesting it is. And so there is this we are being compared with other cities. The economic opportunities are here, the job opportunities are here. And then people wonder, how is quality of life, right? So developing a compelling value proposition in terms of job opportunities, but also then in terms of livability is essential. And another thing that people are looking at when they compare cities is also what we call social capital.
Social capital. Tell us more about it.
This human-to-human dimension. Right? What brings you to a city is typically, or what pushes you to move from a city to another is initially typically, I would say, the job opportunity first. Then you check what I call hygiene factors, right? Do I have the right, education system for my kids, healthcare system in case I have a health issue? This is what brings people. What makes people stay for long in a place is their ability to create a community around them, right? It's relationships that make people happy and want to stay to a place. And I think city designers, real estate developers have a big responsibility in enabling this community development, this connection between humans, the development of this social capital that make people stay once they are attracted to come to a place like Riyadh.
Yeah, and keeping it very competitive, as you say, in a market where people can choose to go to any city in the world.
Always, because it's not only about attracting people, it's again about retaining them for the long term.
And through that experience. Emiliano, you talked about sort of the healthcare part of real estate as one of the pillars that maybe makes a city or a place globally competitive and attractive. Is there another element, is there another pillar that you think is critically important that the developers and the city planners think through?
Yes, thank you, Miriam. I think another pillar of real estate which is very important to develop, and the Saudi is already doing a great job in that, is the agricultural field. Agri-tech, agri-tourism, and artificial intelligence in agriculture. We usually neglect agriculture in our real estate conferences. I think agri-tech is essential today. Saudi has extreme weather conditions, scarcity of water, and there are some technological tools in the agriculture to increase the quantity and the quality of production of food. Hydroponic, for instance. Hydroponic is a measure to grow crops not with water but with minerals. Or vertical farming. Vertical farming is a way of producing food not in horizontal land but in vertical plastic pipes. They reduce water, they reduce land. There is actually an increase of consumption of energy, but it's essential today to have a national production of food in Saudi. Saudi has 80% of its consumption of food imported abroad. Saudi is doing a great job in increasing the national production. It's essential to have local production. Production in Saudi, but production also closer to the city. And there is also a real estate asset class to invest in, which has a social impact. Okay. We always say real estate, it's not a building. Real estate is usually a neglected market because there are few people working in real estate. It has not labor forces, but real estate is an asset class which provides public and private, but also public services for the community, as I said, for the health, as I'm saying, for the agriculture. So agriculture is another asset class to invest in. One last word, also conventional farm and conventional agriculture is important to link agriculture with tourism. That's something in Italy and Europe we've been doing in the last years, and it's strongly increasing the number of tourists going to farms to participate to the harvest and to the production of food. COVID and smart working are changing our habits, and that's a trend to catch and to transform in a line of business for social real estate.
I mean, fascinating insights into some of the potential opportunities and trends that we might start seeing here. But you did mention social capital again. And let's just talk about capital in the cold, hard sense of where that money goes. So Antonio obviously is somebody who cares deeply about the social impact of projects and real estate. Is that going to affect investor confidence? Is it going to be a driver as to where that global capital goes? Talk to us about that.
It's to my point of view in my history is that I started 10 years ago when I started the first license of crowdfunding of no-profit companies, and I started to work on this, convince the banks, especially the stock authorities, that this is a business. Today I feel that 10 years after, the history has changed. The investors wanted to be part of sports centers, just to be not named as sponsor, but as a promoter of them. So basically for 25, 20, 30 years, all the conception time, they will be named after the project. They can be, depends on how much money they put, they can also be the entire name, like some university they have the name of the main sponsor. So today this has much effect also because they need, and they not financial information, declare what they good for the society. And I think not only the carbon credit, but also the social credit can be a market. So this is my big, after 10 years, I'm thinking to the secondary market of this kind of elements. But the first 10 years was useful to create the idea that if you invest in a social impactful project, you can benefit not only financially.
Yeah, and I think, like you're saying, it is definitely a value driver and it's a decision-making factor as to where people are spending and investing.
Absolutely.
Emiliano, you have an interesting perspective about something you call a bilateral platform for investment. Briefly, because we are running rapidly towards the end of this panel, can you just share with our audience here your perspective on that kind of bilateral platform for investment, how we help international asset managers really create those partnerships?
Thank you. From social investment, as Antonio and Philip were mentioning, to financial investment, pure financial investment, we're assisting global asset managers to invest in the Middle East. We're bringing them here. What they see, they need knowledge, they want to meet people, they need to touch the assets, which is essential to create a personal trust between the two entities. I see it's also very important to create a bilateral platform of investment between Europe and the Middle East. That creates the possibility for European investors to open their funds, liquidity to invest in Saudi. What we're doing also, we are working with the International Association, which also with one represented by Antonio, and by Italian Association Assomobiliare, which is the Italian Association of Real Estate Group, organizing a property tour at the end of the year or next year, because we want the really financial real estate markets to come over here and to personally meet the national investors, because it's essential to work together to build a new project. Alone we die.
Amazing. And then, Philippe, perhaps we can just close with your perspective about global capital and where it's going and what people need to be thinking about and aware of if they want to attract that capital. What do you see happening in the global market?
Yep, absolutely. So what is interesting is we've seen a real pickup of one particular asset class over the past 2 years, which is not surprising, which is data centers. And it's actually a lot of investment from, of course, the hyperscalers we know about, but also it's actually bringing a lot of investment from PE funds, real estate funds, infra funds, that is not going into other asset classes where it was typically going. So there's competition for capital, and there's competition on the nature of the project, on the returns. So I think when we think of Saudi Arabia, that is bringing capital to the mega projects, for instance, it's very important to think of what will make the project attractive, not only in terms of returns, but also the whole ecosystem that is built around the projects, what will make them attractive for capital investors.
Especially with obviously the change in the opportunity for international investment. So we are opening the chance for that, and we have to make it attractive.
Exactly, exactly.
Incredible. Well, we have run out of time, which is such a shame because we could talk about market trends and learnings from the global market for hours. But my takeaways from this are really thinking more about that social impact, that social capital that we can create that is a value driver. We can definitely be aware of where the money is going, where it's being spent, what's top of people's minds. So making sure that we are attracting that external investment and that international investment, and also being aware of those different real estate pillars that are driving this social, community-led value of life pillar that is so important that we integrate into the cities that we're designing and building for the future. Sorry, gents, out of time. I would have loved to have chatted longer, but let's have a massive round of applause, please, for Antonio Campagnoli. Thank you so much for Philippe Cornet-Saint-Desir. Thank you so much, and for Emiliano Russo. Thank you. I thought I was going to get a little kiss on the hand then. I felt like a princess for a moment. Brilliant. Now, I'm going to try and see if we are ready for the next session. Do I have a hands up? We're just going to see if we have our engineer who's with us. Can I have a little thumbs up from Sultan if he's here? Yes, you are amazing. Yes, you see, the problem is I'm blinded by the lights. This is the problem. So why don't you come up here and take away the next session? Mr. Talat Hafiz is going to be the moderator. We're delighted to have you with us. Please come on up. And a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll leave this over to you. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام.
And the blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad, the distinguished guests. Welcome to this session, panel discussion, which will discuss the concept of the Saudi building code and its implications on the real estate development unprecedented Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in across different cities. In the light of ambitious vision led by Crown Prince and unprecedented level of projects for a city such as Neom and other urban environments. So I would like to welcome Saad bin Saleh bin Shail. He is the CEO of the Saudi Building Code Center. Thank you, Mr. Talat, for having me, and I'm really privileged and honored to be part of this forum, a promising forum, and I'm really honored to talk about codes and to share insights with the audience. The code, Saudi building code, we might have different insights and different point of views. Some people view it as a economic burden because of some requirements, and for the other side, it's a pro construction sector in terms of the materials and risk mitigation related to fire, earthquakes, and exits and emergencies. So we'll start with the in general overview the concept of the Saudi building code and why it was introduced. This is a very interesting question, and can be the entrance to give interesting insights on and information and sharing on the Saudi building code, because it's like just like complex information to digest. So the code is mainly concerned about the building and the built area, to identify the engineering requirements which govern the design of building. It's a set of requirements, conditions, and terms that should be followed by the design engineer based on the number of occupants the risk profile of the building. So this is this set of requirements will meet the purpose of this code is to maintain and save lives and to maintain the natural resources in terms of energy and water. And the second aspect or next aspect, which is to create comfort and quality of life for the occupants, because the code is human-centered, people-centered. So we have engineering requirements and specification, and technical requirements and specification, and we have municipal and regulatory specification and requirements. So the code, it's not just a social luxury, but it's a protection for the dwellers and the occupants, as we compare between the cost and benefit, cost versus benefits, as developer and as occupant and as developer. So I would ask why I should spend this kind of money and time against a risk that wouldn't be materialized. You are asking about the economic feasibility. How can I generate economic feasibility? The National Committee, before it transformed into a center, we did a study for a building, observed the code, and the other building which didn't observe the codes. I think the code can increase the cost by 40%, but for the non-observant building, this is will need costly maintenance reaching 20 or 25 of the total cost of the building. So with the life extended, the code posts the extended life of the building, so the cost versus benefits in observing the Saudi building code can reduce the cost, so and you can have this kind of recovery of the cost in operation and maintenance and electricity bills and water bills. So the Saudi building codes can save for the households, for the household in residentials, save for the investors in running off the utility, and save for the government the natural resources that should be passed to the next generation, not to be consumed, and this and not to be it should be consumed in a responsible manner. And for the sake of sustainability, we should observe and uphold the Saudi building code, and because it will help in reducing energy consumption. And this is lead me to the next question: what is the relation between the Saudi business code, the Saudi building code, with the buzzwords, which is sustainability? One of the key pillars of the Saudi building code is one of the key effective tools of sustainability, and I can claim that the Saudi code is the major tool for the sustainability of the building. Once I design the building based on the requirements of the Saudi code, then I contributed to the sustainability of this building case an earthquake strikes. So the building will resist the earthquake, and this will extend the lifetime of the building. The same applies to heat insulation. When I meet the requirements of the code right now it's mandatory, not an optional. for the residential sector and different classes of residential assets for the minimal requirements. If we go back to the thermal insulation, if we apply the Saudi code based on the thermal insulation criteria, you can save the maintenance of ACs and the impact of thermal on the foundations of the building. You have saved a safe electricity consumption and water consumption, and this is the sustainable part. And saved operations, it means you will extend the life of this building or this appliances or devices. The key tools of the building is the sustainability of building and the protection and saving lives during emergencies such as fire, demolition and destruction. So what is the price? What is the importance of the price when we lose a life? Or so the price of human life is higher than the price of the building. So the code is the key lever of raising the quality of life, reducing the maintenance. So building, as I mentioned, building of about 15 years. Can describe it as if 20 years, water leakage, landslides, cracks in the construction structures. So as such kind of factors can impact negatively the sustainability of building, but the Saudi building code comes to cover this such kind of gaps to reduce the risk and mitigate the risk, and to effectively manage the facility or utility, residential, commercial, medical, or shopping mall, or the code identified the requirements for each building is. And this is I would like to confirm, and you can help me. So the code is not to wait for fire or earthquake, but I can benefit from the sustainability for the extended life as much as possible in the light of the modern technologies. We are talking about AI, which is has been embedded into the building system, management system. So to what extent of the resilience of the real estate and the Saudi code to cope with such kind of unprecedented acceleration rate of technologies. The code is a live document, dynamic document. So the Saudi code is a live document with the GDP and the production lines and what is adapted in terms of standards and advancement across the world. So the code, we have a full chapter, and we are in the Saudi Building Code Center. We have plans intersects with what you have mentioned, such as AI code, digital codes, as such byproducts in the pipeline, and the code look into the innovation and technology in buildings, and so it should be regulated to be part of the construction based on criteria such as ARS evaluation reporting systems. Or any kind of material, it should subject to the specific criteria and standards of examination and evaluation and based on which restrictions and requirements and the manuals the developers and designer and the beneficiaries can take this as a guide to apply this technology. We discussed before this panel the discussion. I thought it was one size fits all, but for each industry and sub-industry there is a specific code, and this can impose a challenge. But under this unprecedented development in a city like Neom, Gdeya, Red Sea Global, so huge and massive development in towers. So how can the Saudi building code cope with such kind of tall buildings? As if I have understood your question in two parts, the engineering challenges that we face, such as in Neom, we are redefining the engineering system in terms of systems. It's internet city or any or the materials. This is required to activate and strengthen the evaluation on such kind of systems and the materials to be fully aligned with the code. And the second part of the question, that the tall buildings, what are the parameters? And if we take King Fahd roads and King Salman road, we can see the high-rise buildings covered fully by the Saudi building code, and this can take us to a specific point for the height of buildings. We have a methodology for the classification of the heights of buildings. Based on the risk of such a building. It's not about the heights or it has the classification of the heights of the building is classified based on the hazard risk assessment. So the light or the medium risk assessment, and for the high rise building they have specific parameters and requirements for the firefighting, for emergency, and what are the capabilities for the firefighting to so in this case a building with the 60-meter tall, and for the firefighting system in this city wouldn't be able to reach this kind of height. So this is this we're looking into the capacity and sources for the heights of the buildings to 23. That has specific requirements above 23 skyscrapers. Has specific requirements, constructional and calculations for the skeleton, and requirements for vertical transportation, horizontal transportation for this kind of buildings. So the Saudi code is considered a report talking and chatting with the design to meet the requirements of the developers or the project owner, and in addition to new technology. I should mention a specific point, which is how to read and accept the code. It's two types of requirements. It's very important for architects. We have requirements. Absolute requirements, or for the value of thermal insulation 0.6111. This is standards in code that should be followed. We have another requirements based on the performance as performance. design principle. So, such as firefighting system, the materials, the specific materials, this hole we have specific sprinklers distributed and specific design. An engineer found that a new technology which can meet the purpose and serve the purpose. So in this case, they have the liberty to apply the basic performance-based design performance. So this we can have a checklist that serves the purpose. So it's fully conformity with the code. So the code addresses the mind of designer, not only the requirements. So the code is considered more than requirements or building requirements. It's considered behavior. And it's considered a the Saudi code is the real charter and constitution for architecture. If we have this kind of standardized requirements, so we will lay the foundation for human civilization. Based on my understanding, there is a close relation between the Saudi building code and the quality of life. This creates some sort of quality of life. As I have understood, the 13 region, they will have a distinctive building Saudi code. So how can we link between different variables? We are talking about the quality of life and the 13 regions. I will start with the 13 regions codes. This is out of the scope of our mandate as a center. The regional codes. This is under the mandate of the Riyadh Royal Development Authority. It's urban design. Link it by economic, social dimensions, even environmental for the locations for the building construction in Riyadh. Other building in Khobar different from Riyadh. So this is can identified by such kind of codes, which is urban design governed by the municipalities or under the mandate and supervision of the municipalities. This is out scope of our mandate, and there is a synergy and a harmony because we have a single engineering reference for the quality of life. How the Saudi code contribute to the quality of life, raising the quality of life. I wouldn't be exaggerating if I say that the code is the quality of life for the accessibility of people with the special needs wouldn't be able to have or enjoy the quality of life without the enforceability that the people with the special needs have such kind of accessibility afforded to them by the code. So the code handles such kind of different disabilities and accessibility for the healthcare quality of life. It's a well ventilated. When you have a specific code, it will control the fresh air ventilation, and the AC system based on the number and the occupants. So the code touches upon such kind of points. Part of the quality of life, the exits can demonstrate this can be feasible, highly feasible in shopping mall because it's mixed used cinemas, entertainment, and other. So the code can standardize such kind of activities and handle as flow in terms of the quality of life. One part of the quality of life, how to handle disposal. We benefit from buildings, but we wouldn't think about the waste generated by a disposal, how it can be collected. Now we have a full center dedicated for the waste management. How can we recycle such kind of wastes and waste management? And this is part of quality of life, and this can give can reflect the entire process. And this is, as a matter of fact, this is the quality of life that you handle environment. I think the greatest code in the world is for the waste management. Can be seen and can be viewed in the crowd management of Hajj and Umrah. Today, when we talk about the fresh air and ventilation, what is the inspection? The center is a regulatory agency, and the cabinet, with the approval of Saudi Building Codes, approved the Saudi Building Code Academy. It's a new academy. It's a new academy. It's still baby, and we are drafting the strategy of the academy to be a bridge between the universities and the application, and it's based on training, sharing scientific research, and the evaluation of innovation system. So it would have this kind of it will do and give more and more to this country and this home. I know I highly appreciate your frankness. I have seen engineering firms and asked them to do this master planning, and so some people complain of not understanding the code, building code. So the reaching out and awareness is very important. You have some restrictions, stringent restrictions for the code with specific standards, with specific measurements. So it's hard. So we need to. I think we lack the awareness and education for the depth of the Saudi Building Code. The code has nothing to do with the doors and the windows measurements, unless in one case if it's spots of code 801, which is firefighting, but for the doors, for in hospital, for instance, should be meter and 40 centimeter. So the code, we have other codes mentioned, medical codes addressing this kind of topic, but in total the code wouldn't govern design. It has nothing to do with design in terms of room or windows or doors in specific measurements, knowing that standardization of the measurements can serve to reduce cost. If if you have a specific measurements of doors and windows, this is can be optional for others. This will relieve and reduce the cost. But the code has nothing to do with such measurements. It's open, and I wouldn't comment on the cost of engineering firms based on the scope of work they deliver, but in the light of my personal experience, the code is clear for the engineers, the same code they studied at university. So they ask what's upcoming. We might have cost plus. So this is can raise the cost. The code issued in 2016 and come into effect, and we did updating in 2024. So without any kind of updating, they might talking about the municipal requirements and the conditions, but for the Saudi building codes issued in 2018 and updated in 2024. So when we come to a Saudi building code as applied in advanced countries, and one of the advanced countries such as USA, the BAB standard doors and the windows and the door handle standards. So I can find in the market after 100 years, because we need a Saudi building code which can be of a great benefit after 110 years. The standard can be done, but it's not a code. It can be guidelines supporting the code, but it's not the Saudi code. There is initiatives from the contractors for this, and we are a partner for this subject. There is a point that you have mentioned when we have a code like the one applied in US. I can say that in some points we are ahead of a game. We have exported a code with GRFB using the alternative fiber, and there is ACI, American Concrete Institute. They had interested in this and the white paper in 2022, and we asked them to do in format, and we cooperated with the Aramco and others, and we did it in codes and exported, and we added the earthquake requirements and exported as a Saudi code in 2023 in cooperation with the OSB. This code exported, and we received good news that it applied as a benchmark in Italy for GFRP. So with our codes, 27 codes, we cross the boundaries even in Arab countries. We have run out of time, but I have a question. The green buildings. This is a great question. The green building, it's part of our mandate, and we have a meeting tomorrow with the international organization, which is considered a benchmark for these for the green building. And the green building, it's not mandatory but optional, but will develop two aspects: the compliance for part of the requirements of this code, including disposal and recycling, water recycling, and the building classification. How we can classify green building? Because in Saudi Arabia we don't have a brand for the classification. We have great projects in the pipeline for the World Cup and for Riyadh Expo. So in this case we need to compete globally in this regard, and wouldn't repeat but would or imitate, but we need to be creative in this regard. So we start to apply this methodology, and we have a meeting, and we have build the team work and the working groups. I would like to send reassurance message for the non-profit sector and the private sector that will be partners. And this is the future of real estate. Per excellence. I would like to summarize the Saudi Building Code in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is not just a luxury or social luxury, but it's a necessity. It's not option, but a mandatory by the end of the day for the protection of our children and for to extend the life of buildings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciated you being on stage with us. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا على المشاركة.
Okay, rattling onwards rapidly, I'm going to introduce the next three panelists for a fascinating session that's coming up about adapting to change and how we can really thrive in a dynamic real estate market. So, without further ado, can I please invite onto stage Mr. Yasser Al-Jaida, who's the president and CEO of United Development Company in Qatar. We'll find out a little bit more about your background in a moment. Yasser, what a pleasure. Second seat in, please. Thank you. We also have Susan Greenfield, who is a long-time real estate professional. She served as the FIABC World President from 2022 to 2023 and has decades of experience in this market. So a big round of applause, please, for Susan. Thank you, Susan. Come and take a seat. And we have Oliver Morgan, who is a partner at Deloitte. He leads their real estate advisory work across the Middle East. Wonderful to have you back. I love panels with you on them, Ollie, so come and join me. Thank you so much. And as I said, this is really all about thriving in this dynamic, ever-changing market, how we adapt to change. So we're going to talk very practically, very tangibly about what some of those shifts and changes are. And we're also going to talk about how we can adopt and embrace the relevant mindset and attitude in order to make the most of those opportunities in a fast-changing world. So let's hear a bit more about your perspectives of the market and where we're at the moment. I mean, Yasser, you've got so much experience across so many industries and markets. You bring such a wealth of knowledge from your time in industry. But for you personally, I know you only started your new role back last year. What's the biggest challenge you're dealing with at the moment? You know, what are you genuinely having to think about doing differently?
Well, first and foremost, let me introduce United Development Company, sorry. I just got it wrong.
He only joined last year. He hasn't got the company name quite nailed yet.
Is a listed company. We're basically developing real estate in all its spectrum. We've got schools, hospitals. We're actually into utilities. So your question is what I'm currently dealing with.
Yeah, what are the shifts? What are the changes?
I mean, we're pretty much focused and within the boundaries of Qatar right now. We're pretty much focusing on asset management per se, but we're also looking at different landscapes, trying to also venture maybe outside of two iconic islands that we potentially work with, which is G1 and the Pearl. We're trying to venture outside the Pearl right now into other developments. There's developments like Smesma, pretty much is built on an ecosystem that caters for pretty much transients. Pretty much it's a 7 kilometers, so we could potentially be sub-developers in that. We're looking at other developments per se. We're trying to position ourselves within Qatar itself because there is elements of saturation, but we do find that there is specific pockets that we want to truly focus on. Pretty much waterfront properties is what we see. There's a lot of, let's say, viability related to those assets right now. But we're also, looking at maybe venturing outside of Qatar. We don't really have the appetite as of now, but we're trying to position the company to actually excel and potentially go beyond.
Sounds like there are a huge number of opportunities that you're embracing, and obviously being new into your role, that is a big change in and of itself. So thank you for sharing that with us. Susan, just to get us kick-started as well with a little bit about yourself, you have a wealth of experience across this industry. You bring in international experience as well. What are you seeing from that perspective in terms of market shifts?
I don't...
speak right into that microphone for me, please. Nice and close.
Is that better?
Much better.
Well, I have decades of experience, many decades. And I've done so many different aspects of real estate, but it's always the same, no matter what many changes have taken place, but in fact, there aren't really that many changes. You just always filter back to the basics. And I do brokerage in Manhattan, and I have really focused on the global markets for years, since the 80s. I was one of the first people in Manhattan that ever reached out beyond the boundaries of Manhattan and ventured into the global network. So I've built a wonderful network of relationships over these many decades. And that network has helped me facilitate business, not just for myself, but for many different segments of the market. I've been a facilitator, introducing people in different categories. So I do my own business. I have brokerage, and I've done that for many years. I don't work with a team, because when someone comes to me, they want me. They don't want me to give them away to someone on a team. Many of these teams are 10, 20 people. Well, that's great, but they really want you. They don't want to be delegated to someone else.
So Susan, I feel like you flipped my question on its head, and you've told me some of the things that don't change, which I love, because you're basically saying relationships don't change, that people by people doesn't change, which is a lovely principle to start with. I'm just going to go to Ollie for a second, and then we're going to come back in and dig a bit more into that experience that you have. Ollie, bringing this right back home to the GCC, are there some market trends, some shifts? I know you advise across all these areas, so give us some insights. Where's your head at?
Thanks, Miriam, and salam alaikum, everybody. It's great to be coming back for another edition of the RFF, and if we look back at 2025, it was very much the end of that strategic shift. There was a lot of planning. We had a lot of announcements in terms of Expo, in terms of the World Cup coming to Saudi, so it was really the time to actually kick into gear and actually start moving forward. And that creates a little bit of uncertainty when you are moving from that strategic context to delivery. We've seen some supporting regulations change, and so we've got a bit of a new landscape in the marketplace. There's new opportunities, and a lot of the clients are talking to us in terms of, look, how do we navigate some of these let's say, new regulations? What impacts are they going to have on the very real projects? And for example, Yasser just talking about thinking about what next in terms of development projects and what is popular with the end users. So I can definitely sympathise in terms of where Susan's coming from around what hasn't changed. It's get the fundamentals right, get the relationships right. Yeah. But it's also, we're in a really exciting and new place, especially in Saudi and the GCC, in terms of some of those regulations that I know we're going to dig into a bit more.
That's amazing. I mean, Yasser, you come at it from quite a specific Qatar viewpoint, because obviously the GCC shares a lot of commonalities, but there's also some healthy competition and there's some collaborations, but there's also, a little bit of, okay, how could we do this and maybe do it differently? So does that match with what you're seeing over in Qatar? Is it to do with regulatory change? Is it to do with these big upcoming events? I mean, obviously Qatar had the football already, so maybe we should be learning from what you had to do to embrace a big world opportunity like that.
Well, for us, I mean, I don't see a lot of difference. There's obviously some fundamental kind of overlaps. I mean, safety is absolutely key as an attraction for kind of real estate investment, especially for foreign direct investors coming into this region. There is the kind of stability in currency. There's no property taxes. There's obviously the aspects of having strong governance. All are, I would say, elements that actually strengthen the visibility and probability on long-term type of investment, attracting both foreign direct investment, be it investors or capital institutions.
Yes, well, let's talk a little bit about attracting foreign investment.
Yes.
Because there's a lot that is changing, and we're going to talk about it probably in every panel and session that we have during the RFF 2026, because that new change to the law is pretty significant. I mean, your take on that as somebody who's maybe seeing it a little bit from the outside?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think as you go around the world, you kind of discover the value proposition differs from one region to another. But in general, I think freehold is a must. Residency, I would say rights is a must. Property security, taxes, security, safety is something that gravitates. I could think specifically as it relates to Qatar, I think waterfront properties is something, and once you get those pretty much aligned, you get somewhat foreigners that attract. Like, for instance, as an example, we just came from Shanghai, and the value proposition there for Chinese, for instance, to ever invest in here, believe it or not, the first questions that they ask you is there a Chinatown?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Because they want to feel inclusive to a society that they actually move into. Yeah. So they want their foods, their customs, so on and so forth. Now, if we would potentially go to India, they'll probably look at a different case. And if I would look at where your hometown is, probably escape from, I wouldn't talk politics right now, but a lot of people are moving into within this region to escape the kind of tax regimes that are actually applied back home. So value propositions differ, and what we need to do is understand that value proposition and try to cater for wants and needs from different societies, different countries and continents.
Yeah, absolutely. Susan, is that something that you're
What you
wanting
said
to comment on?
is quite interesting, because it's very important to know where your investors are coming from and to reach out to different cultures. And especially, cultures do like to congregate with each other and live within the same community. So that's very key. But also, looking where the money is coming from and the shifts in investors. I found that in the past, I had a great many people coming from China, from Russia, and now I have a lot of clients coming from South America.
Interesting.
And Puerto Rico.
And that's a change, is it? That's something different
A lot of
that you're
change,
seeing?
but I'm always, looking at the shifts, because then I direct myself to those places. And I think that the wise person is going to look to that and look to the different locations where people are looking to move out, make a change, make an investment, and making your environment more credible, more comfortable for those investors. That's very important.
I love that. Credibility, comfort. Are there some other factors?
One other thing.
Go, yeah.
One other thing. It's important to have, when you decide where you're going to focus, to have your team behind you, your attorneys, your appraisers, your accountants, all of the people that can speak that language and serve their needs.
Yes.
So that you've got the team behind you, those teams, those professionals that can help.
Yeah. Staying just for a moment on that change of law, Ollie, are you seeing some opportunities that perhaps need a bit of a nudge, a bit of a push from the people in this room to their clients? Do you think that there are some ways we should be absolutely jumping on this and not neglecting the opportunity to boost the economic diversification, to attract that foreign capital? What should everyone really be doing to make sure we benefit from this momentous occasion?
I think it is truly that. It's a once-in-a-generational shift in terms of where the market is moving. How often do we see markets on this scale opening up to international investment? Yeah. Now, we know that during Q1 it's planned to actually announce the maps and the geographical locations where the non-Saudi investment zones will be located. But I think there's listening to leadership this morning, talking about that they want to bring the investment into the large-scale projects. They want to bring the investment into Mecca and Medina in the holy cities. So there's definitely the appetite that within key locations, there are going to be the investment opportunities. Now, I think, as well to Susan's point, just catering to the global audience, if you look in 2025, the average apartment size in Riyadh that was sold was about 168 square meters. So actually, I would anticipate when we do start looking at international investors, again, that's very much a tailored product for the local market in that size range.
Yeah.
So again, investors may be looking for smaller units, so we may start to see actual fundamental shifts. What does that mean as well? We've got to think about the wider assets, the wider communities. How does the demand for amenities need to be catered for? Again, who are going to be the end users and the actual occupiers of those units? And make sure that you tailor the accommodation accordingly. But then also, as well, there are expectations around service charges, community charges, because it's not just what is in the unit, it's everything around it. And that's actually, whether you're a domestic investor or an international investor, there's still some absolute fundamentals that you need to get correct.
Yeah, fundamentals. Susan, you probably have some perspectives on that from the many years in brokerage and real estate that you have.
Yes, well, it's very important to also understand what's happening in different places in the world, because geopolitical changes or conflicts also bring new investor. And that's very key. So being aware of everything in the global sector, I think that, you have to be aware on a daily basis. It's not something that just occasionally you're going to focus on. You have to really, if you're going to be in that market, you've got to be aware on a daily basis. Read the papers, listen to all of the different financial changes and shifts in the world. Very important for our business.
Yeah, so what are the pitfalls? What are the problems that we're going to face as people need to adapt to and adjust to change? Do you see this as being something, I think you're the sort of person we were speaking earlier who jumps on change, who loves that, who wants to experience lots of different things, but I would imagine that's not the case for every person, business, country or company.
Well, especially, going into a new organization, you've got to deal with change, and change management is absolutely essential to kind of any transition. But I feel people tend to, they don't resist change, but they kind of resist confusion.
Okay.
So I think it's very important for you to kind of inject a sense of urgency, basically the why, ensure why we're doing what we're doing and try to communicate, ensure the appropriate accountabilities and responsibilities are allocated accordingly, ensure basically that how are we going to measure progress and how are we going to verify specific milestones that we're going to meet and then continuously improve. I think once people kind of gravitate towards that, you create a coalition and you get some early wins, and that potentially builds up progress that people potentially appreciate, and you get the momentum follows.
I think that people adapt to change quite easily. When I first started in the business, we used fax machines. Do you remember that?
Now,
Is there
Susan,
anyone
you're dating
here in this
yourself
audience
now.
that remembers a fax machine? And I didn't have a cellular telephone. I had to pull over to make a telephone call from a telephone booth. So, I've seen a lot of change, and most people embrace change because they realize that you can't grow without change. And I think that change is a good thing. It keeps us all on our toes. You talk about AI, we were talking about that?
Yeah, we'll get to that actually in a moment, because before we do, I just want to ask Ollie about a change that he's seen that's very concrete and tangible. And are we allowed a little sneak preview of some of the information you're going to share later this week about the use of the metro in Riyadh? Because I believe that is quite a significant change that people are adapting and embracing.
Yeah, I think I can give away a little bit without giving away too much.
Okay, doesn't leave this room, okay?
Just keep it between us. But so we've been looking at mobility patterns, and Riyadh's been through an amazing shift in terms of you've had the metro open in November 2024. So we've got a year now, just over a year of trend data in terms of the mobility patterns. And what we're seeing are districts in the northeast of Riyadh where actually there wasn't much there in terms of population around some of the stations. But actually, we've seen some huge increases, and the biggest year-on-year increases in actual passenger numbers and the growth is in some of these more peripheral locations where people actually, they're not just, jumping on the metro, they're actually changing their lifestyle. They're moving to be closer to a metro station, and then that has led to a significant uplift in the pricing within that 500-metre radius of stations as well. So it's not just then the mobility patterns, it's then that knock-on effect in terms of the marketplace. And I think when you look at Qatar, the Q-Rail it came in a few years ago as well alongside the World Cup. We've got the Etihad Rail coming over in the UAE. So I think there are those investments and shifts, and again, Saudi ambitious projects as well, looking at Haramain as well, linking up Jeddah to Riyadh. So a lot of the shifts, I think, and a lot of the changes are actual people's lifestyles. How are they moving around cities? How are they moving around countries? You won't need to just jump on a plane and move between cities in the GCC soon. You'll be able to do that on a train, and I think it'll be this side of 2030.
Because change has to benefit both residents but also visitors, and I think those are two quite distinct factors. And we've obviously got this massive spotlight on the kingdom in the coming years with Expo 2030 and with the World Cup, as you mentioned, a little bit mirroring what some of the changes are that you've had to implement, Yasser, in that country. And I just think it can be an interesting opportunity when we look at it from both those perspectives. Was that something you were aware of in Qatar? That the change was very much for residents, but also, okay, we've got an opportunity to create change for the benefit of tourists and visitors?
I mean, I think sometimes you kind of understand it from implicit messages, but it's not necessarily direct. Yeah. Obviously, as you know, this region is pretty much overly dependent on a single resource, which is basically the oil and gas sector. But everybody appreciates and understands that they need to diversify in many different sectors, be it in real estate or others. So I think it's implicitly understood that this change has to happen. And as I said, it's necessary to communicate as to why this change is actually necessary, so that sense of urgency as to why it is needed is sometimes implicitly understood, but not necessarily explicitly said. Yeah. Because, as I said, yes, we adapt and adopt to change, but there's a lot of people that could potentially resist it on the basis is that they like the status quo. And you need to understand that if you do not make this change, there are potentially calamities that could potentially happen in the long term, because we don't sit on an infinite resource. It's finite, and so we have to position and propel to other sectors that could potentially bring in the foreign direct investments and capital within this region.
I mean, I love the fact you talk about communication, and it does lead me very neatly back to Susan's point around fax machines and the mobile phone. But let's just talk a little bit about some of the big changes also that we can't neglect in a panel about adopting to and embracing change, because AI is here and it's here to stay. And Susan, when we chatted before this panel, you were saying that one of your mindsets is about constantly being open and willing to learn new things, to try new things, to adopt new skills, and AI for you is one of those. So just chat to us a little bit about how you're handling that.
Well, it is. I mean, for me, it's just so new, and I intend to take some courses on it. I see the benefits more and more, and I've tried it out, albeit, very briefly, but I see a huge benefit, although I like to input my own ideas, and so I thought, perhaps I would do some modification with AI on my own. However, I believe in improving and growing and doing and embracing all new things. In fact, I just enrolled in the Oxford University program that our FIOPSI Association with Saudi has initiated. And I just think that that's another element to grow, to learn, to elevate yourself in a field that generationally, the younger generation is catching up to me, and I have to stay ahead of them.
I love that. Got to keep moving forward. Got to stay ahead. And AI and data is absolutely helping us stay ahead, isn't it, Ollie? I mean, I know you're very well versed in a lot of the ability that AI and data has to inform change, to bring about some of these much needed, updates to some of our systems and some of our processes. But chat to us a little bit about where you're seeing that direction of travel with AI and data specifically in the real estate market.
Look, I think over the years, and we've had various discussions at the Real Estate Future Forum, it's actually been at the forefront in terms of, when ChatGPT was launched, there were panels in terms of, what use cases do we see. We've evolved from those initial large language models to very much, look, we need to get the basics of the data correct, and at Deloitte we're seeing large transformation projects where clients are coming to us. They want these landing zones set up. They want their data put into the cloud. The kingdom has moved rapidly in terms of evolving the regulations to support that. There's also then the need for data centers. So there's quite a nice self-fulfilling cycle there. Now, I'm going to give a shameless plug to our booth, because we've got some assets on there that showcase actually what you can do. And that could be either you have an asset and you're looking at a community level. Yeah. How do you actually capture all of that information? And it's, for me, the AI use cases are very much where you have literally billions of data points. How do you get underneath those? How do you get insight that you could not do from a human perspective? I think for me at the moment, that is very much our focus and concentration in terms of a tool to interrogate big data. But we see these mirages, these echoes that actually come out if you just leave the AI to do its own analysis. Yeah. It really still does need that human navigation and intervention to make sure actually the sense check and the common sense check is applied to it.
Oh, we can't lose the human aspect, can we? But it is interesting. Philippe was here chatting to us just in the previous panel about capital and also the very tangible real estate benefit of sort of AI funding or creating the need for people to invest in and fund data centers. So there is always this kind of real estate aspect that then underpins where the money's going, where the capital's going, and it's a fascinating part of life. And the other big shift, I suppose, it's not really a shift, but it's definitely an ongoing change. Yasser, I'm going to come to you on this, is this whole awareness and focus on sustainability and sustainable development practices and all the resilience around that. And you've seen so much of that change over the course of your career and in the industries you've been in, haven't you?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, obviously I was in oil and gas, but then shifted to basically district energy and the real estate sector. But I would say what is important is, I think, sustainability as it relates to operation per se. So there's a lot of focus on energy efficiency, district cooling, which is very familiar, close to my heart.
Absolutely.
And what we've been able to apply, specifically in our ecosystem, the one we've built within the Pearl and G1, I would say the walkability, mobility, livability, and convenience. So we pretty much shrunk a huge city into a smaller one that ensures all of that. And we take a lot of pride in our design, specifically as it relates to cooling corridors. Now, a lot of people would debate that that's not too sustainable, but I would disagree with that. Maybe where we shortfall on the E, as far as the environment, we make it up on the S. On the social aspects associated with the ESG, in the sense we allow people to have the kind of lifestyle that they need throughout the year, being able to, I was just about to say wine and dine, but...
to hydrate and nourish, let's say.
To hydrate and nourish within the ecosystem throughout the year. And it's a beautiful place that we've built in G1. And we've got a lot of interest elsewhere within the region. They want to potentially do the same.
That's amazing. We're coming rapidly towards the end, and I just want to start talking about wrapping up this conversation. Susan, take us from your international perspective, your international view. What should we have top of mind as we look out into this dynamic, ever-shifting market? What is your message to everyone in this room to maximize and capitalize on those opportunities?
I just think you have to stay ahead of your game. Think long term. If you don't think long term, then you're going to fail badly. I think it's very important to plan ahead, think about the ecology, wellness, the quality of life. I see with many of my clients, most of my clients now, they're really more concerned about an experience, the experience of living in the luxury market that they're currently in or aspiring to. I think that this is the key. You have to think long-term, think ahead, and use your foundation as a foundation. Always look ahead. That's my...
Ollie, would you echo that in the broader sort of GCC context? Is there something that you would want to sort of make a plea to everybody to stay on top of, stay aware of, do more research on? Do you have a big kind of passion project that you would love everybody to jump in on?
Yeah, look, I think it's the fundamentals of real estate don't change in terms of location is prime and understanding your customer. And I think bringing that to life in a Riyadh context, there's been a lot of new retail that has opened up. If you look at, I'll give an example, you've got Solitaire Mall, which has been fantastically successful in the last 12 months, where you've put together a collection of luxury brands, but it's been done in a manner where they've got new market entrants, and you've got a cluster and getting all the fundamentals ticked correctly. If you can do that, people will come to the market, and then they will stay, they'll return. If you don't do that right and get things correct at that first instance, that's where you actually, you lose that direction. So I think it's make sure you do the research on the end users, get your location correct, get all the financial appraisals done, understand the costs involved, have a contingency, and we know there are always challenges about delivery on time. So again, work that through, think about the data points that you can pick up, and then don't forget about the operational side of things. That's the huge hurdle, and that last mile that needs to be thought about, planned, costed. Get that right, people will come.
I love that you're quoting from that brilliant movie, Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. I mean, a little bit of plagiarism, but we like it. It's a good message. Yasser, finish us off, please, with a final thought. The theme of this conference is all about expanding horizons, which is brilliant, but it does also bring a sense of pressure, perhaps, and kind of a bit of a sense of urgency. But if there is a horizon that you're excited about, that you're looking at, that you're keeping an eye on, what is it?
To me, I mean, I would say UDC's unique selling point is that we don't build cities, we operate them. And to build the ecosystem related and the lifestyle related to the whole ecosystem, creating similar to what I had said previously, is something that we potentially try to position as far as the company and being able to sell the unique selling point of what UDC is able to actually capable of doing. And this is exactly what I see within the kingdom and other places and within the region itself. So that's potentially excites me the most, and being able to kind of sell that expertise or that competitive advantage that we were able to have, specifically as we operate the Pearl at G1. And I do want to say, I want to thank Saudi Arabia and the kingdom themselves who truly felt home here. I just wanted to say that before leaving the stage.
Fantastic. Well, it's been an absolute delight. I love the idea that we have to be excited about the opportunities and excited about the change in order to get on board with it and deliver it and implement it. So thank you for your passion, for your insights, for your wisdom, for your expertise. It's been a delight. Yasser, Susan, Ollie, please give me a massive round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yasser. Awesome. Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ollie, as always. Thank you. Okay, well, we are nearly there. This is the final panel coming up for our first day of the 5th edition of the RFF. So can I please invite me to welcome onto stage Susan Amawi, who is the General Manager for KSA for Knight Frank MENA. Come on up, Susan. We also have Mohamed Awad, who is the Principal and CEO of KW Saudi Arabia. Oh, you're coming in all directions. I love this. Come on up and join me. And there's somebody right from front and center, Mr. Youssef Qatar, who's the CEO of Coldwell Banker Saudi Arabia. Absolutely delightful to have you with me. Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much, Youssef. Okay. So we're going to be looking a little bit at some more trends. This is really thinking about city development, about infrastructure. So hopefully touching on those really big themes, but with some concrete and tangible ideas and suggestions from our panelists as to how we can all embrace some of these trends that they're seeing. So let's start quick and punchy because, I know you've got to fly away in a moment, Susan, so we've got to make the most of you being here. But in one sentence, what's the biggest urban shift that you are seeing right now that perhaps is something that's here to stay, that's not just a fad, it's not just a passing trend, but it's here to stay? A big urban shift, Youssef, what are you seeing?
First of all, thank you for having me.
You're very welcome.
Quality of life and lifestyle.
Say it again?
Quality of life and lifestyle.
Okay, so the quality of life and lifestyle piece, amazing. Susan?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, that people are no longer just buying homes. Yeah. They're buying livability. Integrated living has become the new benchmark for residential success in Saudi.
Love that, and we'll talk about that idea of integration. I really enjoy that. And Mohammed?
Yeah, people would like to...
Can you go a little bit closer for me, lovely?
Sorry?
Just pop it, pull it, that's it.
People actually would like to live in a place where they can feel as a human and feel free and improve their life, quality of life.
Okay, so that human sense of community and belonging. It is definitely a theme we're starting to see emerge over this conference. And Susan, as a trend, you obviously look across markets, you have a global perspective. Is this international? Is this a specific GCC, a specific KSA thing? Is it something that is simply just going to be a non-negotiable wherever you go in the world?
Yes, I definitely think it's becoming the non-negotiable. People want to have, walkable communities. They would like to have easy access to parks, to sports, entertainment, retail, F&B, anything within, we call it a walkable city. So I don't think this is just for Saudi Arabia. I think this is something that's been becoming the norm and the benchmark worldwide. I think it's just that Saudi Arabia is adapting it much quicker, and given all the giga projects and the mega projects that we're seeing being developed as we speak, will become the new norm.
Mohammed, does that echo what you're seeing from your clients and your research? Is this something which is localized, or is it really a global trend?
I do believe it's a global trend, actually, and started in foreign or in Western country, and we can see it now in GCC and across Arab country.
Yeah. Because you obviously come with a financial perspective, Youssef, from a bank. People are, finding capital and investing money in things. Is that changing? Are people investing differently? Are they buying differently because of their requirements?
Just want to clarify one point. Coldwell Banker is a real estate service company.
I know.
Banker is a family name. And
But the investment of finances that you're seeing people make,
but at the same time, it is the same. I just want to clarify one thing. The difference in this, in the last decades and in the future, people access to information from their mobile, so they can compare. And whenever you see like the local, regional, or global trend, that's why people will not accept any low quality or low service, because they can easily compare.
Yeah.
This is the point. So yes, it's a global trend actually.
It's really interesting. And is there anything else that you're seeing? Because you all speak to multiple clients, both B2B, B2C, I believe. Mm-hmm. You're all looking at kind of brokerage services, consultancy services. Are there things that you are surprised by that have been coming up over the last maybe 12 months in terms of the demands, the requests that you're getting? Youssef, is that something that you're seeing shift?
Yeah, if you want to discuss about the request for Saudi Arabia, there are two types of requests. Something related to Mecca and Medina, which is totally different. It's a global request from 1.5 billion Muslims all around the world. And there are two types of requests. One is B2C, related to acquiring a partner or something. And the other one is from institutions, funds from mainly Asia, UK are looking for to invest in the hospitality sector. In Riyadh is different. We see like people are interested in Riyadh because they are comparing what's happening in the region in the last 20 years, for example, Dubai, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, all those, and they want to catch the opportunity before it's too late. That's why they are interested to invest in Riyadh, either in residential, mixed use, individual institutions. That's what we see in the market, yes.
That's really interesting. And I mean, this is obviously something that we can talk about locally, but also generally. And Susan, as a global reference point, what can we learn from what other cities are doing to enable that supply meets the demand that's coming your way?
I think from a supply perspective, what we're seeing is that, for example, the pressure on Riyadh's growth is getting pressure on the traditional low-density models and moving towards a broader mix. So now we're looking into more townhouses, building apartments, and actually we have the data that back that up. In terms of market performance, our latest figures show that there's a clear adjustment. Residential transactions fell 55% year on year.
Can you just say that again? Because that's a huge stat, and I don't know if we lost that. 55%
yes.
reduction?
Yes, and let me add one thing. Residential transaction values fell 48% year on year. So this is something that we really need to take in, and which reinforces that affordability and community living design is more important today more than ever.
So let's talk a bit about that. Let's talk about this idea of livability and what that really means in practice, because it has become a little bit of a buzzword, but it also has some really clear elements and foundations. Mohanad, from your perspective, how do we make livability practical in a way that developers, city builders can implement from the design phase, and that it's not just ticking a box, as it were?
Yeah. Actually, this is very, very crucial because, developers are financially capital return oriented people, and when they think about livability is something really need to be visible. So at the same time, they can still create innovative ideas where they can change the philosophy of urbanization, and as example for shifting or transitioning from car-centric urban landscape to a human livable and environment, actually. Green area, landscaping, amenities for sports, green building, smart building. They can reduce, as example, the emission, the carbon emission. There's a lot of things they can create in their design phase, but also the economic factor should exist. But I don't think there is a problem because I see the people shifting and these urbans or development attracting people rapidly.
Susan, are there any downsides to not doing it? I mean...
Yes, definitely, because we're seeing that those communities that are taking into consideration the infrastructure and the community experience from the beginning, they have more higher absorption and more resilient pricing. So definitely this is a risk that developers should consider when planning these communities. So just to add to what Mohammed said, in our view, livability is developing communities that consider, what are the walking distance to retail and healthcare, education. So it's all of them being developed together from the planning stages, and not just sitting next to each other.
Okay. And from your perspective at Coldwell Banker, are you seeing there's a discrepancy, Youssef, between what a developer's objectives are, what they want, what a potential resident or tenant's perspective is, what an owner's desires and needs are? Are there discrepancies across those groups?
I think now the, let's say, local real estate developers understand more about the market needs.
Yeah.
In terms of how the market is changing regarding the infrastructures, transportation, healthcare, whatever, all type of things. And the most important is now, if you want to see what the local real estate developers are doing, they are in very strong competition with the government, because PIF is developing high quality community projects. So in the future, in order to compete with this type of project, you should understand you need to provide the best quality or solution or whatever. Otherwise, it will be the same situation today. For example, today, people are looking for prime offices, grade. Yes. And so what will happen for the previous quality? They will be out of the market. So in the future, if you want to have market share, you should understand the market need and apply exactly, and be in this very competitive market in the, let's say, upcoming future, I think, in my point of view.
Yeah, so this private-public thing. Susan,
yeah, it's a competition.
Yeah, absolutely, between both.
If I may add, what developers really need to look at, and where we've seen the discrepancies between the supply and the demand is first the unit sizes, and then the unit layout, what's within the layout. So a maid's room, for example, is very important here, having a driver's loom. But then also what's becoming a non-negotiable is the amenities. So having a gym and a pool and maybe a tennis court or any of these amenities, even within apartment buildings, it's becoming a non-negotiable. Yeah. Although people are shifting their demands from the demand for villas, and they're more now accepting the apartment living, but they're still looking into having those amenities within their apartment buildings.
Do you think, Mohammed, that people are prioritizing this well enough? I mean, you wanted to add something anyway, but do you think people are, the developers and the people who are creating these new homes and these new developments with the shared amenities, do you think they're doing it fast enough? Do you think it's a big enough concern?
Yeah, actually, nowadays it is different from last few years, because when the government took the initiative to start making the development, it was only for taking the initiative and increasing or creating interest for the private sector and just give guidance. Nowadays, we heard from the government they are not going to be a competitor for the private sector, and they will leave the private sector to whatever they think is the right. So I think in the coming years will create momentum in amazing development created by the private sector. Yes.
So is that where you'd encourage people to look first, that sense of quality and competition?
Exactly. And you see, we have analyzed the market for the last 4 or 5 years, and we see the trends going to really be more modern houses, and but small, not big, small with modern design and with a community where you can access the amenities, where you can access the sports amenities, where you can find short distance for schools. And I think Riyadh, if I think about Riyadh, you cannot take it as one big city and create urban, but you can cut it into area or zone and make sure within these zones everything is available. After that, you will have independent zone within the big city of Riyadh.
So we're really putting ourselves in the shoes of the people who are going to use, enjoy, live in, experience these places. Let's talk about confidence, because it's so important in a growing and a shifting market that we can be confident, because then that does create the demand as well and the attraction of these, new potential residents, people who want to invest perhaps from the international market now. Susan, how do we develop that confidence? How do we show that these shifts are real, that we're going to do what we say we're going to do, that it's going to work?
I think the major criteria for that is having the laws to back it up. So as long as the international investor sees that we've developed the laws that would protect those investors, or even the international buyers that are coming in, either buying in Jeddah because they want to be closer to Riyadh and Mecca and Medina, or even buying in Riyadh as an investment, they need to feel confident that if anything goes wrong with the developer, they'll get their money back. So I think once and we're getting the law announced soon, which covers all the geographies, all the geographies and all of that. But I think this is one of the main most important aspects of this. The second thing I would say for the developers to really deliver according to their promises. So I think back in the day, if we go 20 years back, a lot of the investors got bitten by what happened in Dubai, and I think this is where it's a lesson learned for us to make sure that our developers are developing and delivering on time and with the quality that they promised and everything.
Amazing. So there's some things that are maybe out of our hands and out of our control, but that we maybe need to keep pushing. And perhaps things that are in our control. You said from a broker's perspective, are there things that brokers can be doing to build trust? I mean, the developers have their part to play, but you're sitting here running a company that effectively acts as a bit of an intermediary. So how are you creating that trust?
I think the most important things for any international investors is the demand. The good things about the market, the majority of the demand is local demand. So it's not going to be changed later for any situation, because it's local demand at the end. So the risk is less than other countries of big international demand. So this is very important. That's for Riyadh and other cities. The exception market is Mecca and Medina, because it's a global demand, because of something different, it's something related to religion, spiritual. But in terms of that's number one. And the other things, how we can encourage investors and for the market, most of the big projects, if they want to come and invest in giga projects, it's developed and supported by government. It's not private sector, and the government they have strong economy, the largest oil producer, so this is two things very important: demand, and if they want to invest in the giga projects, either as an individual or institutions, this is something supported by government, not by private sector.
Okay. And Mohammed, I'm going to come to you with a slightly different slant on the question, because you've spoken about sort of cost effectiveness, economies of scale, things like that. As principles, do those things help to create confidence, or do they also create pitfalls and potential traps?
Yeah, actually, this it's a two-side effect. One of them is the positive side, and I think you talk about density. Density, it could be good in some turn, but it could be bad in other side. If we have good urban design and with efficient infrastructure and with good economic productivity and with sustainability of the development, this is the good side in density. It will give you the economic productivity, it give you the sustainability, it give you the infrastructure efficiency as well.
Absolutely.
Because you can, with the scale, economy of scale, economy of scope, you can build something and serve many and huge and big volume of people. But at the same time, if you deal with the density as simple number, just plugging it into formula without taking into consideration other needs, it will be messy and it will create a problem in infrastructure, in sustainability and everything. So you need to be careful.
I think you raise a very interesting point there, because you can have the best urban design in the world, incredible vision of something, but if the infrastructure doesn't back it up, then we've got a problem. So how do we keep those two things kind of at pace with each other so that one supports the other and one doesn't overtake the other? Susan, you're nodding. Do you have a thought about that? I wish there was a magic wand, because I think we'd all want it.
Exactly. I wish there was a magic wand, but I think that the question is, the answer is, as you said, it has to go hand in hand. So we cannot be planning communities and all of these magnificent projects, but without looking into the infrastructure and the requirements. And as I mentioned earlier, it's the infrastructure and also the consumer experience within the city or within the community. So it is something that the government and the private sector needs to work together to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely, because of all of these projects obviously competing for local and international capital. And Yusuf, I think you've got some quite interesting perspectives about how projects need to better compete for that international capital outside of perhaps just the standard marketing budget. So what's your perspective about how to kind of create an ecosystem using intermediaries, brokerage as part of that confidence building, as part of that attraction, as part of that awareness? Talk to us about that, because I think it's a really important point.
Yes, to promote the country, the projects globally, I think the most important now, especially after the new law of allowing foreigners to own property in Saudi Arabia, Mecca, Medina, or other cities, I think for the local real estate developers, even for the PIF and Giga projects, it's not about only marketing budget to spend all around the world. It's branding. This is branding in terms of promoting the country, promoting the projects. But to do transaction, to sell your property internationally, you need to deal with the international agencies. You need to have, because what's the difference between the local sales or the traditional sales team comparing to the international? If you are like a real estate developer and you have whatever 5 years, 10 years, whatever in experience, you have very limited access to the global market, because your clients are local, you are promoting to local, you're delivering, and you build this reputation to local. While when you are working with international brokerage firm, and for example, let's say all of them, they have more than 100,000 agents globally located in most of the big countries, and the broker internationally is a consultant, is helping the client, and most of those consultants, they have list of investors and buyers, and they have built already this credibility in the last 20, 30 years, whatever. So instead of trying to spending high marketing budget globally to attract those investors, simply you can deal with those international agents all around the world. They have already leads, they have already investors, they have already the credibility, and they will convince the investor as an investment opportunity, because what you are doing, you provide the whole data, either about your project, about the market. For example, I just mentioned in terms of why they want to come to Saudi. They will explain high demand because of Saudi, because supported by government. This is something the broker can explain as a consultant. And the traditional sales team, it will be very, very difficult, because you spend too much on the marketing, and sometimes the return on investment, you cannot guarantee the return on investment. This is very important.
Interesting.
Can I just add one more thing? I think when talking to just my colleagues internationally, when they talk to their clients, what they like about Saudi and the projects that we're developing is that we are, we're making it authentic and keeping the culture and not trying to change anything about what Saudi is all about. So even the different regions are maintaining their cultures. So the Najdi, the Hijazi, the Asiri, so that is really being reflected well. And I think as long as we continue to maintain that, I think we'll be, hopefully an international market for those investors.
I think it's a critical point, not losing heart and soul of a place, even with the need and the requirement for development.
Exactly. So just balancing that mix of what these international investors are looking for with the authenticity of keeping, I think will be very, very important.
Yeah. Mohamed, I think you wanted to add something to Yusuf's point as well.
Just adding to Suzanne and Yusuf, we are in the company where Keller Williams is, I'm not intending here to do marketing to the company, but they are very well known. Over the world, they have 64 regions, and we have 200,000 exclusive agents. We started talking to them, and we have launched a campaign last week to change the mindset of the broker in Saudi Arabia. And we said we are going to create the full-time committed broker, exclusive, and it's not anymore hobbies. It's only for the full-time committed broker. We are recruiting now. We give him bridge 6 months salary. It's not salary, it's support. It's look like a bridge, just to convince him not to go to another job, to start with us. Just to try it, we will put him in big training because we have the biggest opportunity here. We have 200,000 agents around the world. They are waiting us to communicate the development in Saudi Arabia and the property. And when we start talking about the size or the volume of the real estate in Saudi Arabia, it's 1 trillion. It's exceeding 1 trillion last year. And with the new regulation about wasata and the brokerage, it does mean 50 billion Saudi Riyal commission. 50 billion Saudi Riyal commission, it does mean big things. And it compete, the lawyers compete, the engineer, doctor, engineer, any other job. So we encouraging the people, the young Saudi, to come and be full-time broker, and he will be a millionaire real estate agent.
Where do I sign up, right?
Anytime, immediately.
Amazing.
We launch it and we start getting...
Let's just close off this brilliant discussion with, I guess, a final thought about something that's maybe the biggest trend or the most important thing for everyone to have top of mind in their projects, their developments, their future work. What's that one thing, Yusuf? What should everybody be thinking? Come on, this is non-negotiable. We've got to make sure this is front and center.
Quality, and I think the quality is the most important.
Quality, and a bit more quality then.
Yeah, quality of life, quality of the project, quality, and at the end, you want to compete with the global market, with other cities, with other countries. So quality, and one of the panelists mentioned, you should think long term.
Yeah, I like that.
So this is very, I like it.
Too.
You should think long term, because you are not building a small community. You are building. You are as a developer. You are part of building a country, and country is for the all upcoming generation. So you should think long term.
I love that as a reframe as well. You're not just building this particular development or building, you are building a country. That's beautiful.
Exactly.
Yeah. Susan, top of mind?
In addition to quality of life, I would say affordability.
Okay.
I think this is very important for all developers to keep in mind, because this is where the market is, given we
didn't really have a chance to get to it. I think there was a lot we could have said about affordability.
Pressures, rising land values, changing household structure is putting a lot of pressure on affordability.
Yeah.
So
it's great. It's great to have awareness of. Thank you. And for you, Mohamed?
I think I'm going back to the marketing and sales. Broker and the people in charge, they should talk very good about the opportunity they have it in Saudi Arabia, and they have to exchange it with the international investors and international buyer. Honestly speaking, they have to be educated, be trained well, to be professional broker and talking very professional language about real estate in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't really, there is no big difference. There is no at all differences between what we see it here. It's in the other way. I really see it more positive, but they have to talk about it. They have to talk to the agent around the world. They don't need to talk about the investor. They need to talk about Saudi investment opportunity with the fund, with the banks outside the Saudi Arabia.
So let's all play our part in getting the word out there, be our own little marketing agents for the country and for the projects that we're all involved with. Thank you so much, Youssef, Susan, Mohamed. It's been an absolute delight to speak with you. I know that they're around, hopefully tomorrow as well. Are you around tomorrow, some of you? Yes. So grab them if you want to have deeper conversations, because they have so much perspective on this market and a lot of insight from both sides of the development, investment, and also obviously the end users. So please make the most of having them here with us at RFF. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Youssef. Thank you so much. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mohamed. I really appreciate it. So that concludes the first day of our 5th edition RFF 2026. We'll be back here tomorrow with more speakers, panels, insights, lots of opportunity to connect in the expo as well. So thank you all for your attention, for your participation, for your warm energy and your involvement. It's an absolute delight to be with you all. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.